Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our British Cycling YouTube channel and day two of the action here at the British Cycling National Track Cycling Championships. We're live with you here all day from the Geraint Thomas National Velodrome of Wales here in Newport. And we've got a packed programme of racing ahead over the next 8 hours of this first session of the day. It's going to be a real marathon session, and I'm glad to have alongside me Charlene Jones, who'll be adding her comments and colour to our commentary throughout the day. And between us, hopefully we'll keep you fully informed with what's happening on the track, and you'll have a great day with us here, and you won't miss a moment of the action, we promise you. So, scheduled today, we've got men's sprinting, we've got the men's point race action, we've got women's team pursuit, we've got paracycling pursuit as well, we've got the men's kilometer time trial, and women's keirin racing as well. So, lots of varied action on the track today, including our first bunch races of this championship for the women's scratch and the men's points. There are qualification heats for the men's point race, 2 of them today, so lots of riders trying to get into that big final later on today. So those finals coming up during the course of this morning session for the kilometre time trial and the pursuit events, and this evening for the men's points, the women's scratch and the women's keirin. The 2023 British Cycling National Track Championships would like to thank the following partners for their support of this event: British Cycling, Welsh Cycling, Newport Live, Newport City Council and Sport Wales. So we hope you enjoyed our light show to set the atmosphere for the next few hours of action here inside the Geraint Thomas National Velodrome of Wales. We're going to begin with the men's sprint qualification round. We've got 31 riders all vying to be the 2023 men's sprint champion. And Charlene, it's a great field of riders lining up for this one, 28 of which will go through from the first round. The fastest four, by the way, actually get what we call a bye for the first round, so they'll go directly into the second round. And we have the defending champion lining up. He is Jack Collin, of course, Olympic bronze medalist as well in this discipline. So, yeah, it's going to be fast and furious action on the track here for this 200-metre flying start time trial. The idea is to get your fastest time you can to get yourself a good placing in the next round of the competition.
It's all about getting that fastest time, but also after that, you've got to be able to back it up with a good sprint tactic and win your races. So you can have a good 200-metre time, qualifying time, but then you've really got to work hard on the tactics to win your races following that.
So riders will come onto the track in the back straight. They'll cover 3.5 laps. So the first time they pass our lap board, it'll show them 3 laps to go. Charlie said they will be building up the pace as they go around the track. The aim is to hit the 200-metre timing strip on the final lap. That's the black line halfway between corner 1 and corner 2. If you're confused by the numbers of corners, by the way, we start counting from the finish line in the home straight. So the first corner the riders come to is corner 1, the second is corner 2, and so on. And the black line between corners 1 and 2 is the start of the 200-metre section. So when the riders hit that line, clock will start and it will stop when they cross the finish line. So that's your 200-metre flying start time. We'll try and give you a half time split if we can at the 100-metre mark. First rider, though, is on the track already, representing BCC RT. First away is Thomas Alcock.
They tend to take their time getting to the top of the track. There's no rush. The only rush they have is that final 200 metres. They've just got to build up that gear really, really slowly and gradually so they don't take it out of their legs.
So it's all about the top of the track for the first couple of laps to use the height of the banking to swoop down. The aim then is to hit that 200-metre line I just mentioned as low as possible. The black line around the bottom of the track is called the gauge line. That's the actual 250-metre measurement around this velodrome. So the closer you ride to that, the closer you are to covering exactly 250 metres. The higher up the track you are, the further you go. So those are the ideal tactics. And we're seeing our first rider here, Thomas Alcock. He'll come round for the bell this time, and this will be the start of his timed lap when he hits that 200-metre line. Riders are scientifically proven to go faster if you make lots of noise, so feel free to cheer the riders on. Here's our first rider across the line, Alcock, and the clock is running for the man from BCC RT. Under the scoreboard he comes. He's just a little bit above that line, but powering out of that corner and across the line to set the benchmark time for today, 11.397 for our first rider, Thomas Alcock of BCC RT. So as Thomas crossed the line, the officials in the back straight launched the next rider onto the track. He's now circulating around the top. That will be Harvey McNaughton of Wales Racing Academy.
Nice bent elbows there from Harvey McNaughton, and you want to get as low as possible on that bike to be as aerodynamic as you can. And you'll see them creeping at the top of the track, sometimes really, really slowly, and we wonder if there's always a line between too slow and coming off the bike, and they've always got that line perfect, well, most of the time.
Yeah, we have the odd misstep where a rider misjudges their pace, often in the opening lap of the sprint matches proper when they're rolling very as slowly as they possibly can. 1 or 2 times we've seen riders roll not quite quickly enough and come to grief, but generally not in the time trial. So here comes Harvey McNaughton in the red and white colours of the Wales Racing Academy, so home-based rider here at the Geraint Thomas National Velodrome of Wales, trying to overturn that time of 11.397, pasted by Alcock in the opening heat, and he is through in the new fastest time of 10.648 for Harvey McNaughton of Wales Racing Academy.
All the riders will be watching the line that the Welsh riders take as well, because they're used to this velodrome.
Yeah, as we've mentioned, if you're with us during the course of yesterday, either here in the velodrome or on our BC live stream. By the way, folks, though you're tuning in on our live stream channel today. You're very welcome. We hope you enjoy the action. Just to point out that Charlene and myself are commentating not just for you here on the live stream channel, but also to the good people here inside the velodrome. So if you hear occasional announcements that may not be relevant to your TV viewing, that's the reason why. We're trying to split ourselves between two roles, but hopefully we'll bring you all the action and all the information you require. Next man on the track is a really ferocious sprinter. He took a medal in the team sprint for Northwest Region yesterday, taking the silver medal. Man who hails from Manchester. He's in the colours of the new ESV Manchester team. That's a combination of Eastlands Velo and Sports City Velo. Two teams have come together. This is Matt Rotherham. Well, expect fast time here from Matt Rotherham. Down the back straight he goes. Underneath the scoreboard, lining up for the finishing straight, and Rotherham in these green and white colours of ESV. Look at that one. Told you to expect a fast time. New fastest time. 10.259 for Matt Rotherham of ESV Manchester.
That was an absolute rapid time. You can see he was on a big gear there with the slow pedal revs, but absolutely flying as he touched that 200-metre line.
Average speed 70.182 kilometres per hour.
It's always good to see that, seven something.
That's right. That's not hanging about on your bike, is it? Okay, who's going to be next on the track? Our second rider from BCC RT this morning. This is Bram Otterwell next to go, the fourth of the 31 riders in this qualification round. Just to remind you once again, 28 riders will qualify through to the next round of the sprint, and the 4 fastest riders will be able to omit the next round and go directly into round 2.
Out the saddle on the top of the bank, and they're coming into the final straight before he swoops down and takes that 200-metre line, staying as high as possible, as long as possible, diving down to that 200-metre line where the time starts.
So Bram Otterwell is flying down the back straight through the halfway marker at 100 metres and continuing on around into the finishing straight. His time 11.063, third fastest time in this classification round so far. Well, let me tell you, the current national record for this discipline is held by the defending champion, Jack Collin. He'll be going off last in this qualification round. And that national record, which was posted during the course of the Olympic Games in Tokyo at the Azu Velodrome back in 2021, 9.306 is the current national record for the 200 metres.
Wow.
Next one on track from the Glasgow Track RC is Anthony Young.
Last year, all the riders from different nations were trying to qualify for the Commonwealth Games, so we've seen them all coming on form. You can see out of the saddle, they're just getting a little bit more momentum without having to use the legs too much, really powering down that back straight, and we are seeing him out the saddle, staying as high as possible, as long as possible before he swoops down for that 200-metre line.
So the man from the Glasgow race team, home velodrome, of course, the Sir Chris Hoy Arena, just outside Glasgow, and here he comes into the finishing straight and will cross the line with a time. Second fastest, 10.547, just over 68 kilometres per hour for Anthony Young of the Glasgow Track RC. Well, he'll be followed onto track directly by his teammate, also from Glasgow Track RC. Next to go, number 128, will be William Munday.
William Munday, only 17 years of age, aiming to beat his personal best of 10.8, so we'll see what he can do today. Yeah,
it's always good to notch up a personal best during the course of a national championships, even if the national record is out of reach, knowing that you've gone faster than you ever have before. As we see our tournament director, Willie Tarrant, ascending the stairs in front of our live stream camera. Nice to see Willie on camera, however briefly. And we're looking here at William Munday. His teammate did a 10.547. Psychological advantage, I guess, if you can go faster than your teammate. Have a chat about it next week when you're back in Glasgow. Well, I went faster than you, you know. So here we go. Let's see what William can do. He's heading down the back straight now. Fastest time is still out of Matt Rotherham, 10.259. Here comes William Munday of the Glasgow Track RC, and his time 10.735, fourth fastest at this stage of the qualification round.
Well, that was beating his personal best, so should have a smile on his face there.
Well, first objective of the day achieved, and it is only 9:10 on a Saturday morning. Well done to William Munday. We move on now to heat number 7. Next rider on track, wearing race number 144 from the enhanced team is Harry Radford.
Really slow start here. Saving those legs up. We'll see him start to increase the pace over the next few laps. Nice crouched position. There was something always really psychological about bending those elbows and being in the sprint position before you actually put out your effort.
Well, Harry did plenty of sprinting here yesterday. He was part of the 4th place finishing team of Enhanced in the men's team sprint, just missing out on a medal in that bronze medal final. The tinkle of the bell indicates he has got 1 lap to go. It's that 200-meter timing line now, and the clock starts to tick in for the man on the track here, Harry Radford from Enhanced. Here he comes into the finishing straight, and he'll get a 10.903, 5th fastest time in the competition so far for Harry Radford from Enhanced. So the lineup in this qualification round is seeded so as to place potentially the faster riders towards the end of the classification. And we have got 2 medalists from 12 months ago. In fact, 1 medalist, I should say, and a rider who just finished outside the medals. I mentioned already Jack Cullen, the national record holder and defending champion, who'll be the last to go in Heat 31. And before him, last year's 4th place finisher, Hayden Norris of Team Inspired, will go in Heat number 30. But the man on track now from BCC RT, 3rd rider from this team to go so far in this sprint qualification. Please welcome Noah Woodhouse onto the boards of the velodrome for his 200-meter time trial. So the bell for Noah, and he begins to lift his pace as well into the back straight, keeping a nice steady rhythm and well anchored to the bottom of the track as well by that black line. Knows the shortest way round, and across the line he goes. 11.354 for Noah Woodhouse of BCC RT. Our live stream viewers getting to see the action replay of Noah speeding across the line. I can tell you in the action replay the time was the same. So yes, definitely 11.354.
Now we've got Isaac Small on the track for D-Side Thistle CC. And we are hopefully going to see a little PB. Look at that back wheel.
Oh, you beat me to it, Charlotte. I was going to say, look at that back wheel. Talk about great graphics. Well, we were looking yesterday for subtle differences between riders in the women's sprint to identify which of the team-inspired riders it was. If just one of them had one of those psychedelic rear disc wheels, we'd have no problem at all. So well done to Isaac Small from the D-Side Thistle. It's hypnotic watching that as the pace increases. If it's one of those things that has a secret message if you go at a certain speed, you never know. Well, we'll find out because Isaac Small is about to get the bell. Here he is. Across the what will be the finish line in a moment, but he hits the 200-meter line now. That psychedelic rear wheel flying at maximum velocity now as he comes underneath the scoreboard. Isaac Small from the D-Side Thistle Cycling Club is going to round out his ride with a time of 11.117. Next on track, first rider to go from the DiMassio team. This is Ryan Phillips at number 140. So the majority of riders favouring the twin disc wheel approach for this time trial. Maximum aerodynamic advantage, at least as much you can get on a sprint bike. As Charlie mentioned a little earlier, when we come to the actual match sprinting, it's not just the speed that matters, but also the tactical awareness as well. If you're an aficionado of track cycling, And you'll understand what that's all about. If you're new to the sport, maybe you've tuned into our live stream for the first time, well, welcome along. We hope you're excited to see a great day of action here at the National Track Championships. Maybe inspire you to get out on your bike, as well if you've been lurking at the back of the garden shed for too long. So Ryan Phillips is into the back straight now. Coming out of corner 4, the last turn that brings him into the finishing straight, and he will cross the line. Time of 11.255, 8th fastest time, average speed of 63.967 kilometers per hour. Next on track, another rider from the ESV Manchester team. As I alluded to a little while ago, the combination of 2 teams, both of which were based at the National Cycling Centre in Manchester, Sport City Velo and Eastlands Velo. And they were pretty much same organisation behind them, very similar jerseys as well. It was always difficult to separate an Eastlands Velo jersey from a Sport City Velo jersey. So we got the announcement at the beginning of this year. They combined both teams together into one squad, and they're calling themselves ESV Manchester. That's for Eastlands Sport City Velo Manchester. And rider on track, riding for that team, Philip Lomas, number 109. Well, Philip is heading round for the bell this time. Looks like quite a powerful sprinter, surely. Let's see what he can do. So very prominent ESV branding on the back of the jersey, and across the line, 11.367, 10th fastest time for Philip Lomas.
Now we've got Jacob Davies from PDQ Cycle Coaching on the track, and he's coming into the bend. Just playing with fire there, going as slow as he can, just winding up that gear. You want to expend the least amount of energy possible to try to get to the top of the track and save your energy for that big burst of 200 metres.
It's a long day for the sprinters as well. They've got want to end up in the medal rides eventually, to get through numerous rounds. Once we get to the quarter-final stage of the sprint, it'll become best of 3, match sprinting as we call it. So 3 opportunities to get through into the next round. The earlier stages, it's sudden death, so if you lose out in the first or second round, then you're exiting from the competition at that point. So need to keep in mind the fact it's a long day for the sprinters, but the time trial, all important to get that good seeding into the first round. And we're seeing Jacob Davis heading down the back straight now as he rounds the banking under the scoreboard, and will head for the finish line. Time ticks over to 11.353, 9th fastest time at this stage of the competition for Jacob Davis of PDQ Cycle Coaching. Well, next on track, we've got Daniel Cutler, first rider in this qualification round from Blackline. That's a team that was set up a few years ago by some dedicated sprinters. They pretty much concentrate on the sprint discipline. We've seen some very talented riders in the colours of Blackline, which, unsurprisingly, is a predominantly black jersey, but it's got a red line down it. Red line on a Blackline jersey. Makes sense, doesn't it? So Daniel Cutler, number 41. Still the fastest time in competition so far, posted by Matt Rotherham of ESV Manchester in 10.259. 5 riders who've dipped below the 11-second marker so far. Let's see if Daniel Cutler can add his name to that list. Certainly flying down the back straight. No hanging about here, looks very fast indeed. We shall find out when the clock stops, whether that is an illusion or whether it's reality. Now, that's pretty good. 5th fastest time, 10.846 for Daniel Cutler of Blackline.
We now have Oliver Pittifer from Enhanced on the track. We can see he's just making his way to the top of the track as slowly and efficiently as he can.
Well, Oliver Pettifer, silver medalist in the under-16 sprint and time trial at the Youth and Junior Track Championships here last year. Now moving up to the senior competition. It's a progression pathway through cycling from youth up to junior level and then to under-23 and then to senior. The two riders' progress has been interrupted, of course, in recent years by the pandemic and the loss of training and sport opportunities for quite some time. Seeing that little gulf in the youth riders at the moment, but hopefully things will come back to full strength across all the age categories over the next year or so. Mind you, through the line, a good time for Oliver Pettifer in 10.653. So that qualifies him as fourth fastest at this stage of the qualification round.
It almost looked like he got out the saddle on that back straight slightly just to get even more on top of the gear, to try and get as much momentum pushing down through the pedals.
Heat 15 next on track, and this will be a rider from SES Racing. It's Tom White next to go.
Really crouched position here, and such an important part of racing is to be able to get into these positions so that you can, one, produce power, but also be as aerodynamic and cut through the air as efficiently as possible.
So Thomas White beginning to wind up the pace now. He'll get the bell when he comes to the home straight this time. That's a sign for him to use the height of the banking out of corner one to dip down inside that sprinter's line. All eyes on the clock to see what time he can record here. First rider in this qualification round from SES Racing, and his time 11.315, 11th fastest at this stage of the competition. To remind you once more, if you are just joining us here inside the Geraint Thomas National Velodrome of Wales, or indeed just tuning into our British Cycling YouTube channel for our live stream, that this is the men's sprint qualification 200-metre time trial. Starting out with 31 riders on the start list, of which 28 will go through into the next round. And the top four, in other words, the four fastest riders out of the 31, well, they'll go directly to round two. They'll omit the first round. Next on track, from the University of Exeter Cycling Club, it is Aaron Pope.
Had a little chat with Aaron before the racing, and he'll be looking to beat his PB personal best of 10.9, so let's see if he can do that today.
Well, we've seen one personal best beaten a little bit earlier by a rider from Glasgow. I think it's William Mundy, wasn't it? But we're looking for time of 10.9 or better. Can he do it? Oh, yeah, he can. Look at that. 10.436. Not only beat his personal best, he's gone second fastest for Aaron Pope from the University of Exeter CC. So I think he'll be pretty pleased with his start to Saturday, won't he?
Absolutely smashed that. Great line, and really, really looked powerful as he came in to finish his 200 metres.
So back to black line for our next rider on track. Already circling the boards at the top of the track is Luke Schmidt.
I actually spoke to Luke as well before the racing. And
you've been getting about a bit this morning, Charlie.
I know. 10.8 he's looking to beat, but also 1 week ago just became a dad to baby Luke, so
oh, well,
I'm sure he'll be cheering on at home for you, Luke.
Congratulations, senior Luke. Well, no doubt being cheered on by little Luke at home. So if Luke is watching on our YouTube channel, perhaps, hope you enjoy seeing your dad speeding around the track here. Let's see what time he can do. He's into the 200-metre time sector now, a little high off that banking. Can be a little disadvantage. He's having trouble keeping that bike down. And across the line he goes, reflecting the time, unfortunately. 17th place in 11.472 for Luke Schmidt on black line.
It's got to be the lack of sleep, that.
I was just going to suggest it might well be something to do with that, yes. But,
Next up, we've got Ewan Davies from DiMaggio. Oh, and he is creeping up the track there. I love it. I love seeing that. They're always playing with fire.
Yeah, as we mentioned earlier, 99 times out of 100 it goes successfully.
You'll know this track, though. Welsh rider.
We did reflect on this yesterday in commentary, but again, for people joining us just for the first time today, even though tracks are the same distance, in other words, all of our indoor velodromes, with the exception of Calshot in Southampton, actually, which was the first indoor velodrome in Great Britain. That's a very small track, but all the others are 250 metres, which is pretty much the standard distance on a track. But the configuration is slightly different. The straights can be longer or shorter, bankings longer or shorter, and steeper or shallower. So there is a little bit of a difference in geometry in all of the velodromes. So once you're used to a particular track, it takes a little bit of adjustment to ride on another one, but good ride nevertheless. 9th fastest time for Ewan Davis in 10.957 on the familiar boards to him of the Geraint Thomas National Velodrome of Wales. Here the Newport Velodrome was the second indoor 250 metre track built here in the UK, following the National Cycling Centre in Manchester. Of course, we then added Glasgow and London and Derby to the roster as well. So we are well blessed in the UK with plenty of indoor cycling facilities. Surprising when you go to a country the size of Canada and realise we've only got 2 velodromes and we've got 5. It's yeah, there you go. But reflect, of course, on the success of the Great Britain cycling team as well over the past 10-15 years. So let us welcome our next rider onto track. This is a man in the predominantly white colours here, and starting to line up the pace. He was another member of that team sprint squad yesterday, who took 4th place overall for Enhanced. Bo Mayer, indeed, is the man in question. Plenty of support for Bo, being cheered on from various quarters here in the velodrome. Let's see if that's reflected in his time. That's going to be good. 8th fastest inside the top 10, 10.847 for Bo Mayer from Enhanced. So from one Enhanced rider to another next rider to go. Again, the other member of that team sprint squad here from yesterday, who just missed out on a medal, finishing 4th overall. This will be Benjamin Gill. Benjamin, a bronze medalist in the Junior Sprint National Championships last year. Remember, the fastest time still stands with Matt Rotherham from Heat 3, 10.259. It's taken a lot of beating, that. So let's see what Benjamin Gill can do. He's into full speed mode now. Head nodding a little bit here as he puts the power down through the pedals. And across the line, just dipping his head as he went through the finish line. 10.755. Well, I think Benjamin Gill certainly put everything he had into that one.
Now we've got Jeremy Franks from the Glasgow Track Racing Club on the track, slowly increasing his speed. And Jeremy will be looking to beat his personal best of 10.4 today.
Well, we've had a couple of riders go faster than their personal best so far, so let's hope that Jeremy can add his name to that list. Wearing race number 56. His home track, of course, the Sir Chris Hoy Velodrome, but the Emirates Arena in Glasgow, which will be home to the World Track Cycling Championships in August of this year. And into the timed segment now for Jeremy Franks. Lining up for the finish, and we'll stop the clock in a time of 10.524. Third fastest time for Jeremy Franks. I think that's probably a good one.
Very good. And also, you could see he was on such a big gear there. You can always tell from the cadence, the revolutions per minute, that how fast their legs go round. And that was some slow leg speed from Jeremy, so big gear choice there.
Absolutely. If we do throw in the odd technical term, by the way, we will endeavour to explain it for you, as Charlene just did. The cadence is revs per minute, so she said how quickly you're pedalling, basically, how fast your legs are going around. And that is, of course, very much affected by your gear choice. No gears, no brakes on a track bike, so what it is what you select. And Oliver Alul is our next rider to go. He is also representing the newly formed ESV Manchester team, the combination of Eastlands Velo and Sport City Velo. This is heat number 22 of 31 in this men's sprint qualification round. 10 heats to go, including this one. So Oliver Alul rode the first round of the team sprint with the Northwest region yesterday. Took a silver medal on the podium along with the rest of the squad. See what he can do in the individual sprint time trial. Here he comes to cross the line in 10.286. Yes, second fastest time. That was a good ride from Oliver Alul of ESV Manchester.
Delighted with that ride. You can see that fist pump into the air. And 10.288. Wow, great time there.
Just 0.3 of a second slower than the current fastest time, Matt Rotherham. So the competition really beginning to hot up now as you get into the lower parts of the classification. Heat number 23 next on track, representing the Glasgow Track RC. Lyle Craig is on track now.
Lyle Craig aiming to beat his personal best of 10.4. So let's see what he can do today. Really increasing the speed at the top of the banking there as he comes out of the saddle with 1 lap to go.
Yep, the tinkle of the bell indicates into the final 250 metres, 200-metre timing strip reached and passed now. Flying down the back straight for Lyle Craig of the Glasgow Track RC. There he comes towards the line, and his time will be 10.271. Second fastest time, immediately displacing Oliver Alul down to third place.
And again, absolutely smashing his personal best, so he'll be delighted with that.
So a brace of Glasgow Track RC riders, the second of whom, following his teammate Lyle Craig, will be Niall Monks.
Okay, so Lyle's going to be aiming for faster than a 10.38. Oh, creeping up the top of the track there.
So both Lyle Craig and Niall Monks, part of that bronze medal winning Glasgow Track team from the men's team sprint yesterday. So already got the sprinting legs warmed up. This competition will be played out to its conclusion and the final during the course of this evening's session.
Just interesting coming out the saddle very early there just to get on top of that massive gear.
Well, let's see how effective that gear is going to be for Niall Monks. Certainly not hanging about as he heads down the back straight. Will we see a new fastest time? Still 10.259 to Matt Rotherham, the fastest at the moment. 10.454, fifth fastest for Niall Monks of Glasgow Track RC. So the first of our team-inspired riders will take to the track next. In fact, not next but one. Let me not get ahead of myself. Next to go is heat number 25 for Team Terminator. This will be Daniel Cooper. There he is in the black with the yellow writing on the strip there, worn by Daniel Cooper.
Daniel Cooper, rapid rider in his own right. He's posted a time of 10.4 before, so out the saddle again.
Yeah, prowling around the top of the track. Out of the saddle once more as he uses the height from corner 4. swoop down towards that 200-metre line, which he reaches now. Clock is running for the man from Team Terminator, Daniel Cooper. He clocked a 10.434 in qualification here last year. And he's gone faster, 10.393, fourth fastest time in today's competition for Daniel Cooper of Team Terminator.
Should be delighted with that personal best. And really, really quick time there.
So, as previously advertised, it really is team inspired. Now it is Ed Lowe, next man on the track, wearing race number 110. Member of that gold medal winning team sprint squad from yesterday. Team inspired is the Great Britain Cycling Team Development Squad, based of course at the National Cycling Centre in Manchester. They were able to resume riding on the home track when the boards of Manchester became available once again, following a major refurbishment programme. Still not quite completed yet, but track is available once again in Manchester for public use, and track league racing, and of course Great Britain Cycle Team training. So let's see if Ed Lowe can continue that great form from the team sprint yesterday. Familiar green and gold of Team Inspired. Hits that 200-metre line nice and low on the track as he goes down the back straight, trying to hug that black gauge line as closely as he can. From corner 3 into corner 4 and then into the home straight and across the line in 10.303, fourth fastest time for Ed Lowe from Team Inspired.
Copy that, so points race riders to get their bikes checked.
So Marcus Hiley is the man on the track here, also for Team Inspired. Can he beat his teammate's time of 10.303? Well, we'll find out. He gets the bell this time. Out of the saddle, absolutely standing on those pedals. Little glance down at the front wheels. He goes down the back straight. Into the corner, the geometry of the track throwing him into the finishing straight and across the line. 10.282, third fastest time for Marcus Hiley of Team Inspired. Just 4 more riders to go, so he's guaranteed a place in the next round. Remember, the fastest 4 will go directly into round 2. They'll bypass round 1, so 1 less ride in their legs. 1 less element of fatigue for them as well, so that's the advantage of being one of the 4 fastest riders. So more Glasgow track RC on the track now. Have we got another personal best to aim for, Charlene?
We do. 10.29. So yeah, that would put him pretty high up on the pecking order.
So Lewis Arthur is the man on the track, winding up the pace around the top of the boards. Out to the saddle he gets, applying a bit more pressure. Absolutely, he can't ride any closer to the top of the track than Lewis Arthur is at the moment. He knows exactly what he needs to do. Now a swoop down towards that 200-metre line. Through the 100-metre point. Unfortunately, we don't have a halfway time split for you. That's why I'm not reflecting that for you in commentary. But across the line he goes in 10.216. And finally, Matt Rotherham's time is overturned. New fastest time for Lewis Arthur of Glasgow Track RC. His time is 10.216.
And you can see by the giant smile on his face, he's absolutely delighted with that time. Could be a new personal best for him. Only 3 riders left to go.
All of whom are riding for Team Inspired. First of whom on track now. Gold medalist from yesterday in the team sprint. This is Harry Ledingham-Horn. Silver medal in the team sprint last year as well. Gold medal, of course, yesterday. qualification a year ago, when he was riding for the Black Line squad, he posted a 10.344 here on the boards of Newport Velodrome last March. He's already seen his teammate, Marcus Harley, clock that 10.282. Half a lap to go for Harry Ledingham-Horn. And dipping across the line, all new fastest time, 10.127 for Harry Ledingham-Horn.
With a shake of the head, you can tell he's happy with that.
Yep, fist pump as well. So that's always a good sign. Will we see 10 seconds beaten before the end of this qualification round? Just 2 more riders to go. Hayden Norris, the rider finished 4th overall last year. He did a 10.575 in qualification 12 months ago, just less than 12 months ago, last March. And just lost out in that battle for the bronze medal in the men's sprint. So he'll be looking to try and improve on that situation. Well, he lost out to Hamish Turnbull in the bronze medal final last year. So Hayden Norris flying down the back straight he goes. Can he beat that 10-second marker? Just 2 riders left here, including Hayden. 10.135. That's second fastest time. Well, we're back just in time to bring you the ride of the defending champion, Olympic bronze medalist in Tokyo, national record holder. Jack Carlin is the man you see on your screens if you're watching our live stream. The man who is hugging the boards here at the top of the track for those of you inside the velodrome. His national record, 9.306, set in Tokyo at the Olympics, the 2020 Olympics in 2021 for obvious reasons. And Jack Carlin, can he shatter that 10-second barrier here this morning? We'll find out very, very shortly. Heading for the 200-meter line, down the back straight he goes. Jack Carlin, consummate sprinter. Let's see what he can do. Here he comes. Oh, yes, he can. 9.993, 72.049 kilometers per hour. Jack Carlin, the defending champion, qualifies fastest in the men's 200-meter sprint qualifying time trial.
I mean, if that doesn't help with some confidence getting under the 10s, I don't know what does. Absolutely phenomenal ride there by Jack Carlin.
Well, that sets up a great prospect for the men's sprint competition. It will continue a little bit later this morning with the first round. The 28 riders from those 31 will go through into the next round of the sprint. The fastest 4, by the way, those are Jack Carlin, Harry Ledingham-Horn, Hayden Norris and Lewis Arthur will get a bye in round 1, so they'll go straight into round 2. And the other 24 riders will go into the draw for sprint round 1. So just preparing ourselves now for our first bunch race of these national championships. And it's qualification for the men's points race final, which will take place this evening. We have 2 qualification heats. In the first heat, 23 riders scheduled to take the start, of which 12 will qualify into the final. And likewise, in the second qualifier, coming up a little bit later this morning, 22 riders will take the start, and again, 12 will go through to give us a 24-up final, which is the maximum number of riders that can be on a 250-metre track under UCI and British cycling regulations. That's why we need to whittle the field down to a manageable number. So 11 riders will not qualify out of the 23 taking the start here. The qualifying heats will be conducted over half the distance of the final, so 60 laps of the track with 6 sprints. So every 10 laps you will hear the bell ring, and then the riders will contest the point sprint next time through. 5, 3, 2 and 1 points for the first 4 riders across the line in each of those sprints. In the final sprint, riders will collect double points, so 10, 6, 4 and 2. If a rider or riders gain a lap, that means they catch up with the back of the main field, having made a break off the front. They'll get 20 points awarded to their points score for a lap gain. And if you lose a lap, you lose 20 points. That's how the whole thing plays out. It's an equality of points at the end of the race. Let's see your position in the final sprint that will be the decider. So in a nutshell, that's the nuances of points race action. Fast and furious race, as you would expect, and quite often the race splits into numerous groups. Those you here inside the velodrome and indeed watching on our live stream, I can advise you to keep a careful eye on our starter in the home straight, who is the man who'll fire the gun to get the race underway. What he will also do during the course of the race is point at those riders who are called the head of the race. In other words, those riders who will get the points at the next points sprint. And of course, those riders will gain the lap gain points if they catch up to the rear of the main field. So he will indicate the head of the race by pointing at that rider or group of riders each time they go through the lines. That will ease our difficulty in working out who is who and what is happening on the track. You'll also see the points scores added up on the scoreboard. So we'll keep a running tally of what's happening there as well, and be able to see who might be a potential winner of the race as it develops. So riders just being briefed over in the corner of the track before being brought out. They will line up here in the home straight, half of them at the bottom on the blue band, the other half at the top on the track fence. Once everyone has been checked and make sure that they're all ready, the starter will blow the whistle. They'll roll away for a lap. Assuming they're all together at completion of that lap, the gun will fire and the race will get underway. Well, in fact, we're starting the riders from the corner, so ignore what I just said about them starting in the home straight. They're being given a rolling lap here from corner 3. So assuming they stay together, then the starter will fire the gun to get the race underway next time through the line. 23 riders, of which 12 will qualify into the final. Bang goes the gun, away go the riders. 60 laps of points race action. Charlene, great to see our first bunch race on the track here after a day of timed events and sprinting yesterday.
I've been looking forward to the bunch races this weekend. It's always exciting, and you can leave it right up until, you know, that final 10 laps, so you never know what's going to happen. These guys won't be wanting to leave it up to chance though, because the final 11 won't make it through to that final, so they'll be wanting to get some points early on, possibly even take a lap to secure their place. So should be a good race, this qualifying.
In the past, we've seen qualification heats where just a couple of riders need to be ejected from the line to go into the next round, but this one, almost half the field will be eliminated at the end of this one, so it's full concentration required. And as Charlie mentioned, gaining a lap early in the race could well pay dividends, but got to be mindful, of course, those double points in the final lap. That's something that used to be in the world of point racing many years ago. That was taken away and then brought back in recent years, and it really can make that final lap the decider if there's a close number of points between various riders at the top of the classification. So we're seeing ESV Manchester jersey on the front at the moment.
They won't want to be expending too much energy in this qualifying race. However, they'll want to get through, and maybe they want to open their legs up as well. Sometimes doing a harder effort in the morning can aid and get you ready for that big effort in the afternoon.
Well, amongst the riders to keep your eye on, Jack Rootkin-Gray riding for St Piran. Had a great end to his road season last year. Finished as the winner of the Beaumont Trophy up in Newcastle at the beginning of October, having finished in second place at the Rydale Grand Prix just a couple of weeks before. So Jack Rootkin-Gray, a very accomplished road rider, and also fourth in the scratch race last year, just missing out on a medal. So he'll like to try and reverse his fortunes and get a step on the podium this year, but getting qualification into the final is the first step on the way to that process.
Also, we've got David Boland in the Army CU colours in this qualification race, and he's actually had a 5th place in the points race.
Yeah, a pretty speedy rider is David Boland. So the bell indicates the next lap will be our first sprint. You're looking for the first 4 riders across the line for the points this time. And leading that group, almost getting there first. I'm told you to look out for Jack Rootkin-Gray. It was indeed Jack on the front of that one. Wait for confirmation of that result. St Piran rider just, I think, overhauled on the line. So 5 points to win, 3, 2 and 1 for the remaining places. Just waiting for confirmation of that sprint result. Well, the pace being picked up now following that sprint by Callum Twells of Team Oton Avias. In fact, 4 riders now gaining an advantage. So this is the first serious attacking move. A Wales Racing Academy jersey comes to the front. The intention of trying to gain a lap. The man who has taken the flyer here is Fred Meredith. It's being chased hard. So it's 5 points for Will Parrott, 3 for Jack Rootkin-Gray, 2 for Will Roberts, and 1 for Noah Hobbs in the opening sprint. So Will Pettit has that 2-point advantage.
Joseph Cosgrove working well there with Fred Meredith at the front. We've got 2 following riders.
Well, that injection of pace has split the front of the field 45 laps ago. We're 5 away from the next sprint. A little look over the shoulder from Meredith as Joseph Cosgrove from an Exo Group racing team. A 3rd rider joins the leaders, but it looks like the gap is going to close down. Meredith is the first to sit up. Doesn't want to expend too much energy at this stage of proceedings. And still 4 laps away, or a kilometre away from the next sprint. So that little attempted move has come back together, but damage being done at the back. One rider has been distanced here, fighting to try and get back into contention is Sydney Wilson from the Derby Mercury RC. Sydney, of course, does a lot of his riding on the boards of the Derby Velodrome. Regular at the Manchester Regional Track League at Manchester on a Friday as well, but Sydney's just lost ground at the back of the race. If the bunch slows down a little, he might just get back on, but as we have just 3 laps now, 2 laps to go to the next sprint, what is going to happen is the main field are going to speed up, so Sydney will see them disappear very rapidly in the distance. It's all bunched together coming into the finishing straight here. Next time round, it'll be the bell with 1 lap to go to the second sprint. Will Parrott, who took the 5 points in sprint 1, Jack Rootkin-Gray in second place. He almost got there. Let's see if he tries to get in the mix for the next sprint as well. Starting to open up the gap at the front now. Accelerating away is Jack Brough of Team Inspired. Brough pulling a line of riders away with him. Lined out down the back straight as we head for the sprint points this time, and trying to come through over the top of Brough, and just about getting there was Jed Smithson of Fensham House MAS Design. I think he took the 5 points in that sprint. And Sydney Wilson is about to lose a lap, so he'll go to minus 20 points. Yes, it was indeed Jed Smithson with 5, Anthony Morris with 3, Jack Brough 2, and Noah Hobbs with 1 point in sprint number 2.
You'll see the riders at the front take a short stint and then move up to the top of the track, then looking for a space to drop back down to get back into that aerodynamic position on someone's wheel. You actually expend 30% less energy when you're on a rider's wheel, so they won't want to be at the front of the bunch for long unless they're actually making an effort for a move to get points or to try and get that lap.
Well, Byron Hooper of PDQ Cycle Coaching, just having a little look off the front there, a little flick of the elbow as well from the rider, indicating that he's done his time in the front. Sydney Wilson has retired, the rider who lost the lap going into that sprint. And riders looking to gain a lap very often will use the sprint as a springboard, because most of the field will tend to sit up after the sprint lap has been completed. So if you are looking to break away, that's usually a prime time to try and do it. We very often see lap gains immediately following a sprint lap as riders power away off the front, but still all together at the moment, being very watchful. That said, a little bit of a move now as the gap opens again at the head of the race. We're 5 away from the next sprint. 2 riders with a small advantage at the head of the race. The rest of the main field still all together. And once again, it is Jack Brough who is very active at the head of this race. Rider who picked up 2 points so far. And these 2 riders beginning to increase this advantage. Brough settles into second behind the rider who is powering along in the lead position. The man I caution you to look out for, that is Jack Rootkin-Gray of St Piran. So those 2, the first serious prospect of a lap gain here. The main field not too interested in chasing at the moment, so dangerous moments, just 3 away from the next sprint. Brough and Rootkin-Gray, the head of the race, almost half a lap advantage over the chasing peloton.
Sometimes it's nice to be away from the bunch, ahead of the bunch. You can just get into your rhythm, work well with someone. It looks like these 2 are working very, very well together.
Well,
if they can stay away for those 5 points, well, 5 and 3 points, and then still stay away and catch the bunch, they'll definitely have secured a place if they can.
Yeah, exactly. They'll be very mindful of the fact the next sprint is only a lap away, so they'll hang on, take maximum points, and then if the main field sit up following the sprint, they won't get the opportunity to latch onto the back. But the acceleration also, of course, coming from the main field. Jack Brough ahead of Jack Rootkin-Gray coming into the finishing straight. Brough is going to be denied maximum points by Jack Rootkin-Gray, just snuck over the top. Here comes a battle for 3rd place, and again, that was pretty closely contested. As they came across the line, looked like it might have been Jad Smithson who was up there for some points. Our leading 2 riders under the scoreboard, 29 laps to go. We've lost just 1 rider from retirement so far. That was Sydney Wilson. And Jack Rootkin-Gray, well, he looks though he might be going to sit up and await the arrival of the main field, leaving Jack Brough on his own at the head of the race. So a lone leader now, Jack Brough, 1 chaser in Jack Rootkin-Gray, and also splits at the front of the main field.
We've still got three opportunities to get points in the sprints, so...
Well, here comes Welsh rider Will Roberts, also in the colours of St Piran. He draws level with his teammate, Jack Rootkin-Gray. Jack Brough of Team Inspired on the front. 27 laps to go. Well, scoreboard will click round back to the top of the points classification in just a moment. There you go, Jack Rootkin-Gray leads by 1 point with 8 from Jed Smithson, 7, Jack Brough 5, Will Perrett 5, Anthony Morris has 3, Noah Hobbs 2, Will Roberts has 2, and I think Fred Meredith also had a couple of points as well, looking back at that one, but we are waiting for the next 5 laps to go to the next sprint, but we've got 3 leading riders and then 3 chasers now, main field at corner 3. If these 2 lead groups come together as one rider tries to bridge across, so the leading 3 will become 4, leaving 2 chasers, and then the main field. So it's all change here, but still we've got Will Roberts, Jack Rootkin-Gray, Jack Brough, and the next man joining that lead group is Callum Twells of Team Oton AVS.
If these 4 can work well together, take their turns at the front, they could be in with catching the back of that bunch. They can almost see it coming into the home straight.
Well, the main field have realised the danger here, and lots of riders trying to ease themselves off the front, but those 4 leading riders will see the back of the main field at the end of the back straight as they entered it from corner 2. 3 laps to go to the sprint. They will hold off, I suspect, for the sprint before taking the lap gain. 2 riders furiously chasing here to get across as well. That was David Bolland and William Gilbank of the riders trying to get into that lead group as well. And another rider who is also animating the pace here is Will Perrett of the Cheney Winders and Doors cycling team. 1 lap to go to the sprint.
Noah Hobbs also ahead of the bunch there, possibly trying to get a lap.
Well,
number 78.
Looks as though the lap gain might just have been made on the run to that sprint lap. certainly getting onto the back of that one was Callum 12's. So we shall wait for the point score to be updated, but those 4 leading riders have gained the lap, and with it 20 points, and with it security as well for their place in the sprint final. So the head of the race, currently now 3 riders in the back straight. As the main field go through with 19 laps. There'll be 18 laps for the leading trio.
Will Perrett just slowly increasing his speed there to try to gain a lap. The rider in white on the back straight there.
Little look up there from Will Salter as well. Glancing across, so Jack Rudkin-Gray's on 28 points now with that lap gain to his credit. Jack Bruff also gains a lap, he goes to 25. Will Roberts gained a lap, he's on 22. And Callum 12's gained the lap, he is on 20 points. And then there is a 13-point gap down to 5th place. That's occupied by Will Perrett with 7. Also on 7 is Jed Smithson, and 5 points for William Gilbank, who's one of the riders now in that leading group. But it's going to come down to the final 4 kilometres of this race now, with 16 laps to go, with 6 away from the penultimate sprint. Leading 2 riders, they're through. That's William Gilbank and Will Perrett. So the head of the race are the 2 riders at the pursuit line in the back straight. And they will see 14 laps to go this time. Catching up with 1 or 2 back markers as well. Main field come under the scoreboard. Well, Perrett and Gilbank would dearly like to take a lap as well and secure their place in the sprint final. It's sprint final? It's a point race final, even. It's a race with sprints in, that's what I meant.
Being in a smaller bunch ahead of the race is also a little bit safer. Let your mind be put at ease. And Will Perrett's just got the back of the bunch in his sights there with 2 laps to go until the sprint. Is he going to hang off, or is he going to just make that junction?
Well, there'll be a deal of panic and consternation in that main field very shortly. They'll realise we're losing 11 riders from those on the track here who won't make it into the final. So if you've got 0 points on the board at the moment, you are in the danger zone. 1 lap to go to the penultimate sprint. Head of the race is still the group of riders just hanging off the back of the main field. That's where the points will go. They're backpedaling as much as they can to avoid gaining the lap and make sure they pick up the sprint points, which they will do. Look like first cross line there for Noah Hobbs of the Groupama FDJ Le Col team. 4 riders with that lap gain in their back pockets. They don't need to worry too much now, but the rest of the field beginning to line out once more. 9 laps to go. It was 5 points for Noah Hobbs, 3 for William Gilbank, 2 for David Bolland, and 1 for Will Perrett.
Only 8 laps to go now, and all the riders will be trying to position themselves towards the front of the bunch. If they've not got any points, they want to finish as high up as possible in that final sprint.
Well, Frank Kilsby, the rider from Tap Cervelo, who is the rider entering corner 3 now, looks like he's a spent force. As we caught by the main field with 6 laps remaining. Those riders who are in that lead group gaining the lap after the sprint, and so more riders with lap gains now. Let's update you at the top of the leaderboard. Still now William Gilbank actually goes to the top with 28 points, tying with Noah Hobbs also on 28, and Will Perrett on 28, and Jack Rudkin-Gray on 28. 5th place for David Bolland on 25, 6th place for Jack Bruff, and he has got 25 points as well. Will Roberts has 22. And we've got 20 points for Archie Fletcher and Callum 12. Let's look down beyond 12th place, those riders who are in danger of those with no points on the board yet. There's 4 laps to go. Well, I think the opportunity for lap gains has passed now So you're going to see a pretty rapid sprint for that final passage of the line. Moves already starting to develop over the top of the pack with 3 laps still to go. Man who is beginning to ease away here. Well, that is an attacking move from Callum 12s. And Callum is in 9th spot with 20 points. But if you are already pretty much qualified, you don't want to get yourself involved in that big sprint, either go off the front or just sit towards the back, because this could get very, very interesting indeed, as all the riders in danger of being eliminated surge for the finish line in 1 lap's time. Another group of riders starting to make a move over the top. Sitting on the front at the moment is Will Roberts. He's pretty safe. 3 riders being distanced towards the back again. They've got enough points to qualify. As I said, they'll just sit back and watch the action here on the front. And it's maximum points. That's 10 points for Will Roberts. So he really absolutely guaranteed his place in the sprint final. Just wait for confirmation of the result of that final sprint. William Gilbank went into it as joint leader, along with Noah Hobbs, Will Parrott and Jack Root-King-Gray, all on 28 points each. They will all qualify. Sometimes those 10 points in the final sprint can make all the difference, that double point bonus.
That was a lot of effort for a qualifying race, wasn't it, Carl?
It certainly was. Well, we knew it would be, with danger of almost half the field not qualifying. No lack of attention at all to the front of the race. A couple of riders losing laps and retiring, but pretty much the majority of the field were surging towards the line there. Will Roberts, as I suspected, took the maximum 10 points to absolutely double stamp his guaranteed place into the final, but the rest of the situation, well, that could be a little close further down the classification. We're seeing confirmation that Will Salter was 3rd and Joseph Cosgrove in 4th place. Still a photo finish for 2nd, it looks like, from the information on the scoreboard. So we will fill in the rest of the information for you, hopefully, on that race result as soon as we have it. Looks like Will Roberts will be the race winner with 32 points in total. There's confirmation on that final sprint. It was Jed Smithson, actually, the rider in 2nd place, so the photo finish confirming that. So the top of the leaderboard now in that points race. Top 12 riders. Will Roberts with 32 points. William Gilbank with 28 points. Will Parrott with 28 points. Jack Root-King-Gray with 28. Noah Hobbs with 28. He's in 5th place. 6th place for David Bolland with 25. 7th place for, 6th place with Jack Bruff with 25. 7th place for David Bolland with 25. 8th for Callum 12s with 20 points. 9th for Archie Fletcher on 20 points. 10th place with 13 points, Jed Smithson. 11th for Will Salter on 4 points. And 12th place, it looks like, for Anthony Morris, also on 3 points. That's subject to final confirmation. So it looks as though riders not qualifying for that: Joseph Cosgrove, Fred Meredith, Christopher Johnson, Denham Edwards, Thomas Adby, Liam Davison, Alexander McRae, Byron Hooper, Nathan Hardy, Frank Kilsby and Sydney Wilson. So those of you inside the venue are seeing that results scrolling on our electronic scoreboard here. So there'll be a second points race heat a little bit later to decide the other 12 riders who will go into that points race final this evening. We'll take a brief break from points race qualifying there to go back to the men's sprint competition, and we're at the first round stage of the men's sprint. What was that name? So round one of the men's individual sprint. The top four riders have already gone through into round two without the necessity of a ride in round one. Jack Collin, Harry Ledingham-Horn, Hayden Norris and Lewis Arthur. Rest of the riders seeded into this first round. Fastest versus slowest through the list of riders. So Matt Rotherham will take on Noah Woodhouse in heat number one. And this is the sudden death phase of the sprint. So if you win your match here, you progress into round two. If you lose, you don't. Riders being delivered onto the start line. Noah Woodhouse from BCC RT, number 197 in the black colours on the inside. He's drawn the inside line, so is obliged to lead for the first half lap unless his opponent, Matthew Rotherham, elects to go past him. That first half lap has to be conducted at walking pace or better. Our stars will keep a careful eye to ensure that that is being complied with. Riders can come to a complete halt if they wish, a standstill as it's called in the world of sprinting, but on no more than 2 occasions and for no more than 30 seconds duration after that first half lap has been completed. The reason that riders might come to a halt, if you've seen sprinting before and wonder what it's all about, well, the rider in second place is generally thought to have the advantage in these early laps. You see Matt Rotherham is so placed. He's sitting off the back of his opponent a little bit. He's able to watch very carefully what his opponent ahead of him is doing. And of course, he has the element of surprise very much on his side. So if he wants to make a move, he can perhaps try and do that and catch his opponent unawares. The reason his lead rider is looking over his shoulder is for that very purpose, is to make sure he knows what Matt Rotherham is up to. So it's all a game of tactics at the moment. Matt Rotherham, we know, is the faster of these two riders. He was the 5th fastest qualifier in the time trial round earlier, so he will certainly be able to beat Noah Woodhouse for speed. So Woodhouse is conscious of that and trying to bring all his tactics to play here. So 1 lap to go, and Woodhouse has accelerated. Rotherham begins to wind up that gear. Team Sprint silver medalist yesterday, well known as a tandem pilot as well in the paracycling world, where he's been a world champion. So Matt Rotherham, with relative ease, will outpace Noah Woodhouse of BCC RT, and Matt Rotherham from ESV Manchester goes through into the next round. Charlene, Matt make that look relatively easy. We know he's got a great turn of speed, though, and when you get into the first round of the sprint like this, where we match the fastest versus the slowest from the qualification round, you really have to be very conscious of that and try and use tactics to your advantage.
You also don't want to be caught by surprise, because these riders who have posted a slower time will really be wanting to give everything they've got to get through to that next round. So you've got to still keep your wits about you, and opportunity to practice your tactics for the rounds following. We've seen some really good riders go out in the first round because they've been caught napping. So still important to keep your head in the game, be focused, and get the task done with the minimum effort possible.
So Matt Rotherham, the first rider from round 1 through into round 2. And our next heat already on track. The rider in the yellow and black colours of PDQ Cycle Coaching is Jacob Davis. His opponent in the white and blue on the outside from Glasgow Track RC is Lyle Craig.
Lyle Craig starting in the preferred position at the back, so he can see the rider, his opponent.
So going as slowly as they dare around the bottom part of the track.
There is an art to riding forwards and looking backwards, and I remember from my training practicing just turning my head backwards but looking forwards. So they think you're looking at them.
Oh.
But you're really looking forwards and you can see them in the peripheral vision.
You need very flexible eye sockets for that kind of thing, I would imagine. It's, the tactical game continues here. A very slow roll down the back straight. For sure, Lyle Craig doesn't want to go into the lead at the moment. And Jacob Davis is going as slowly as he possibly can to try and persuade the Glasgow rider to have a look at the front. Charlene just mentioned, looking over his shoulder. I don't think he's looking ahead at all here. He's looking over his shoulder and trying to determine what his opponent might be about to do. We can gradually see a bit more pace being injected into this one now. It'll be the bell when they come round this time with 1 lap to go. While Craig now draws level with Jacob Davis, slightly in front of him. Once the sprint has begun, the rider inside that red sprinters line on the track. If his opponent wants to go past him, he's got to go around the outside, but I have to say that Lyle Craig has left Jacob Davis behind. And by a considerable margin, Lyle Craig of Glasgow Track RC is the winner of heat number 2 in round 1 of the men's sprint. Just watching for the benefit of those, particularly with our YouTube channel in front of them, the replay of that action, and you can clearly see that the rider from PDQ Coaching didn't quite have the legs to stay with Lyle Craig. Certainly, if you've got friends, family who are not yet switched on to our YouTube live stream coverage, now we've got viewers from all across the world. In fact, looking at the stats yesterday, we had more than 6,500 people watching the racing at one time yesterday, which is quite impressive. So if you're one of that 6,500, thank you indeed. I hope you're enjoying today's action. It's the marathon day today, the longest day of these National Track Cycling Championships 2023. And we are in the midst of competition in the men's sprint first round. This is heat number 3 and will feature the rider from Team Inspired, Marcus Hiley, in the green and gold, and his opponent, who will start on the outside, representing SES Racing, is Tom White.
I would probably say when you are in these earlier heats that you probably want to be at the front if you know you've posted a lot slower time. Usually you want to be at the back to have the element of surprise and see your opponent. However, if you know a rider is a lot stronger than you, you want to try to get to the front as soon as possible. So we might see that happening here. Or is he going to claim that spot at the back and try to overcome his opponent?
It is a game of tactics. People who are new to the world of track cycling, in particular to track sprinting, if you just catch a glimpse of it maybe on the TV for the first time, and you think, why are they going so slowly? I thought this was a race, but it's all about tactics in these early part of the ride, just to try and outwit your opponent, trying to force them to make a move that you can then capitalise on. At the moment, it is Marcus Hiley of Team Inspired, who is occupying marginally the lower position on the track, just above that blue line. And you can see the reason the gap was left open is to try to tempt his opponent to go into it. He had a little look, but he's actually got over the top nevertheless. So Tom White looked to go underneath. That actually came over the top, though, of Hiley. And good move there from White. Can he hold off the rider from Team Inspired? It's going to be close on the line as he come through, but just the extra power of Marcus Hiley is able to overcome Tom White on the line. But it was almost a slight tactical blunder there by Marcus Harley. Left the door open for Tom White. White was tempted to go underneath and to claim that sprinter's line. Thought better of it, went around the outside, but ultimately was outpaced by his opponent, Marcus Harley.
Really great ride there by Tom White to try and hold off his opponent. Really good tactics, but sometimes when the speed between the two riders is just a little bit too much, it doesn't go quite to plan.
So riders are about to come out onto the track for heat number 4. 12 heats in total in this men's sprint round 1. Remember, the fastest 4 riders from the qualification round already into round 2 without the necessity of a ride here in round 1. So we'll be taking 12 more riders forward to give us 16 in the second round. Already through, Matt Rotherham of ESV Manchester, Lyle Craig from Glasgow Track Racing Team, and that most recent heat, Marcus Hiley of Team Inspired. Next to go, representing ESV Manchester, wearing race number 4, is Oliver Alul, and his opponent from Dimasio is Ryan Phillips. Starting quite low down on the start line though. Charlene, there's actually no regulation about where you have to start as long as the inside rider is on the inside. But generally on a track like this with a relatively short run to the first banking, they tend to start as high up the track as they can. But those two decided, OK, we're going to start right at the bottom.
I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter, apart from if you've got a really big gear, you get the momentum of the track that's going to push you forward rather than having to actually push forward, or you get a big push from your coach. So maybe they said, right, coach, give me a big push. I don't need that downhill.
Well, they're certainly taking a measured approach to this opening lap, rolling very gently into corner 3. Ryan Phillips, the man on the front in the black colours of Dimasio. Oliver Alul with that silver medal from the team sprint yesterday when he rode for the Northwest region. Now in the colours of his team of ESV Manchester.
These riders really are testing how slow they can go.
They are indeed.
Is there going to be a track stand?
Yeah, well, of course, that will be in order for Ryan Phillips to try and persuade Oliver Alul to go to the front. Well, we don't need a slow motion replay at the moment because we've got a slow motion sprint taking place in front of us. You can just see the pressure that both riders are applying to the pedals there to not go any faster. It's actually harder sometimes to go slow than it is fast because it actually burns the leg muscles. But, they're going to pick up the pace once more. You're seeing a real tactical battle played out here, but the result after the completion of 2 laps is they're still in the order in which they departed from the start line. We have that Ryan Phillips ahead of Oliver Alul, but Alul now dips underneath. Takes up the lead position. And Phillips out of the saddle, lifting the pace. Alul looks over his shoulder. He's inside that red sprinter's line first, so that obliges Phillips to go around the outside. Oliver Alul's got a good turn of pace. He's beginning to ride away from his opponent in the back straight. Oliver Alul of ESV Manchester. Well, they left it late, but at the end of that one, it is a conclusive win for Oliver Alul of ESV Manchester. He will proceed into round 2, and Ryan Phillips will exit from the sprint competition at this point. So heat number 5, I can tell you that the riders who were drawn for this heat, Ed Lowe of Team Inspired has withdrawn from the competition. So the rider in heat 5, Isaac Small of the D-Side Thistle CC, merely has to present himself at the start line to indicate that he is ready to ride. And that will get him his place into the next round without the necessity of pedalling his bike very far at all.
D-Side Thistle, the biggest club in Scotland. There we go, and he gets his free pass onto the next round.
Well, that's the easiest way to win a sprint match, is not actually have to turn a pedal in anger. Heat number 6 will be next then. This is back to actual racing with Daniel Cooper from Team Terminator taking on Bram Ottewell from BCCRT. So being delivered to the start line first is our Team Terminator rider, Daniel Cooper. Bram Ottewell will line up at the top of the track. Our starter just untangling his whistle. Ready to get the heat underway. Just a quick check, both riders are ready, and then they'll be sent on the way for 3 laps of the track. Watched in their departure by the helpers, who will now disappear back into the track centre.
Slightly faster start here. You can see the BCCRT rider Bram Ottewell wanting to take that spot at the front.
Yeah, Ottewell looks very anxious to keep the pace high here.
And that usually indicates they're on a bigger gear and they need to wind it up for that final sprint.
Very closely matched with a lap to go. Team Terminator Daniel Cooper has that sprinter's line. Ottewell, who was a lot closer last time, so let that wheel go, and it looks as though Team Terminator's Daniel Cooper is not going to be caught back. So Bram Ottewell, I think, was very conscious of the speed of Cooper at the start of that one, tried to stay as close as he could. But once Cooper began the acceleration, then Ottewell had no answer to the pace, and it's Daniel Cooper who is the winner of heat number 6.
Sometimes it's actually more beneficial to go slow at the start and then catch your opponent by surprise to get to the front. If you're winding it up, they're going to see this most of the time, unless you jump and use the element of surprise to get in front.
So heat 7 will be next to go. Riders already through into round 2 to join the fastest 4 qualifiers from the qualification round. Matt Rotherham of ESV Manchester, Lyle Craig from Glasgow Track RC, Marcus Hiley from Team Inspired, Oliver Alul of ESV Manchester, Isaac Small from D-Side Thistle, and Daniel Cooper of Team Terminator. Next 2 riders to come to the track. Number 42 will line up on the inside position. That is Ewan Davis from the Wales Racing Academy. No doubt strong support for Ewan here from his home crowd at the Newport Velodrome. And his opponent for the University of Exeter Cycling Club, that's Aaron Pope. So away we go, and it is Davis who leads this one away. So Ewan Davis will be very familiar here with the boards of the Newport Velodrome. Charlene, how important is that home advantage in the sprint?
You're going to be training on the track a lot, so you're going to know the bankings, how long the straight is, how long it's going to take you to make that effort, and using the bankings is a big thing with sprinting. So you might see the riders trying to gain height, not quite yet in this race, but when they gain height, then they can swoop down and use the momentum of the downhill. Still creeping along nice and slowly here though, and using the height of the straight there. Is he going to hold on to that or swoop back down? Yep, he's building his gear up. So Aaron Pope just winding it up at the back there.
Well, he's given Ewan Davis a lot of ground here as Aaron Pope, but he's got the lower position on the track. He dips down underneath the Wales Racing Academy rider. And Aaron Pope of the University of Exeter CC with a lap to go is beginning to ride away here. Can Ewan Davis bring him back as they have got half a lap to go? It's a big lead for Pope, and it is too big a gap for the Welshman here to close. So Aaron Pope, well-judged ride from the rider from the University of Exeter Cycling Club, came from second spot, took the lead and accelerated away, and he will go forward into round 2. If you're watching the live stream, we've got a replay of that, and that's the moment that the rider from the University of Exeter CC, Aaron Pope, accelerated away. And if anything, Ewan Davis didn't respond quickly enough to that. It took him a few moments to realise what was happening, and by the time he got the acceleration going, his opponent was already well ahead of him.
As these heats get further on in the competition, we're going to see the time between their qualifying time just get a little bit closer. So we should see some exciting racing. And as I said in the qualifying, it's not about just how fast you can go and how fast you can clock that time. It's about your racing tactics and your race head. Can you hold your nerve?
Well, let's see what happens in our next heat on track. This is heat number 8 of the 12 heats that make up this first round of the men's sprint. Riders involved here, starting on the inside, just getting an encouraging pat on the back from his helper, is Niall Monks of the Glasgow Track Racing Club, and his opponent from Enhanced is Harry Radford.
Harry Radford really close to Niall Monk's wheel there. And the closer he is to the wheel, the less opportunity Niall Monks has to see him. Moving about on the track there, trying to upset the rider in front.
Well, Harry Radford has tasted success in junior sprinting. He was a silver medalist at the Under-16 and Junior Track Cycling Championships here last year. So stepping up into the senior ranks. And Niall Monks keeping a careful eye on things from that lead position. Radford takes slightly closer order. It'll be 1 lap to go when they come around this time. Monks begins the acceleration. Radford responds. A gap to close here, but still a lap to go. Oh, a little twist there from the lead rider as he came off the banking. And Radford draws level now. Shoulder to shoulder almost as they come out of corner 2. It is still the inside position advantageous for Niall Monks, but a great ride here from Harry Radford to try and get around the outside. I don't think it's quite going to make it. He had the longer route to go, but he tried absolutely everything he had in his armoury of both speed and tactics to try and overcome Niall Monks, but Monks didn't panic. He held on and will go across the line in first place in that heat.
Harry Radford on the hip of Niall Monks there for a very, very long time. It was going to be difficult for him to stay there and come round rather than just leaving the gap a little bit longer and rushing into the slipstream to try to come round. So really great ride by Niall Monks to get through.
Yep, Niall Monks will certainly know he was in a bike race there because he had to apply maximum speed to shake off the attentions of Harry Radford. Heat number 9 next to go. Jeremy Franks, also from the Glasgow Track Racing Team, will take on Enhanced's Bo Mayer. Already on the start line, wearing race number 56, is Jeremy Franks from the Glasgow Track Racing Club. And his opponent for Team Enhanced, Bo Mayer, he is on the outside. So it is the obligation of Jeremy Franks to lead this one away for the first half lap, unless, of course, Bo Mayer decides to go past him. So Bo Mayer, part of that 4th place team from the team sprint yesterday.
Only half a second between these two, so the time is coming down. You can definitely beat someone who is half a second quicker than you, so all depends on the tactics here. We can see riders still slowly round that banking.
Well, it's still advantage for the rider from Glasgow here at the moment in that leading position, but of course with the tactical advantage of the element of surprise, Bo Mayer, will he be able to capitalise on that and catch his opponent napping? Well, he goes around the outside, big move up to try and limit the angles there for Jeremy Franks from Bo Mayer, but Franks held on and Bo Mayer came over the top of him very, very quickly indeed. Through the bell they go. Real power ride here for position, and here comes Jeremy Franks back at Bo Mayer, a real 1-2 here, and on the outside it will be first across the line for Jeremy Franks, the Glasgow Track RC. Oh, I think Bo Mayer thought he had that one, but Franks came back very strongly indeed and regained the lead when it mattered.
Yeah, Jeremy Franks did well to get that race there after Bo Mayer caught him napping. You could see that Jeremy Franks was on a really big gear there and he wasn't winding up. It took him a while to wind it up to then rush his opponent and come over the top.
So 3 more heats to go. At the end of which 12 riders will have progressed into round 2 to join the 4 already there. Glasgow Track RC again featuring this next heat. This time it's Anthony Young. And his opponent, well, that's Daniel Cutler of Blackline.
We now have Anthony Young from the Glasgow Track Racing Club and Daniel Cutler from Blackline. Only half a second between these two as well. Anthony Young, the faster of the riders. He is at the front with the red helmet. You can see he's looking round his shoulder. Still got that lead position, trying to check out what the rider at the back is trying to do, winding up that gear on the back straight.
Well, both riders moving up the track. It's the Blackline rider, though, who is got the better position to try and go over the top. But who's going to be first to dive inside that sprinter's line as the sprint is launched? It is Glasgow's Anthony Young. He's accelerating away, but his opponent is still on terms here. Can Cutler get onto the wheel of his opponent here? Young can come around the outside. He's leaving it late. He's leaving it too late because it will be Anthony Young of Glasgow Track RC who takes that one, beating Daniel Cutler of Blackline.
It's always going to be a challenge if you know you've posted a slower time to come around that faster rider. So important for these riders that have posted these the slower of the times to try to get in front of their opponent as quickly as possible in the race. Possibly catch them by surprise, like we almost saw Bo Mayer do to Jeremy Franks.
So 2 more heats to go. And the first of them, heat number 11, will be coming to the track momentarily. The riders represented here are Harvey McNaughton of the Wales Racing Academy, bronze medalist in the time trial here last year, and a gold medal in the team pursuit squad for the Wales Racing Academy. His opponent for enhanced is Benjamin Gill. And Benjamin, bronze medalist in the junior sprint titles at Newport last year. So both riders prepare themselves for the next 3 laps. Just one of them will progress further in this sprint competition. Benjamin Gill on the inside and Harvey McNaughton on the outside.
Only 1/10 between these riders, Carl, so all comes down to tactics.
Well, the closer we get to the bottom of a first round draw, the closer the riders were in the qualification round. So speed is not necessarily such an advantage at this stage of the competition, so I was seeing more tactical action of the last few rounds. And at the moment, it is Harvey McNaughton who is occupying that second slot. Moving a little closer now as the sprint begins to pick up pace. Benjamin Gill still with a slightly lower position on the track. McNaughton is going to have to go around the outside. Gill not yet inside that sprinter's line, but there's no room to go underneath. Now Gill is inside that red line, but McNaughton is level with him as they go down the back straight. This is very close indeed. Still a very small advantage for McNaughton, but he's still got the longer line to the finish line, and he just accelerated away and took it in the closing few pedal revs. But that was the closest finish we have seen so far here this morning in this sprint. But ultimately, victory going to Harvey McNaughton of the Wales Racing Academy, just marginally faster than Benjamin Gill on the finish line.
That was like a drag race, wasn't it, Carl?
Yep.
Harvey McNaughton made it hard for himself, just staying on the outside for almost a lap, but came out on top in the end.
Well, it's a sign he was confident in his ability to outpace Benjamin Gill for that final bend, because it was in doubt right up until the line. 11.155, by the way, for that closing 200 metres, so they weren't hanging about.
Certainly had some help from the crowd as well.
Oh, yep, well, home crowd advantage, of course, once again, for the Wales Racing Academy rider. And we've got one more heat to go, heat number 12. Again, enhanced involved with this one. It's Oliver Pettifer, who will take on the Glasgow track RC rider William Munday. Under starters' orders, and away they go.
It's going to be another close race here. This is the final heat of the male sprint round 1.
So the grey and black colours of Enhanced, worn by Oliver Pettifer in the lead position.
Ooh.
William Munday using the full width of the track here just to warm the tyres up, Grand Prix style. Also trying to throw his opponent off the scent as well, unnerve him a little bit, going one way, then go the other.
It is mind games. It's like a cat and mouse.
Well, Oliver Pettifer is unimpressed by that, just held on to where he was and said, OK, you want to go up and down, you go on with it, and I'll stay here. So despite the various machinations of William Munday, they're still in the same relative positions on the track with 1 lap to go. So again, this is going to come down to the final 250 metres to decide this one. Munday is first to try and pick up the pace, but the advantage and the lead of Pettifer is still substantial. Down the back straight they go. Can William Munday get across to Oliver Pettifer? Well, it's going to be close, but I don't think close enough. And on the line, it is Oliver Pettifer who takes that one. He didn't panic, despite the very best efforts of William Munday to unnerve him. He did not concede to that one, and his pace brought him across the line and secured him the 12th remaining place in the next round of the sprint competition.
William Munday maybe left it a little bit too late to launch his attack and rush his opponent there, Oliver Pettifer, but good, well-timed sprint by Oliver Pettifer to get through to the next round.
Well, that's building into me in a very good sprint competition indeed. We shall continue that action later on this morning when we go into the second round. But before that, we've got our second points race qualification heat. So riders for that one should hopefully have made their way over to corner 3, where they should be brought out onto the track. Again, 12 riders will qualify from this one into tonight's final. 22 riders scheduled to start in this heat, so we'll be losing just 10 riders from this one rather than 11 as in the previous heat.
Wonder if we'll see laps being taken again here, Carl. I imagine so. It's a fine balance between trying to get through to the next round and also saving your energy for, sorry, not the next round, the final.
Absolutely, the final tonight, but of course it's over twice the distance, so you've got a lot of laps of point race action when you get to that final this evening. So riding the qualifier earlier in the day, you don't want to make any more of a requirement of your energy reserves than you have to, but equally, you need to make sure you're guaranteed that place in the next round. So, as we saw in the previous heat, if you get a lap relatively early in the race, it's not a guarantee, but it gives you a very good buffer to work with. And generally, riders who pick up points in a couple of sprints will start to get themselves into a position where they can think, I might well be in a good place for a qualification into the next round. Well, that's looking at our live stream pictures there. St Piran rider. Looks like the back of Steve Lampier, the team manager of St Piran. Great season on the road for St Piran last year. And now they are coming good on the track as well at these national championships. Of course, gold medal for Charlie Tanfield yesterday in the individual pursuit. So one or two names to look out for in this next qualification heat. Ben Wiggins takes the start. And Ben rode particularly well in the points race during the previous championships. And he's actually a European junior points race champion from last year. Here's Ben Wiggins. Will Tidball is there for St Piran. And, well, Will Tidball is the scratch race champion from last year. And a European under-23 champion at the same discipline. So he's another rider to keep your eye on, number 177, Findlay Tarling. There's another man with a good turn of speed. So this promises to be a well-fought-out heat. Just 12 riders from the 22 taking the start will progress to the points race final this evening. Led away for the rolling lap. So 60 laps, 6 sprints to make up this second points race qualifier.
All these riders in this heat will be getting less recovery time between now and the final, so maybe they won't be wanting to expend as much energy, but we'll see.
Well, we will have a little while because that's actually programmed for 8:30 this evening, so still pretty early on the day here on the Saturday morning, just approaching 11 here at the Newport Velodrome.
Even time for a little recovery swim between now and then.
You think so? Yeah, maybe a little lie down, yeah, something like that. I'd certainly need one after a 60-lap points race. That's why we're here talking about it rather than doing it. But the bunch all together at the moment, 58 laps to go, 8 away from the opening sprint. Everyone having a little look at the front and then dropping back into the line. Early days yet to be making a move. We do occasionally see riders go literally from the gun and try and gain a lap, try and catch the rest of the field napping. It's a tactic that can occasionally prove successful.
Can be a good tactic if you come away with the lap. Definitely a good tactic. Just sit comfortably in the bunch until the end, especially for a qualifying.
The drawback, of course, is if you try and do that, don't quite make it, get caught back, then you've expended a lot of energy unnecessarily. So again, these thoughts will be foremost in the mind of these riders as to how to play this one out. Max Buffton comes to the front for Tafoti, everyone active in those green colours. Riders spending just a small time at the front of the moment before drifting back down the line. 5 away from the opening sprint. Remember, the winner will take 5 points, 3 for second, 2 for third, 1 for fourth. Double points on the final lap, and 20 points awarded to a rider who gains a lap by catching up to the back of the main field. 1 kilometre to the sprint. You can sense the pace beginning to lift. It's always good to get your first points on the board, particularly in a qualification heat like this. It can give you a little bit of relaxation then that you've achieved certainly a point score. And with 10 riders going out of this one at the end of the race, you need to be very conscious of the fact that you need to be well placed, particularly if you're on 0 points. Well, starting to see the moves develop at the top of the bunch here. Riders know the sprint is getting ever closer. We're 2 laps away. The bell will indicate the sprint lap next time round. The man on the front, driving the pace here, is Sam Fisher of the Anexo Group Racing Team. Looks like the colours of Fensham House and Ben Wiggins not too far behind as well. European junior champion. 1 lap to go to the sprint, and in the middle of that is Will Tidball of St Piran. Look out for those black colours of Tidball. He is on the front here. Wiggins looks as though he's in second wheel, coming around for the first sprint here. Tidball will hold on. Next through the line, just behind him. Well, in fact, that was Matthew Brennan of Fensham House. So Brennan well placed there. Wiggins further down the line. Don't think he'll have scored in that sprint. We'll confirm the result of that first sprint for you momentarily once we have it on our computer. It'll also appear on the screen here in the venue as well. So Tidball for 5, Brennan for 3, Finlay Tarling for 2, and Max Bufton for 1 point. As the order across the line in sprint number 1. Josh Giddings of Team Inspired, just drifting off the front there. So all back together. Well, that little bit of daylight that opened at the front of those riders eased away to pick up the maximum points in the sprint. 7 to go to the next sprint. Head of the race currently, well, that is Ben Marsh of BCC Race Team.
Very, very fast pace here as we still have 6 laps to go. Trying to tire out the legs of the sprinters, possibly.
Well, lots of looking around going on here. No one wants to accelerate away too quickly here, saving their efforts to as close to the sprint as they can get.
Some people like a fast race, no matter, even if it's the qualifying, they want a tough race, get a tough race in their legs before tonight, know that they're on good forms, test the legs out.
Well, beginning to line out as the pressure is applied on the front. 4 laps away from the sprint. With Finlay Tarling riding for Wilbrot Vilverud, who was on the front as they came through the line that time. Finlay, younger brother of Josh Tarling, of course, who had such a great national championships last year. More looking around as riders begin to push towards the front. Josh Charlton well placed for St Piran as well, but 2 riders have gained the gap with 2 laps to go to the sprint. Fensham House amongst them, and the rider who has gone off the front is indeed Matthew Brennan of Fensham House. He was 2nd in the opening sprint.
And that was Thomas Pattinson alongside him.
But caught back almost immediately by the main field. They don't want to let those 2 riders get away. 1 lap to go. And now beginning to move up once again is Josh Charlton. He'd like to open his account in the points scoring department this time. Down the back straight, looking out for the attacking move coming over the top. To come into the finishing straight and the 40 lap to go sprint. It's going to be maximum points on the line for lucky number 13, Ross Birrell, for With Sungod.
Ross Birrell, a Fifer like myself, so...
Yeah, member of the With Sungod team for 2023, the most successful road team of recent years.
The pace is still going strong. No one wants anyone to jump away from the bunch to aim to get that lap, do they?
Yeah, we saw lots of attacks, and of course by this point in the preceding qualifying heat we had a lap gain, but here it's a much more closely fought affair. 5 points for Russ Birrell, 3 for Josh Giddings, 2 for Kieran Riley, and 1 for Josh Charlton in sprint number 2. So that means that Ross Birrell and Will Tidball have 5 points each. Matthew Brennan has 3, along with Josh Giddings. 2 points for Kieran Riley, 2 for Finlay Tarling, 1 each for Max Bufton and Josh Charlton. 36 laps to go. Well, showing on the front for the first time now is Ben Wiggins. He's yet to open his point scoring account. So obviously thought this is probably about time I should make a move. 5 laps to go to the sprint. Looking over his shoulder, he's got the gap. No one too keen on chasing at the moment. First rider who begins to try and close the gap is Ben Marsh of BCC Race Team. But the chase not fully on at the moment. But Wiggins, I don't think is necessarily fully committed on. He keeps looking behind him, expecting someone to chase across. But with the sprint getting ever closer, his gap remains just about the length of the back straight.
That's him committed to, you know, at least trying to get these 5 points in 3 laps time for him. He's in a good position now if he can just hold this gap.
The European Junior Points Race champion from last year. And again, more looking around in the main field. That was Will Tidball, who is currently joint leader along with Ross Birrell. They're both on 5 points each. There's the belt. So Ben Wiggins looks relatively assured here to pick up the 5 points. Big taste here from Tim Shorman of Wheelbase Camptech Castelli, dragging out the front of the main field, but here comes Wiggins into the finishing straight, so it's 5 points for Ben Wiggins. He's got points on the board. Shorman, did he just hang on there ahead of Ben Marsh of BCC Race Team? It was very close for second. Ben Wiggins, I think, may well be consumed now by the main field. 5 points for the sprint victory goes to his credit. 29 points remaining. So 5 for Wiggins, 3 for Shorman, 2 for Marsh, 1 for Riley. And Wiggins is about to be caught back by the front of the main field. Little look over the shoulder there from Ross Birrell from With Sungod. Top of the leaderboard now. Ben Wiggins moves up into joint leadership. Now 3 riders on 5 points each. Ross Birrell, Will Tidball and Ben Wiggins. 3 points for Matthew Brennan, 3 also for Josh Giddings and Kieran Riley and Tim Shorman. Ben Marsh has 2. Finlay Tarling has 2, and 1 point for Max Bufton and Josh Charlton. Those are the only riders to score thus far. 11 riders have scored points already in this point race qualification heat 2. 26 laps to go. Next attack begins to develop. Joshua Jackson of Team Oton Avias is the man who has gone off the front here. 2 Fensham House MS design riders just behind, sitting on the front of the main field.
And that's Matthew Brennan on his tail there. If they can get together and work together, maybe they can stay away, but the bunch not too far behind. Gaps starting to appear there.
A kilometre to go to the next sprint. 3 sprints remaining. Remember, the final sprint counts for double points. With no lap gains taken in this race thus far, it could all come down to that final sprint and the double points on offer. 3 away from the 20-lap sprint. So it's Matthew Brennan and the rider from Team Oton Avias, Joshua Jackson, are the leading 2. Bridge across to them comes here, and bringing the main field with them as well. So again, that lead group destined to be caught back. Almost immediately the gap has closed. More momentum is applied to the front, causing 1 or 2 little splits towards the back. No one's gone off the back of this race either, so we've not lost anybody yet. Remember, 10 of these 22 riders won't make it into tonight's point race final. We're 1 lap away from the next sprint. Black jerseys come towards the front, powering down the back straight. 5 points on offer on the line for the sprint winner this time. Off corner 4 they come, and across the line for maximum points this time for Will Tidball of St Piran.
Joshua Giddings as well, getting some points on the board.
That sprint for the line broke 6 riders off the front of that bunch.
Little group here now formulating at the front. Are they going to stay away?
Still 1 long line chasing them.
Yeah.
Again, they don't look fully committed to that move. Sprint 4, confirmation, it was Will Tidball for 5, Josh Giddings for 3, Josh Charlton for 2, and Finlay Tarling with 1 point. So 10 points now for Will Tidball, courtesy of that sprint victory. He opens a lead of 4 points over Josh Giddings, who is now in 2nd place on 6. Ross Birrell has 5, along with Ben Wiggins and Matthew Brennan on 3, is in 5th place. 17 laps to go, 2 sprints remaining. The race is still all together in 1 big group.
Well, that's exactly how I would have liked it as a rider. You know, sprinter going for the sprints every lap, or maybe, you know, you get the sprints early, you can sit back in the group and then go for the double points at the end.
Absolutely, yeah, but we knew this was going to be very closely competed because of the number of riders who will be eliminated at the end of it, so you really have to be absolutely aware of what's happening and not allow any gaps to open that you're not very much part of.
A really different race to our last qualifying race, with riders not necessarily being allowed to take that lap. And just as I say that, we've got a rider off the front there.
Well, of course, riders who've not yet gained any points will be very attentive now. This is Thomas Harrington of No Pins Motip development team, who is trying to ease away off the front. 4 laps to go to the sprint. Ben Wiggins in second wheel there, and Josh Giddings just behind him for Team Inspired. But that effort to distance the main field from Harrington looks as though it may well have come to naught before the sprint line is reached. 3 laps to go. He tried to sneak away, but they weren't about to let him go. And once again, all back together at the front. 3 kilometres remain in this men's point race qualification heat 2.
This is when the pace starts to increase with only 2 laps to go to the next sprint, trying to manoeuvre themselves towards the front of the pack so that they can get into a good position for sprinting.
Harry Codd of Paracycling Division RT is the man on the front at the moment, but again, he'll find that position challenged by the surging massive riders behind him as we go into the penultimate sprint. Josh Charlton of St Piran comes to the front. Josh Charlton already with points on the board, but if another 5 points will propel him further up the standings. He's currently lying 6th with 3, and he's just beaten across the line. Maximum points there for Kieran Riley of the Spelman Dublin Port track team. He had 3 going into that sprint. He's added 5 more, and finally a rider has been split out the back of the main field, such as the pace going into that sprint. If they slow down enough, he might just get back on. The rider who has lost ground there and is the one who attacked off the front a little while ago, as we mentioned, and wasn't fully committed to it. But the effort he made in that has now sentenced him to being off the back here. That was Thomas Harrington of Nopin's Motip development team. 8 laps to go. Update on the leaderboard. 10 points for Will Tidball. 8 points now for Kieran Riley in second. Josh Charlton moves up to third with 6, along with Josh Giddings. Ross Birrell has 5, along with Ben Wiggins and Ben Marsh in 7th place with 4. 3 points for Matthew Brennan and Tim Shawman and Finlay Tarling.
With 7 laps to go now until that final sprint, riders will be starting to think where they want to be, and that'll be close to the front.
And remember, we mentioned this final sprint has double points. Our leader has only 10 points on the board, so a rider who wins this final sprint could still take the victory despite not having scored any points. If you're first across line, if there's an equality of points, your finishing position counts. So this is going to be a really intriguing battle for the final sprint for the line. We are 5 laps away. Lots of looking around going on here for those riders who are languishing towards the bottom of the classification. And the splits beginning to open at the back as riders try and stay on this one. 4 laps to go. No one wants to commit too early to the sprint. Little look up the track from Finlay Tarling there, who's on the front. Lots of looking around. Riders starting to form little groups over the top as well, spread across the full width of the track. These are dangerous moments as they come out of the corner with 3 laps to go. Well, it looks as though Thomas Harrington is probably going to get caught within the final couple of laps. He's the man off the back, but the race is at the front here. 2 laps to go. Still all together. Another rider is jettisoned from the rear of the string. As the acceleration here coming around the outside is Ross Birrell of With Sungard trying to get over the top. Ross Birrell takes up the lead here as they roll down the back straight, powering into the corner. 1 lap to go in this men's point race qualifier. It's Birrell of With Sungard on the front. Into the back straight he goes. 1 long line of riders behind, and those splits can be dangerous further down the line. Everyone looking for points. On the front, though, maximum points will be taken by Sam Fisher of a Nexo Group racing team. Well, Fisher came good in that final run for the line and for 10 points.
Ross Birrell also collecting some points on that line.
Yeah, we'll wait for confirmation of that final sprint. Will Tidball went into that final sprint with 10 points on the board. He should be safe.
Well, that was exciting. All the points taken from the sprints there, no laps taken.
Absolutely. 2 completely different races in terms of character, and that's what makes this sport of track cycling so exciting. And we're waiting for confirmation of that final sprint, and the 12 riders who will go forward from this second qualification heat to join the 12 others already through from heat number 1. Judges just doing the adding up, checking the photo finish, making sure the position of everybody, particularly those riders on equal points, their finishing position will determine where they finish overall. So whilst we wait for confirmation of that result, just let me tell you that the next event due on track here will be the second round of the men's sprint competition. So the final sprint taken by Harry Codd, 10 points for him, Ross Birrell for 6, Elliot Rowe for 4, and Joshua Jackson for 2 points. And looking at my computer here in front of me, that will say that Ross Birrell is the winner with 11 points. Will Tidball second on 10. Harry Codd also on 10. He'll finish third. Kieran Riley in fourth place with 8. Josh Charlton with 6 in fifth. In fact, moving down to 6. So the results still populating here on our computer. But Ross Birrell, Will Tidball, Harry Codd, all guaranteed a place into the next phase of the points correct race, which of course is the final this evening. And once that result has settled down on the computer, I'll try and confirm those 12 riders for you. So those of you watching the live stream will be seeing a scrolling result, and Ross Birrell, just a little bit of switch around in the order because Harry Codd beat Will Tidball to the line, so that should put Harry Codd into second ahead of Tidball, and that's now been reflected on our results computer. So it's elementary because they all qualified, but Ross Birrell is the winner. Harry Codd second with 10, Will Tidball third with 10, Kieran Riley fourth with 8, Josh Giddings fifth with 6 points, sixth place for Josh Charlton with 6, seventh for Ben Wiggins on 5 points, eighth place for Elliot Rowe with 4, ninth place for Ben Marsh also on 4 points, 10th place for Matthew Brennan with 3, 11th for Tim Shawman on 3, and 12th place for Finlay Tarling on 3 points. So those are the riders subject to final confirmation who will progress into the men's points race final this evening. So we return to the sprint action on track now. And this is where those 4 fastest riders from the qualification round will come back into the mix, having been able to sit out round 1. And the fastest man is at the top of the track. He is Jack Carlin, the Olympic bronze medalist, just zipping up his skin suit. Held up there by one of our foremost Olympic champions, of course, over the years, Jason Kenny, now coaching the British cycling sprint team. And the opponent for Jack Carlin, for Enhanced, the rider at the bottom position on the track, is Oliver Pettifer. Well, Jack Carlin, the only rider in qualification this morning to beat 10 seconds, 9.993 was his qualification time. As I mentioned, during that qualification, is the current holder of the national record in 9.306, and of course is the defending national champion for the sprint, having taken the title here at Newport last March.
Jack Carlin at the back here in their preferred position at the moment. You can see what his opponent is doing, winding up the gear from the back, slowly increasing the pace. It looks like he's on a big gear, so he's going to try to get a little bit of height from the track.
Jack Carlin laying off by quite some distance here, confident that he can close the gap in this final lap. Here comes Carlin on the charge now. Pettifer still with the lead position going under the scoreboard, but Carlin coming around the outside, and despite the longer run to the line, the defending champion Jack Carlin takes victory in heat number 1, defeating Oliver Pettifer. .921 for the closing 200 metres. Time is irrelevant in this case, however, because Jack Carlin clearly takes the victory from Oliver Pettifer. Next up in heat number 2, will be Harry Ledingham-Horn from Team Inspired, and he'll be matched against Harvey McNaughton from the Wales Racing Academy. So if you're watching our live stream from the British Cycling YouTube channel, wherever in the world you are, good day. Here in Newport in South Wales, just approaching 8 minutes past 11 on this Saturday morning. Day 2 of the action here at these British National Track Cycling Championships, and the riders on track are in Heat 2 of the men's sprint second round. Rider who's drawn the inside line and obliged to lead away is Harvey McNaughton of the Wales Racing Academy in the red colours, and his opponent here for Team Inspired, Harry Ledingham-Horn, already a gold medalist in the team sprint yesterday.
The earlier rounds, an opportunity for the riders to try out some tactics.
Well, the tactic being employed here by Harvey McNaughton is to look over his shoulder at Harry Ledingham-Horn to try and determine when a possible attacking move might come. Ledingham-Horn hiding in the slipstream of his opponent. The element of surprise very much on his side. The rider from Wales Racing Academy decides he can wait around no longer. More pace required as they go through the bell, and here comes the team-inspired rider Harry Ledingham-Horn around the outside, and he has got the advantage off the final corner, and that'll carry across the line and take Harry Ledingham-Horn into the next round of the sprint, and Harvey McNaughton beaten in the second heat. So the next round of the sprint will, of course, be the quarter-finals when we get to match sprinting, best of 3. Still in a sudden death situation at the moment, so if you win, you're through. If you lose, you're out. Heat 3 will be next. Hayden Norris of Team Inspired will be matched against Anthony Young of the Glasgow Track RC. Gates obligingly opened by our track centre volunteers. Our big thanks to all of our volunteers helping us out across the weekend here at the British Cycling National Track Championships. People we could not run events like this without. So the draw for this one is Hayden Norris is on the inside and obliged to lead away from the line. And Anthony Young of the Glasgow Track RC, who I think beat his personal best time in the qualification round a little bit earlier in the day. So he was buoyed by that start to the day, but he knows he's got a big hill to climb here to try and get the better of Hayden Norris. Measured pace at the moment as they roll down the back straight. Need to keep a certain velocity going as you go around the bankings here, otherwise a rather embarrassing slide to the bottom might result. And trying to keep the Glasgow rider tightly packed at the top of the track here is Hayden Norris. Now they both drop down into the well of the track. Only briefly though, Norris not leaving any options currently open for Anthony Young. The acceleration begins. Young is just about a wheel's length behind. The gap still closable, but he's left it late. Hayden Norris powering into the finishing straight. Anthony Young tries everything he's got, but can't quite get back on terms with Hayden Norris. And, well, Hayden Norris outpacing his opponent to the line and takes his place in the next round of the sprint into the quarterfinals.
Hayden Norris did a good job of keeping his opponent, Anthony Young, on his hip there. It's really impressive to be able to do that when you're in front. You're riding forward, trying to look backwards, trying to pace, trying to understand what the rider behind you is doing.
Multitasking. Well, I'm going to make my first real prediction of the day here, Charlene, and suggest that the winner of this next heat is going to be a rider from the Glasgow Track RC.
I think you could be right.
Yeah, well, you never know. And the reason for that being, of course, both riders are from the Glasgow Track RC. We've got Lewis Arthur and Jeremy Franks lining up here. Number 6 on the shoulders of Lewis Arthur, and number 56 is Jeremy Franks.
Jeremy Franks with the lighter of the helmets.
Yeah, there is a requirement in the regulations that if 2 riders from the same team, of course similarly attired, are in the same heat of an event, to make life a little easier for the officials, your commentators, you good people spectating here, and those watching around the world, one rider has to have a distinguishing feature from the other, and as Charlene has correctly pointed out, in this case it's the colour of the helmet.
These 2 riders will know each other very well, being on the same team, training together, sprinting together. And it's whether they can outwit who can outwit the other.
Yep, lots of respect being shown at the moment as they go around now, trying to sneak underneath and just gaining the gap. It was almost not there, but I think Lewis Arthur just took advantage of Jeremy Franks being slightly above the sprinters line. He's certainly taken up the lead here as they go down the back straight for the final time. But hitting back is Arthur, coming around into the finishing straight. This is going to be close on the line, but on the outside, despite the longer run to the line, it's Lewis Arthur who take that one from Jeremy Franks. A real tactical battle. But it is victory for Lewis Arthur of the Glasgow Track RC over his teammate Jeremy Franks.
Good tactics there by Jeremy Franks to try to come underneath. Got to try everything you can.
Well, you have to be confident the gap is there because, of course, our officials be keeping a very careful eye. If the rider ahead of you is already inside that sprinter's line, you have to go around the outside. Riders will be subject to a penalty if they commit an indiscretion in the eyes of the commissaires. But all sounds good for that one. So, yes, it was a good move from Jeremy Franks, but ultimately not successful in overcoming the pace of Lewis Arthur. So we move on to heat number 5 now. Speaking of speed, you can imagine there's going to be quite a bit of it involved in this one because Matt Rotherham is coming onto the track in the colours of ESV Manchester. That's the white and green colours worn by Matt Rotherham. In fact, he's still got his old Sport City Velo skin suit, I think, here. Maybe the new skin suits haven't arrived yet. ESV Manchester, newly formed team at the beginning of this year, the combination of Eastlands Velo and Sport City Velo. And Rotherham is the man on the outside, dropping into 2nd spot here. His opponent is Niall Monks from the Glasgow Track RC.
Matt Rotherham, the faster of the 2 in the qualifying, but not by too much. So it'll be interesting to see what tactics they take on here. Matt Rotherham tends to ride quite a big gear, so I can imagine we're going to see him wanting to wind that up shortly.
Well, both these riders have been on the podium already. Rotherham silver medal position in the team sprint yesterday, and Monks taking the bronze medal with his Glasgow Track Team A. But only one of them will progress further in the individual sprint here. I predict this might be quite a good battle. And Monks has swung up, inviting Rotherham by leaving lots of space underneath to go through. Rotherham says, no, not doing that. So Monks once again starts to lift the pace. Still being played out high on the track. Rotherham, you can see winding up those powerful sprinter's legs, but Monks is keeping a very careful eye. Monks too accelerates. He's closer to taking that sprinter's line from Rotherham. Rotherham is going to come around the outside here. Monks just briefly coming up the line, but diving back in it. But Rotherham is over the top. Matthew Rotherham coming around the outside for ESV Manchester. And that's enough for Matt Rotherham to progress into the next round of the sprint, beating the Glasgow Track RC's Niall Monks.
Really well timed sprint there from Matt Rotherham.
Monks did all he could to try and inhibit the sprint, shall we say, of Matt Rotherham, but unable to match him for the pace off that final corner. Heat 6 next up. of the total of 8 heats in this men's sprint round 2. And it'll be Lyle Craig of the Glasgow Track RC taking on Aaron Pope from the University of Exeter Cycling Club.
2 tenths between these riders, Carl. So we'll be expecting to see exciting racing.
Yep, they both rode a very competitive round 1. So the draw has placed Aaron Pope in the green of Exeter University on the inside here. And he rolls away in that position with Lyle Craig dropping in behind him. Lyle Craig, another one of those bronze medalists for Glasgow in the team sprint yesterday. Just easing their way around the corner there into the back straight. And now Pope decides to take the game to the top of the track. Followed up there by Craig. Keeping a respectful distance at the moment.
Neither rider wants to be at the front here, and that's why they're going so slowly. The rider at the front trying to force the rider at the back to come forward, but no.
Well, warming up the wheels now is Lyle Craig. Takes the lead away from Aaron Pope. Now he has to look behind him. It's a reversal of fortunes after that first lap. Pope begins to accelerate. So too does Craig. 1 lap to go. Pope gaining ground on his opponent, but of course the Glasgow rider has the shorter route to the line on the inside position. And Pope not quite able to get over the top. Has he left it too late? I think he has. So it'll be victory for a Glasgow Track RC Lyle Craig in Heat 6. He too is through to the sprint quarterfinals. So just 2 heats to go before we know the quarter-final lineup for the men's sprint. First of those is a Team Inspired versus Team Terminator. And in particular, Marcus Hiley from Team Inspired will take on Daniel Cooper from Team Terminator. So both riders being led out onto the track, wheeled into position by their helpers. The result of that draw is that Marcus Hiley is in the inside position for this one. And Daniel Cooper is on the outside. Penultimate heat in the men's sprint round 2.
Well, this is going to be one of the close matches with times from their qualifying anyway.
Yeah, I've had a couple of close ones, but no necessity for the photo finish just yet. But the closer and further we get into this competition, and that's very possible. Again, cat and mouse here as trying to change position, and Team Terminator's Daniel Cooper decides he's going to go to the front anyway. So that puts Marcus Hiley now in second wheel and obliges Cooper to look behind him. But Marcus Hiley making sure he stays on terms here, doesn't want Daniel Cooper accelerating away. Both riders beginning to reach maximum speed with 1 lap to go out of the saddle for Cooper. Hiley now starting to lose a little bit of ground off that corner. Can he come back at him down the back straight? Yes, he can. He's got the outside line to take. So Marcus Hiley of Team Inspired, but Daniel Cooper looks though he's got this one in the bag. Yes, he has, despite that dip for the line from Marcus Hiley, throwing his front wheel at the finish line. It wasn't sufficient to overcome Daniel Cooper. So an upset for Team Inspired because Daniel Cooper is going to take that one and he will go into the quarterfinals.
Really great ride there by Daniel Cooper. Be delighted to get through to the next round. So this is Heat 8, and we have Oliver Alul for ESV Manchester against Isaac Small, D-side Thistle. So Isaac Small had the free pass there.
He did, and he's the man with the very, very distinctive rear disc wheel. No need to turn it in anger in the first round because his opponent withdrew. So all he had to do was present himself on the line. So he had the easiest passage of anybody through to the second round, but life might be a little harder now against Oliver Alul, the rider from ESV Manchester. He is the one with the less colourful rear disc wheel, and currently occupying the lead position ahead of Isaac Small. 1 lap to go. Alul looks over both shoulders. Small is lurking over the right one. Now they start to inject some extra speed. Small out of the saddle. And Alul defending that lead position as they get into corner 3. Across the line they go. It is Alul across the line ahead of Isaac Small in that final heat. So riders through to the quarter-final from the sprint round 2. Jack Collin, Harry Ledingham-Horn, Hayden Norris, Lewis Arthur, Matt Rotherham, Lyle Craig, Daniel Cooper and Oliver Alul. And as I mentioned earlier, once we get into the quarter-finals, it's match sprinting, best of 3. So with no necessity for the third qualifier in the men's points race, our competition programme here on day 2 of the National Track Cycling Championships at the Geraint Thomas National Velodrome of Wales will continue now with the qualification round of the women's team pursuit.
Well, next up we have the female 4K team pursuit qualifying. In Heat 1, we have the GB Select B team, and it is a non-championship race here for these women. So this is the GB junior team. You can see the start of the future here. They are going for a time. So I'm sure they'll appreciate your cheers inside the velodrome and also from home if you're watching our live stream. And they're off to a good start. The starts look almost in slow motion compared to the sprinting events, but I assure you these women will be on large gear selections and they'll be trying to get on top of that pace as soon as they can. So it's 4 kilometers over 16 laps of the track. You must finish with 3 riders. So at any point in the race, 1 rider can drop off, and each rider has a different job to do. So you might have to do 1.5 lap turn, a half lap turn. You'll see the riders changing from the front and going to the back of the line. The riders want to try to be as close as they can be to each other's wheels, and this makes it very efficient. To ride at these kind of speeds and so close to the wheels is a task though, but these young women are doing a fine job so far. That is Ella Jamieson, just finished her turn at the front and moved to the back. And now we have Izzy Sharp at the front of the race, doing her turn. If you look in the home straight, you can see their coach there on the pursuit line, walking the line for them. Now this means that they will be relaying information to their team. Are you ahead of schedule? Are you behind schedule? At the moment, it looks like they're slightly ahead. And that is Caddis Lloyd at the front. And there's only, we're coming up to the final 6 laps of the race. This is where the legs tend to start to burn. They're all still together though, all 4 riders are still there. A little gap at the back, but she's managed to close it. And that is Holly Ramsey that's just taken her turn. Now she's at the back of that team pursuit squad. They look in brilliant formation there. And they're coming into their final kilometer. So if you're in the crowds, let's give them a cheer. Let's get behind these young riders. Looking good with 3 laps to go. The legs are going to be burning now, but they just have to put the pain to the back of their minds and just push down on those pedals as fast as they can, as hard as they can. And they're down to 3 riders now with 2 laps to go. And that is Ella Jamieson, who has done her work for the day. And that is the final lap now. You can see the pace is increasing. It's almost like a sprint finish. Can you empty the legs? Coming down the back straight now. Almost into the home straight as they go into that formation to cross the line almost at the same time. And that is a time of 4:34.693 for the GB Select time. That will be their time to improve for the future. So well done to all those women.
So the completion of our first 4-kilometre team pursuit qualification. That's a non-championship ride for the GB Select Team B. All of these qualification rides for the team pursuit will take place in the home straight. It's a single team on track at a time. Of course, when we get to the finals, it'll be one team versus another on either side of the track. So there are gates being prepared here, brought out into the track for the inside rider. Next team to take the start will be Tofoti Everyone Active. Those green colours. 4 riders, of course, start in the team, and they will have to cover the total distance of 4 kilometres. They can lose 1 rider down to 3. The time is taken on the 3rd rider across the track. So the Tofoti Everyone Active team coming out onto the track now. So along with Lucy Glover, we've got Murray Porton, Lowry Richards and Esther Wong are the riders involved in this one. Well, more teams entered in this competition than last year. We had just a couple of teams in the women's team pursuit 12 months ago, last March. But we've got 7 heats here. Of course, 6 of them are in the championship. So off we go. The gate will be removed from the track. 16 laps now. But the UK Orientation Marketing were the winning team last year. They go in the final qualification heat, beating Liv CC Halo Films in last year's final. So each rider will take a turn on the front, swing off, rejoin the string at the back. This is one of those events that requires a great deal of practice in training. Riders, of course, riding with millimetre precision to take full advantage of the slipstream of the rider ahead. And if you're riding in the slipstream of a rider on an indoor track like this, you can save at least 30% of your effort whilst you're in that slipstream. Change executed here by Tofoti Everyone Active. We're looking out for the opening kilometre split of this team to give us an indication of the pace at which they are travelling. So the team on track here to vote everyone active into the next kilometre. 9 laps to go this time. Still all 4 riders riding strongly. As I mentioned earlier, they can afford to lose their 4th rider. Teams will often do that towards the end. And you'll also see as the teams complete the ride, they will fan out in order to occupy the full width of the track when they cross the line. The reason for that being you don't want to lose any time by your 3rd or 2nd rider being distanced behind the others. They'll try and all cross the line together. Equally, in team pursuiting, going off the front and leaving your teammates behind is of no benefit whatsoever either. So it's all about working together as a team and keeping that tight formation and lining up for the sprint as well. So this team riding well. Esther Wong, amongst the Tofoti Everyone Active riders here. She was a bronze medalist in the under-16 points race championship last year. Esther has also been a regular competitor over the years at the Isle of Man Youth Tour as well, on the road cycling on the roads of the Isle of Man. Nice to see her on the track here as part of Tofoti Everyone Active. Dad keeping a careful eye on proceedings down in track centre as well. 5 laps to go, so we're into the closing kilometre this time for Tofoti Everyone Active. Lucy Glover, Mary Porton, Larry Richards and Esther Wong. That's Lucy Glover on the front at the moment. She'll do her turn before swinging off once more. Quite a long turn done by Lucy Glover there. Still good formation behind. Coach indicating the pace at trackside. Well, it looks like Tofoti Everyone Active might be trying to take all 4 riders to the line here. Just 2 laps to go. Ultimately, of course, in a timed event such as this one, it is that time that's all important. I'm looking for the 4 fastest teams to contest the medals later, but this certainly has been a well-drilled team effort from Tofoti Everyone Active. First sign of gap here as Larry Richards loses contact at the back, so she will be the rider who will pull off with a lap to go, leaving the other 3 to complete the distance: Lucy Glover, Mary Porton and Esther Wong. And here they go, that fan out across the track, so all 3 cross the line pretty much together, and the time 4:50.225 for Tofoti Everyone Active. Lucy Glover, Mary Porton, Larry Richards and Esther Wong. Our live stream viewers benefiting from a sight of the action replay that shows you the riders crossing the line. Just a slight gap to the first rider, but that was a pretty good finish from Tofoti Everyone Active. Next to come to the track will be heat number 3. It'll be the team of Loughborough Lightning, featuring Maddie Gammons, Francesca Hall, Ava Cullinan and Lucy Hart.
So as the Tofoti Everyone Active team just exit the track, we've got the Women 1 bike just being placed into the gate, and the riders there just waiting to come onto the track from the Loughborough Lightning team. And they will be aiming to beat the time of 4:50.325. And the riders just making their way onto the track now. We have Eva Callanan in the gate. In this team, we have Francesca Hall, and she was the bronze medalist in the individual pursuit yesterday. So we'll be expecting big turns from her. 20 seconds to go. And they're all off to a good start here in formation, and slowly down the track as they get into their line. They want to be as close as they can to the wheel in front of them. As close as they can, being as safe as they can. First lap of 24 seconds. And that is Lucy Hart on the front there doing her laps work. The team now settling into a good formation. Lucy Hart swinging up. And that will allow rider Madeline Gammons to do her effort now. It's a long race, and the team pursuit is all about formulating that plan and getting those 3 riders to the end of the race as efficiently as possible and as quickly as possible. So some riders might be stronger doing longer turns at the front. They might take maybe even 2 laps. Sometimes we can see more. At the front there, we've got yesterday's bronze medalist in the individual pursuit, Francesca Hall, doing her turn. And as I've just said, she is taking a longer turn there. She's coming into her second lap now. And the women behind want to try to be as close as they can to the wheel in front to make the maximum efficiency. They save 30% being really close to the wheel in front. Small gaps starting to appear behind in that team. We've got a rider that's off the back now. She's still trying to get on. There's a little gap between rider 2 and 3. Francesca Hall moves upwards to let her teammates come through. There's 3 of them still together now. They have to finish with 3 in the team. And that is rider Madeline Gammons, who is retired from the race. But as long as these 3 riders finish, they will record a time. So it's all about teamwork now. We've got Lucy Hart on the front, just swinging up to go to the back. And just struggling to get onto the wheel there, so that we've got 2 in front. The little gap to the 3rd rider, Lucy Hart. I'm sure all the encouragement from the crowd would be appreciated from these riders. The team pursuit is a very difficult event. The timing has to be exact. And these 2, Francesca Hall just pulling away from the 2 riders there. It's disjointed. They need to stay as a team now. 5 laps to go. Francesca just riding away from her teammates there. And just coming down to give her teammate a little bit of shelter there. It's all about sticking as a team now. It's disjointed. We've got 1 rider off the front and we've got 2 riders there. We need to stick as a team. Okay, looks like they're all coming back in together now. Let's see if they can do the last 3 laps as a team. Okay, a little gap appearing there. Okay, we have 2 laps to go now. What can these girls clock? Coming into the final lap now. It's all about finishing as a team. We've got 2 riders riding together, one off the back, but it's all, the time counts from the 3rd rider crossing that line, and that's a time of 5 minutes 10 seconds for the Loughborough Lightning team. It can be difficult to, especially when you don't have the time to train together, to know each other's form, to know each other's strengths. But well done to these women for giving it a go. It's one of the most challenging disciplines to try to stay on the wheels of your teammates.
Yeah, good recovery there for Loughborough Lightning in the closing stages, but Charlene rightly points out the key element in team pursuiting is training for those changes and making sure you stay together. And it doesn't always work out, but Loughborough Lightning completed their ride. And our next team will be coming onto track very shortly. They'll be the team of Jaden Vive La Velo. 4:52.25 is the current leading time of those teams in competition here. Jaden Vive La Velo will feature Laura Davis, Miriam Jessett, Lola Ellis and Louise Scupham. So the starting gate being positioned on the track. Rider will start in that gate, and then the other 3 will line up alongside her, as you've seen at the starts of the preceding matches. Incidentally, the rule for the start is that the rider in the gate has to cross the line first. If any of the other 3 riders cross the line before the rider in the gate, it will judged to be a false start, and they'll be ordered back to the line. You have no more than 2 opportunities to record a time in any timed discipline. So if you do record a false start, you have to get it right the second time. So the riders now come out onto track in the pale blue, pink and blue colours of Jaden Vive La Velo. 4:52.25, time of Tafoti, everyone active. That's a great ride by the GB Select team, the non-championship ride. 4:34.693 is the fastest team pursuit time we've seen so far this morning, into the final 10 seconds. Jaden Vive La Velo depart from the line for 16 laps of the track, 4 kilometres. And if you're new to the world of team pursuiting, hopefully over the preceding couple of rides you've worked out what this one's all about teamwork, of course. 3 riders must finish to record a time. So our team just getting into their rhythm, settling into those aerodynamic positions, having got on top of the gear. Three members of the team with 2 disc wheels, the lead rider at the moment, while she favours a tri-spoke in the front. And that rider on the front is Lola Ellis. Lola swings up, drops back into the slipstream behind, topping up the energy reserves before her next turn on the front, heading towards completion of the opening kilometre when they come to the line this time. Time shown on the scoreboard here in the venue and at the bottom of your screen when you're watching our live stream. I have no more detail than that at the moment, so 1:21.232 for the opening kilometre, point when they went through that a moment ago. Ticking off the next lap. As with all pursuit disciplines, it's advisable to try and keep the top of your body as still as possible. Maximise that aerodynamic advantage and put all the energy you've got through the legs to turn the pedals. And you can tell when a rider is beginning to tire a little and the shoulders start to sway. Head movement becomes more noticeable. Little gap here to the 4th rider. Early stages yet with 9 laps to go. They won't want to lose their 4th rider just yet. The only time that doesn't apply is if Team Pursuit Squad have got a really fast rider who's not necessarily one who can complete the full distance. They'll propel the team around the track as rapidly as possible for as long as they can, and then maybe leave the game early. We have seen that happen, but most teams will maximise the advantage of every single member of the squad for as long as they can. As you saw with Loughborough Lightning in the preceding heat, when it goes a little bit wrong and riders end up all over the track, you have to regroup. Still that little bit of daylight to that 4th rider in line. That's Laura Davis. When riders tire in a team pursuit, they may occasionally miss a turn as well if they're not able to keep the pace going on the front. Again, the gap's a little bit more than optimal between the 2nd and 3rd riders. 5 laps to go, so we're heading towards the closing kilometre of this heat number 4 of the women's 4-kilometre team pursuit qualification. The final of this event will come up later on during the course of this session. And finally, they have lost their 4th rider. So down to 3 now for the last kilometre. And these 3 have to stay together. The rider who's done her work and dropped off is Lola Ellis. So Laura Davis, Miriam Jessett and Louise Scupham charged with the responsibility of bringing home the time for Jaden Vive-Lavello. 750 metres to go. Four minutes 10 is the current running time for this 4th heat. Laura Davis comes to the front, then swings off, her turn done. Again, a little bit of gap between her and the rider immediately in front, but she closes it down once more. 1 lap to go. They'll be preparing for the finish, where they fan out across the width of the track. Louise Scupham in the middle here. Down the back straight for the final time. 4:46.147 with half a lap to go for Jaden Vive-Lavello. And across the line, neat formation at the finish, 4:55.066 is the time recorded by the team of Jaden Vive-Lavello. In competition, that is the 2nd fastest time, 5 seconds slower than Tafoti Everyone Active. So 3 more heats to go.
As the women here just slow down on the track, they will be exiting the track to allow our next heat to come on. And that's going to be Heat 5. It's a Scottish team, the Alba Development Racing Team. if you're watching on our live stream, you can see the women there, just riders warming up or cooling down for their events. In fact, they're warming up for the team pursuit. This must be the team pursuit squad for their Brother UK Orientation Marketing. And the gate is being placed onto the track. In the gate, we will have Beth McIver. In position 2, we'll have Evie White. In 3, Sophie Langford. And in 4th position, we will have Ailey Shaw. And they're off the line, all looking cleanly off the line there as they drop down into their formation. Really good formation there, really close to the wheels in front of them. Already in that perfect 4 formation, Beth McIver leading them off there. Still on the front after a lap. Okay, and that is a 2-lap start for Beth McIver. She's going to tuck back into the back of the team there, try to get onto the wheel, and reserve her energies for her future efforts. Now we have Evie White, who's just done her turn. She's moving to the back of the formation. She's only a junior, so great to see her taking the field in this elite event. And we have Sophie Langford at the front. Sophie placed 4th in the pursuit last year at the British Nationals, the individual pursuit. So really good pursuiter, and hopefully keep the team together today. A long turn there from Sophie Langford, still on the front. And as I said before, it's all about formulating that plan to get the most out of your riders. And we know that Sophie is a strong rider, so she'll be taking longer turns at the front, and so that the other riders can rest. And that is her time up at the front. Dropping back in to recover. And we have Ailey Shaw now. She's a first-year under 23. You can see the coach there in the first turn 1, relaying information to the team. It looks like they're all sticking together very well so far. If you can see the splits, they're in 2nd position at the moment with a time of 2:23. They've got 7 laps to go now as they've just passed the home straight. Looking very, very comfortable so far. Team all still together, no signs of anyone tiring. And that is Beth McIver at the front again. Beth McIver coming over from e-bike racing from Movie Star team on Zwift. Now we're making our way to the back of the formation, all still together. Oh, Beth McIver just off the back there slightly, but having to work hard to get back onto the team there. There's two in front, a little gap between the front two and the third rider. Beth McIver hasn't got on the wheel. The gap is increasing there. We've got Sophie Langford putting down the pressure, however, Beth McIver's not on yet. We're down to 3 riders and it's going to be taken off of Beth McIver, who is just off the back slightly with 2 laps to go. Let's get behind all these riders. The time will stop when the third rider crosses that line. 1 lap to go now. Coming down the back straight. The gap slightly getting smaller, but the time will be taken from Beth McIver, and that is a time of 4:44.397, and that is placing them into 2nd overall at the moment. All was going well until the last 4 laps there, and then it's really difficult when you swing up to the top of the track and then you have to come back down just as quickly to get into that position, because if you lose that wheel, it's really difficult to get back on, especially when the speeds are so high.
So 2 more heats to go in the women's 4-kilometer team pursuit qualification. Heat number 6, next on track, will feature team inspired in the now familiar green and gold colours. Riders who line up for this event for team inspired: Ella Barnwell, Maddie Leach, Grace Lister and Jess Roberts. Ella Barnwell already with medal success here, taking the silver medal in the individual pursuit at the championships yesterday. Madeline Leach on this team as well. Well, she's a team pursuit bronze medalist from the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, which of course take place at the Lee Valley Velodrome in London in July last year. Grace Lister is a junior Madison champion, in fact, from last year, and also a rider who's ridden strongly in point race and scratch races at junior level. Winner of the team pursuit title here last year with Team Inspired, when she was riding with the Brother UK Orientation Marketing team. And of course, Jess Roberts in contention in the individual pursuit, finishing in 6th spot yesterday. She's a former British national road race champion. Rider who hails from the fine nation of Wales. Jess Roberts completes the lineup for the Team Inspired. 4:44.697, the time recorded by Alba Development RT in the preceding heat. Once the bike's positioned in the gate, the countdown ticks away. We're inside 30 seconds to go to the start now. a well-drilled departure from the line for Team Inspired. The watchful eye of their coach, Chris Newton, down there at trackside. Chris, a former men's world points race champion. Oh, but problem for the fourth rider. She has come adrift. Well, they have the option to stop in that opening lap if they have, but I'm not sure what they're going to do at the moment. They just lost the fourth rider. She slid off the track in the back straight. Team have come to a halt. So if such an incident occurs, the team have the option to come to a halt or to continue with 3 riders, but at this early stage they don't want to do that, of course, depleting their strength by a quarter. Well, it's one of the problems of team pursuiting. I mentioned it was a well-drilled start, but it's all about millimetre precision, as I've said already in commentary this morning. You literally are millimetres away from the wheel in front of you if you just get it wrong momentarily. It takes a brief lack of concentration or still making the effort to get on top of the gear. Just touch and can end in disaster. Fortunately, the rider involved is okay, back on her feet. Well, not the way that Team Inspired would have wanted the qualification ride to go. We shall bring the next team onto the track. They will get the second opportunity to record a time, but it will be after the completion of the ride from Brother UK Orientation Marketing. So Lily Brindle, Lottie Dawson, Millie Jenkins and Georgia Lancaster are the riders that come to the track for Brother UK Orientation Marketing. They were the champions, the team anyway, was last year. And it was Ellen Bennett, Grace Lister, Holly Ramsey and Isabel Sharp.
So we have the beautiful bright colours of the Brother Orientation Marketing team there on the track. With 30 seconds to go. And that is a false start for Brother UK Orientation Marketing team. They will be coming back round for a restart. You have to get the timing to perfection for that start. And sometimes when you go a little bit too late or early, then it can result in the bike going downwards onto the track. The apron, it's called. Good to get a little practice in the gate though before they start off again. And that's the gate back on the track, bike being placed into the gate. And riders making their way back onto the track. And the fall start by Millie Jenkins on the gate. So in the gate we have Millie Jenkins, and then in women 2 position we have Lottie Dawson, and women 3 position Lily Brindle, and 4 Georgia Lancaster. So second start now for Brother UK Orientation Marketing team. And now with 20 seconds to go. And now they are all cleanly off the line, making their way into that formation. We've got Millie Jenkins there, women 1. We've got a rider off the back, that's Georgia Lancaster, who hasn't managed to get onto the team's wheel, but she is gaining ground now, trying to get back into that team formation. And they're all back together now. Good save there. It's all going to be about finishing with 3 to 4 riders. They want to try to keep as many riders as long as possible, depending on how much work they've done in the start of the race. You can see the coach there in turn 1 just relaying information to them from an iPad. And the team is currently all together. And that is with Lottie Dawson just swung up the front and swooping back down to get onto the wheel. That is where the timing needs to be perfect when you go from position 1 to position 4, swinging up the track, and your team really come underneath you fast. You have to swoop back down before you even think you have to get there in time to get onto the wheel, because if you don't get onto that wheel, it takes a lot of energy to get back onto your teammate's wheel. But they're looking good so far. And at the front now, that is Lily Brindle, just swinging up and swooping back down to get onto that wheel. Good changes here. If we look at the socks, we're also mixing up with some pink and blue over socks, matching their kit. Definitely a stylish team here. We're at the halfway mark with 8 laps to go. And that is Millie Jenkins just swinging up the track and back down into position 4, and getting back onto the wheel of women 3. All the teams still riding together. Small gaps appearing, but sometimes that can just be technical rather than in practice in this formation, and not the strength. It's all about keeping as close to the wheel in front of you and being as comfortable as you can in that position. We've got 5 laps to go now as they come into the home straight. And that is Lottie Dawson at the front. Still all 4 riders on the track, so looking good for Brother UK Orientation Marketing. And that is still Lottie Dawson on the front. She's just peeled up and going to swip back down to get onto the wheel. Good turn there by Dawson. And coming into the home straight now. Really pushing down on the pedals. We've got Lily Brindle. And she has peeled off. She's done her work for the day. We're down to 3 riders now for this team. And all these 3 riders will have to finish the race. But that's okay, because there's only 2 laps to go now. Let's get behind all these riders. Still looking good, still all together. And as they come round the bend, they're going to get 1 lap to go. Big efforts now from all these riders. In the back straight now, coming round to get their time. And that is posting a time of 5 minutes, 7 seconds, 0.968. It's always so difficult when you come to these championships, and you always see it in the team pursuit when you've not had a chance to train with your teammates. It's great to see everyone taking to the field and giving it a good go. I think next up we're going to have Team Inspired, a rerun.
Yes, disasters took Team Inspired in the opening lap of the first attempt to record a time when one rider came to grief. So this is their second and final opportunity to record a time. That false start we just saw from Brother UK Orientation Marketing caused a bit of a disarray at the start of their second attempt at the time, but they regrouped well and clocked a time of 5:07.968. Looking at the leaderboard at the moment, that non-championship ride from GB Select is still the fastest in 4:34.703. Harbour Development Racing Team, 4:45.697. Tafoti, everyone active, 4:50.325. Jaden Vulavello in 4:55.107. Brother UK Orientation Marketing, 5:08.361. And Loughborough Lightning in 5:10.286. So that's the way the competition stands. That's 4 teams looking to get into the final, which will take place a little bit later during the course of this morning's brief Saturday session. Scheduled to be racing here in this morning session right through to just after 5 o'clock this afternoon. We have a brief pause before we go into the evening's racing. If you've got tickets for that, we start at 7 o'clock. And of course, all the action on our live stream, the British Cycling YouTube channel as well. So Team Inspired on the line, ready to go inside the final 30 seconds countdown. Ella Barnwell, Maddie Leach, Grace Lister and Jess Roberts. Last team to go. So Team Inspired depart from the line. I think it was Maddie Leach who came to grief last time. They're past the danger point this time. All riders still just getting on top of that gear before they settle into their aerodynamic tuck position. Sometimes having a problem in the first ride, as they did, can inspire you to go even faster next time round. Other times it can upset the rhythm, but Team Inspired, experienced riders in this discipline, spend many hours training on the track at the National Cycling Centre in Manchester. They don't let a little thing like that put them off, so running it very smoothly now. We'll get the first indication of pace when they complete the opening kilometre. We're a lap away from that when they come around this time. Green and gold colours of Team Inspired. Rider on the back of the line there is Ella Barnwell, the individual pursuit silver medalist yesterday. Team Inspired employing one of those very special and distinctive Lotus bikes. That's the black bike compared to the red ones ridden by the other members of the team. .1:27, and they went through the line that time. 2.5 kilometres still to go. Well, the formation here is exactly how you ride a team pursuit. No gaps at all to speak of between the riders, other than that necessary to avoid disaster, of course. Lead rider swings up, drops back neatly behind. That is the benefit to having the opportunity to train at length with your teammates. An advantage some teams, of course, don't enjoy, coming together perhaps just for these national championships. So we'll be heading through the halfway mark for Team Inspired. We were there last time, 7 laps to go this time. Still all 4 riders contributing equally to the pace. Now it looks like we'll lose the 4th rider with 6 laps remaining. So down to 3. Coach Chris Newton just pacing around on the line there to indicate where the team are in relation to their schedule. The rider who has swung off the back is Ella Barnwell. So that leaves Maddie Leach, Grace Lister and Jess Roberts to complete the distance and record the time. As you've seen already, the team need to finish the remaining 3 riders and ideally as close together on that finish line as possible to get the very best advantage. 1 kilometre to go this time. They're going to go through that 3K mark at 3:22.139. And that is comfortably the fastest time we have seen in this competition so far today. So Team Inspired look on schedule here for a place in the gold medal final. Let's have to complete the distance first. We have seen disaster strike in the closing stages of team pursuits, but this well-drilled outfit ticking off the laps here. 2 to go this time. Just lift it a little bit. Chris Newton indicating to the riders there. One lap remaining. Jess Roberts, former national road race champion, on the front. Powering down the back straight. They will line out across the track when they come off the crown of the bend here at corner 4. And cross the line they go. Time 4:28.313. That is the fastest time recorded in competition here today in the qualification round, the women's 4-kilometre team pursuit. An average speed of 53.668 kilometres. They regrouped well and delivered a good ride. As I mentioned, the final of that team pursuit will be coming up a little bit later on during the course of this morning's session. Some more sprinting to come yet in the men's sprint with the quarterfinal stage in that one. But before that, we've got more pursuiting, this time for our paracyclists. 3 separate classifications to be fought out. And within that, there are different paracycling categories at play. So the women will go first in the WC3 category, Daphne Schrager. WC5 will feature Morgan Newbury. And because there is a difference in paracycling categorization in these matches, what we do is apply what's called a factor to the time of certain riders in particular categories. So a factor of 100% means the time you record when you cross the line is the time that you get. But riders in other disability categories will have a time factor. For example, Daphne Schrager of Di Massio, who goes in the first heat, her factor will be 93.95 to bring some equality with the times of the riders competing against in other disability categories. We'll explain it to you as you go along, and we will correct the time on the scoreboard. The first time you see will be the actual time, but they will receive a corrected factored time, which of course is what will judge who is our winner in each of the individual categories. I hope that makes a degree of sense to you. Start gate coming out onto the track for the women's paracycling individual pursuit, category WC1 through to WC5. And as I mentioned, WC3 first up will be Daphne Schrager. Daphne Schrager, winner of time trial and the individual pursuit in the Paracycling National Championships last year. And she's also a world paracycling individual pursuit champion, taking that title at the World Paracycling Championships last year. So Daphne Schrager is away.
And she'll be looking to get underneath the 4-minute mark with a PB around about 3:58. So just remembering that her time won't be the time that you'll see on the scoreboard after. We will correct that time for you. And then in turn 1 there, you can see her coach relaying information onto her with his iPad.
So it's 3,000 metres, 3 kilometres, 12 laps of the track for this competition. I'm just checking out the current national record for this discipline, for the 3K distance.
She's absolutely flying around at the moment, though. Looks on top of her gear, and these pursuit efforts are very challenging. So if you are in the crowd today, make sure you get behind the riders when they come past the home straight, if you're in the back straight also. Because I assure you that if they can hear you, every little helps.
Well, digging through the paracycling records here, the current record for the female C3 category is held by Megan Giglia, posting that time back in September 2016 at the Paralympics in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. 4 minutes 3.544 is the current national record held by Megan Giglia. Well, let's see if Daphne Schrager can challenge that one. Good to hear the sports you're getting here inside the Geraint Thomas National Velodrome of Wales. She's at the halfway point this time through. Clock just ticking past 1 minute 51. She rounds the corner back into the home straight.
Can see the grimace on her face there, the effort that she's putting out, still looking in control of the bike and still producing the power down on those pedals. As she comes round, she's only going to have 5 laps to go.
Yeah, past the halfway point, 2:19 running time for Daphne Schrager of Di Massio. At the end of it, as I mentioned, we will apply a factor of 93.95% to her finishing time to give her overall position. One other competitor in this category who rides in the WC5, that'll be Morgan Newbury. She'll be next to go. The C number, by the way, refers to the degree of disability, so from 1 up to 5. So Daphne Schrager, strong encouragement not only from the crowd here at the Newport Velodrome, but also from friends and teammates in the track centre as well, being encouraged around the track, getting to the point where it really begins to burn now with 2 laps to go. Head nodding a little bit, but Schrager certainly putting in a great effort here. Final 500 metres for Daphne Schrager from Di Massio. Should get the bell this time. Into the final lap of the track. Through that mark in 3:38.184.
She's still looking strong. This is her final lap now.
Well, she's looking good for this national record too. 4:03.544 is the time she has to beat to take the new national record. She's going to be inside that one. She's going to be inside 4 minutes. 3:57.661. Remember that we apply a factor to that time to give you the finishing time. So we'll see how that one works out for the rider on track here, Daphne Schrager. But a great ride from the Di Massio rider.
Really did look strong from start to finish. A lot of effort put out on the pedals, you can see from the grimace on the face there, and that's what we like to see. 100% effort in the final lap.
So I wait for confirmation of the factored time for Daphne Schrager. Next rider on track will be Morgan Newbury from Loughborough Lightning. She rides in the WC5 category, so her time will be unfactored. It's a 100% factor, in other words, it's the actual time for Morgan Newbury. Next to go for Loughborough Lightning. So Morgan gets on board her machine, wearing race number 131. Away we go. Morgan Newbury is the current paracycling national champion for the individual pursuit discipline, taking that gold medal here last year.
And Morgan Newbury with a PB of 3:47. She'll be aiming to improve on that time today. She's off to a good start. Coming into the home straight now with 10 laps to go. The pursuit is all about selecting the correct gear for you and your strengths. Getting on top of that gear as early as you can to then hold on to that pace. And if you look at the board, that the iPad that the coach is holding in turn 1, you can see the pace reflected on that iPad. And she's been pretty consistent so far. Looking good in that tucked position. Pace just slowing down a little bit, but if you're in the crowds, make sure you get behind all of our riders. this weekend.
So as Morgan Newbury continues, I can confirm the factored time for Daphne Schrager, which is 3:43.283. That's the time that Morgan Newbury has to beat to take the gold medal. I can also tell you that unfactored time of 3:57.661 is a new national record for the female C3 category for the 3,000 metres, beating the record that stood from Rio in 2016, held by Megan Giglio, which is 4:03.544.
Brilliant. Always great to see national records being broken.
So Morgan Newbury, of course, not subject to a factoring of her time, so the time she records at the end of these 12 laps will be the one that's fed into the competition computer to determine her position. This is the women's female individual pursuit C1 to C5 category.
And as she comes round now, she's only got 3 laps to go. Legs are really going to start to burn.
Well, she's just more than a second faster than Daphne Schrager at the equivalent distance. But that fast time by Schrager before the factoring plays to her favour, because Morgan Newbury, of course, the time you see will be the time she gets. So 3:57.661 was the actual time for Daphne Schrager. 3:43.283 is the target for Morgan Newbury, defending champion. She's going to have to work hard here. She'll have 1 lap to go when she comes to the home straight this time. Support lifting her around this final lap of the Geraint Thomas National Velodrome of Wales. But her time is going to be slower than that of Daphne Schrager. Newbury lines up for the finish and will get there in a time of 3:57.492. So that is marginally faster than the actual time of Daphne Schrager, just by 0.2 of a second. But of course, with the factor taken into account, Daphne Schrager records a faster time of 3:43.283, and the time for Morgan Newbury, 3:57.492. So we'll move on from the female individual pursuit category here in the Paracycling National Championships to the male individual pursuit. Again, the distance is over 3 kilometres for the A categories C1 through to C3. First to go will be Sam Ruddock, riding as a British Cycling private member. His factor will be 93.46. Second heat will feature Ryan Taylor of the Ilkeston CC. He's in the MC2 category. His factor will be 93.96, and the remainder of the competitors, which will be 2-up rides, all in the MC3 category. Jacob Smith takes on Charlie Stanton-Stock. Henry Oran takes on Colin Wallace, and Finlay Graham, the World and Paralympic champion, takes on Ben Hetherington. All of those riders, their actual time will be the ones that are taken into account. So that is the lineup for the male individual pursuit. The first heat will come to the track shortly and will feature Sam Ruddock first to go.
We've got Dave Daniels there placing the bike into the start gate. He was a great rider in his own right. Actually, a rider that once beat Chris Hoy when he was on top of his form. So these para riders are in great hands. He's a new coach to the para riders this year. And Sam Ruddock just making his way onto the bike, getting clipped in.
So clerk of the course holding up the flag, indicating the rider is ready. Just get a 12-second countdown.
Yeah, sorry guys, let's start the countdown on 15 seconds.
So Sam Ruddock away from the line.
That's not the name sequence. That's the time.
Off to a good start there. And as he comes round into the home straight, be Be looking to get into that comfortable aerodynamic position as he has just done so.
Well, in competition here last year at the Paracycling national title, Sam Ruddock recorded a time of 984. In fact, 4:14.984. So Matthew Robertson came out on top in the category ahead of Ryan Taylor. Taylor, of course, goes in the next heat. And Matthew Robertson not competing at this year's Paracycling National Championships. So there will be a new gold medal winner for this category. Will it be Sam Ruddock? Well, he's approaching completion of the opening kilometre next time round. Remember, the factor of 93.46 will be applied to the finishing time of Sam Ruddock. So 1K completed. 8 laps still to go for Ruddock as he continues to pedal smoothly around the boards of the velodrome here. Riding as a British Cycling private member, but that looks a lot like the colours of the Loughborough University to me for Sam Ruddock. Of course, the Loughborough University, one of the foremost sporting universities, certainly in the United Kingdom and arguably in the world. They have a great festival of cycling every year, which I had the pleasure to do the commentary at last year. On a slightly damp and chilly summer day, but some great racing around the roads of the Loughborough University complex. But it's all about the track here at the Geraint Thomas National Velodrome of Wales today, and Sam Ruddock is going to set the benchmark time in this men's C1, C3 individual pursuit.
And as he comes round now into the home straight, he's only got 5 laps to go, so legs are going to be starting to burn now. And you can see the coach there holding up the board with his times, and the time's getting a little bit slower, so any encouragement from the crowd would be greatly appreciated, I'm sure.
Still pedalling smoothly as Sam Ruddock, but proving a little more challenging to hold his line now, which is a sure sign that fatigue is beginning to become a factor. But I'm sure with your support here inside the velodrome to keep the cheers going, that we can encourage Sam Ruddock to a great time. Looking to better certainly his time from last year, 4:14.984, which was factored down to 4:10.879.
And we're into that final kilometre now with only 3 laps to go.
750 metres. See Ruddock getting higher and higher coming out of corner 2 as it becomes more and more difficult to hold the bike down as the corner launches you into the back straight.
And Carl, this is when you need to just push the pain to the back of your head and just absolutely give it everything you've got. Only 2 laps now.
Well, Sam Ruddock is doing a great job here.
He is certainly still looking smooth on that bike, isn't he?
Yeah, remember the first time you see will not be his actual, well, it will be his actual time, it won't be the time in the competition though, that'll be factored. So I'll bring that to you as quickly as I have it. So Sam Ruddock is lining up for his final lap of the track now.
As he comes into the home straight to post his time all the way to the line. And that is a time of 4 minutes, 0.00.701.
Well, that's a considerable improvement on his time from 12 months ago, just less than 12 months ago, 4:14 on that occasion. So he's knocked 14 seconds off his pursuit time from 2022. He'll be pretty pleased with that one. Stand by for confirmation of the factored time. So the factored time for Sam Ruddock, 3:44.959 for Sam Ruddock. So that's the time that goes into the result as we await the next rider to come to the track. This will be in the C2 category. Ryan Taylor from the Ilkeston CC. His time will also be factored by a percentage of 93.96, just to reflect on the national records for you. The C1 category in which Sam Ruddock competes. Current national record held by Mark Colborne from way back in 2012 at the Paralympics in London at the Lee Valley Velodrome. Did a 3 minutes 53.881. And in the C2 category for the men over 3 kilometres, It's Matthew Robertson, who was, of course, the champion last year, who recorded the fastest national record time, 3 minutes 44.599, back in November 2019 at the National Cycling Centre in Manchester. Last year, Ryan Taylor in competition here. His time was 3:45.842 before the factor was applied. So the final 15-second countdown. Ryan Taylor gets underway. Just lost out to Matthew Robertson in competition last year, but with the absence of Robertson this time around, maybe he's well placed to perhaps try and take the Paracycling national title for the C2 category. Off and riding, still 12 laps, 3 kilometers of the track. Ryan Taylor was the winner of the time trial in the national championships here, the paracycling discipline, last March here in Newport. That's over the shorter distance of the track, that one.
He is flying round at the moment. It took him a little while to get on top of his gear selection, but once he was on top, he is now looking really smooth. And again, I always enjoy watching the coach and looking at the splits down on that iPad to see if they're sticking to their schedule. And we have 8 laps to go now, so 1 kilometer complete. 2 to go.
Keep in mind, of course, that Ryan Taylor is in the C2 category, whereas Sam Ruddock, who you saw in the preceding heat, is in the C1 category. So a mix of categories here in this paracycling individual pursuit. So the time's not directly comparable in terms of the actual time, but of course the factoring will correct that at the end.
And as he comes round the banking and into the home straight, that's going to be him halfway now, at the halfway point. And still looking on schedule, looking at that little iPad of the coach.
Other tablet devices are, of course, available to avoid any potential product placement. Yes, but the coaches do indeed use all the latest technology to indicate the information to their riders. And it's still smooth progress at the moment for Ryan Taylor from the Matlock CC last year, moved over to the Ilkeston CC this year, so just over the border. Final kilometre for Ryan Taylor.
And just slowing down a little bit, but what can he do in these closing 3 laps as he comes round the banking and into the home straight? Still looking strong, but this is when it really starts to burn in the legs.
Orange and black colours of Ryan Taylor from Ilkeston CC. His twin disc wheels slicing through the air here inside the Newport Velodrome. And he's hoping he's on his way to a national title. Remember, we'll be applying a factored percentage to his time at the end of this ride, so do bear with us whilst we just collect that information. We'll confirm it for you as soon as we have it. But the time of Sam Ruddock, 3:44.959 is the one that he is aiming for ultimately. That was Ruddock's factored time.
That's 1 lap to go now. It's all about getting everything out onto the boards.
Remember, Sam Ruddock went considerably faster than his time here last year, so if Ryan Taylor does similarly, it could be an interesting battle, this one. Taylor lines up for the finish, and across the line he goes. His actual time, 3:47.841. Well, actually, the time is not stopped on the scoreboard, so do, again, bear with us while we determine not only the actual time, but also the factored time. So we may have to keep you guessing about that one for a few moments whilst we just get to the bottom of why the time didn't stop. But I can tell you that we're moving into the C3 category next. There'll be 2 riders on track for the remaining 3 heats in the C3 category. No factoring involved in this one. All the times are actual times. And heat number 1 will feature Jacob Smith riding as a BC private member in the home straight. And the back straight will be Charlie Stantonstock of Loughborough Students.
And we can see Helen Scott there just placing her rider's bike into the start gate. Helen just transferring over from being an athlete, a pilot on the Tandem, to being a coach in the last year. She's in charge of the development squad, and we'll be expecting to see a few of our riders coming up. So that is Jacob Smith in the home straight, riding for BC private member. And he is new to track cycling, only been riding 8 months. And they're off. Trying to get up to speed in the first few laps. Starting on the back straight, we had Charlie Stantonstock, who is a Loughborough student. And now both riders into that aerodynamic position. And just a reminder that the times of these riders will not be factored, so the times you see on the scoreboards will be their actual time in the competition. And Charlie Stantonstock is looking really smooth, slightly ahead here. Not by a lot though, 1.2 seconds.
So let me just bring you up to speed with the time recorded by Ryan Taylor in that previous heat. As you saw, the scoreboard overran, but the actual time recorded was 3:44.005, and that means his factored time is 3:30.475. That means that Ryan Taylor goes ahead of Sam Ruddock. His time 14 seconds faster than Ruddock's factored time. So Smith and Stantonstock on track at the moment. These times will be the actual time, so no need to worry about pocket calculators for this one. Charlie Stantonstock finished 5th overall in the MC3 3,000 metre individual pursuit here at the championships last year. And Jacob Smith didn't ride 12 months ago, so this is a good battle between these two.
Well, Jacob Smith, yeah, he wasn't even riding 12 months ago. 8 months new to the track, so great to see him on there. Got injured in 2019 and has built his body back up. He's an ex-rugby player, so we know he'll have some fight in him.
Well, let's see if we can tackle the challenge being laid down by Charlie Stantonstock. See what we did there. And both riders moving well. 4 laps to go when they come to the starting stations this time.
And the tables have turned. Jacob Smith now in the lead by 1.4 seconds.
Yep, starting to turn the screw a little bit here is Smith as he goes through the back straight. The rider from the Loughborough Students, Charlie Stanton-Stock. His time in competition 12 months ago, 4:03.760.
Well, there really isn't a lot between these two riders. It's half a second now. Only 2 laps to go when they come round. It's going to be a sprint to the finish now with only 2 laps. You can see the coaches screaming. There's no information anymore. It's just let's go as fast as we can.
Well, the vital information, of course, on the scoreboard, which will be the times completed by these 2 riders. As we head around with 1 lap to go. National record held by Darren Kenny, OBE, since the Paralympics in London in 2012, 257 at a time. And 3:36.986, the time recorded by Jacob Smith in the home straight as he went through. Again, our timing just a little bit awry here. So I think 3:56.595, 3:58.822 will be the finishing time for those 2. Faster ride for rider in the home straight, Jacob Smith. He came good towards the end. So our on-screen graphic for our live stream viewers, confirming the information the spectators and officials here inside the velodrome are seeing on the scoreboard. Time for Jacob Smith was indeed 3:56.595, and for Charlie Stanton-Stock, 3:58.822. We move on to heat number 2. And starting in the home straight on this one will be Henry Urand, who's riding as a British Cycling private member. His opponent from the D-side Thistle CC will be Colin Wallace, who will take the start in the back straight. Heat number 2 of the men's C3 individual pursuit final. Colin Wallace, bronze medal in this competition. Henry Urand got a time of 3:51.566 last year. About 5 seconds faster than Colin Wallace. So Henry Urand gets on board his machine in the home straight. Colin Wallace already in place in the back straight, patiently waiting for the start. 15-second countdown once both riders indicate they are ready to go. So heat 2 gets underway. 12 laps of the track, once again, 3 kilometres still the distance. One more heat to go following this one. Looks like a problem for a rider who started in the home straight there. Henry Urand has come to a halt. His opponent has elected to continue. Urand will get a second opportunity to record a time. So it's now a solo effort for Colin Wallace of the D-side Thistle CC. Sure he won't let that phase him. He's settled into his pursuiting position, starting to tick off the 12 laps of the track to take him to the finish line. As I mentioned a few moments ago, his time in competition last year was 3:56.554.
Colin Wallace looking smooth on the pedals as he comes into the home straight. Currently in 5th position.
One more heat following this one, of course, which will feature the World and Paralympic champion.
Yeah, he carries on. He's okay.
And defending champion in the C3 individual pursuit. Time to beat is that of Jacob Smith in 3:56.595 currently. Henry Urand, I suspect, will get the opportunity to record his time following the completion of Heat 3, assuming he and his machine are able to continue. Not quite sure what the problem was that beset Henry Urand at the start. Just temporarily obscured by my view here by one of the pillars that hold up the roof of the Geraint Thomas National Velodrome of Wales. I did ask for it to be moved, but it would be unfortunate if the roof collapsed, so just have to look round the corner. So Colin Wallace of the Deeside Thistle, up there in Charlene's part of the world in beautiful Scotland. Of course, home of the World Cycling Championships in pretty much every discipline this coming August. Tickets, I'm sure, will be on sale pretty shortly. If you want to watch the road race, track, time trial, indoor cycling, cyclocross, mountain biking, all of that taking place up in Glasgow. And the track cycling, of course, inside the Sir Chris Hoy Velodrome, part of the Emirates Arena. Also where the indoor cycle will take place next door in the athletics area.
Yes, very much looking forward to the Worlds coming to Glasgow.
Yeah, we can't wait. We're looking forward to it immensely. And you keep your eyes tuned. Certainly be information, I'm sure, on the British Cycling website about ticket availability for the track racing up in Glasgow.
Only 2 laps to go
World
now.
Championship.
In the final 2 laps of this man, Colin Wallace's race. What can he do? What can he post? And coming now for the bell.
Well, if he can go faster than his time of last year, he'll be no doubt pleased with that. 3:56.554 is his immediate target. 3:56.595, the current lead held by Jacob Smith. Wallace into the final half lap of this ride. He's going to be a little bit slower than he was last year, and indeed slower than Smith was a few moments ago. He'll slot into 3rd place in the standings at the moment in 4:03.470. Time for Colin Wallace of the Deeside Thistle. So next up will be the 3rd and final scheduled heat, I suspect. Remember that Henry Urand will be taking a 2nd opportunity to record a time as well. He's a rider who had the misfortune at the start of his ride in that last heat. So starting in the home straight in heat number 3, we'll be welcoming to the track a rider who is the current world individual pursuit Omnium and Scratch champion for the paracycling discipline in the C3 category. He's the reigning national champion in both the time trial and the individual pursuit. He won the mixed scratch race here last year as well and took 2nd overall in the World Paracycling Time Trial Championship, along with that great silver medal at the Paralympics in Tokyo. So please welcome to the track the man in the world champion jersey. This is Finlay Graham. And Finlay's opponent in the back straight is Ben Hetherington. Silver medal in the individual pursuit here last year when he recorded a time of 3:49.157. Finlay Graham is the defending champion, having taken the title last year in a time of 3:28.898. So we're just about to launch into the final 15-second countdown. So away we go. Good start from Finlay Graham. slightly more hesitant start from his opponent in the back straight, Ben Hetherington, but he's got the gear turning now. So Graham has taken advantage of that good start. The man in the rainbow bands that signify the world paracycling champion for this discipline. He's been honing his form over recent weeks by riding on his home track in Manchester, the Manchester Regional Track League Tuesday night racing. It's featured Finley. And he's absolutely scorching around the track here. Very much a prospect of a catch here, I think, in the opening laps.
He's already got his opponent in his sights in the same straight. So I think we will be seeing a catch.
Just let me reflect once again for you. The current holder of the national record, it stood since the 31st of August 2012 during the course of the London Paralympics. And of course established on the Lee Valley Velodrome track as Finley Graham is about to overhaul Ben Hetherington as they come into the home straight. Current national record held by Darren Kenny, OBE, in 3 minutes 59, no, let's start again. 3 minutes 35.257. So that's the current national record for the 3 kilometer discipline. Finley Graham certainly moving well at the moment. Could he be on national record form? It'd be great to take it in that rainbow jersey of world champion.
Ben Hetherington also increasing his pace in actually my favourite coloured skin suit at this championships.
You did mention that yesterday. Have you made inquiries as to how you might possibly acquire one?
No.
Oh, well, I shall leave that to you to work out as we watch the other significant jersey here, which of course is that rainbow jersey of the world paracycling champion. Finley Graham already caught and passed his opponent for a lap. He's continuing to pull away. 1 kilometre to go when we come to the line this time for Finley Graham.
Finley Graham is absolutely smashing it here. He is really powering on.
At the moment, he's 22 seconds faster than the fastest rider so far, Jacob Smith.
He's in that tucked position, looking between his hands at that black line. Doesn't really need to look in front now. He knows he's past his opponent. He's into that tucked position, making sure that he's making maximal gains in the aerodynamic sector.
500 metres to go for the world champion, Finley Graham. He'll get the bell next time round. Hetherington continues his own ride here, having been caught and passed by Graham. Looking to try and defend that silver medal he had last year when he finished second to Finley Graham on that occasion as well.
Final lap now.
So remember that world record pace, 3:35.257. What's Finley Graham going to do? This is going to be exceptionally close, you know. There you go, look at that time, 3:25.128. So in the male C3 category for the 3 kilometre standing start, I can tell you that Finley Graham, the world champion, has posted a new national record. Deserved applause. Wearing those rainbow bands with pride. So this is the second opportunity for Henry Uran to record a time, having had that little problem at the start of his initial ride against Colin Wallace. Second and final opportunity.
And he's off. Better start than last time.
And he's made it around the first two corners, so looking good for Henry Uran to continue to record a time. Can he challenge? It's a big ask, isn't it? That new national record set by Finlay Graham, 3:25.128. Ben Hetherington's time, by the way, and all the excitement of the new national record, just let me confirm that for you, it was 3:43.505. That puts Hetherington in second spot, just ahead of Ryan Taylor.
And last year he got a 3:51, so see if he can improve on that time. He's now into that aerodynamic position, looking strong. Still early on in the race. Trying to get into a rhythm. The pursuit's all about pacing. Don't want to go out too fast. You want to leave a little bit for the end. And coming into the home straight now. With 7 laps to go. Almost at that halfway mark.
So Henry Uran, 3:51.566 in competition last year. He's going to come through the halfway mark now, with 6 laps completed, 6 to go. 1:58.902 at that marker. As ever, fighting to keep the bike as low on the track as possible. You want to cover the exact distance of 250 metres. The further up the track you go, the further round the distance is, of course. Laws of physics and all that. So Henry Uran, with that time of Finlay Graham fresh in his mind, 3:25.128. That's Ben Hetherington's 3:43.505. Remember last year, Henry Uran's 3:51.566. Placed him third fastest behind Graham and Hetherington.
He's into the final 3 laps now. 3 laps to go in his pursuit.
Well, sometimes if you have a problem in your first attempt to record a time, you can be spurred to even better things at the restart. So let's hope Henry Uran can perhaps improve on that position from last year. If he can challenge the time of Hetherington, 3:43.505, 2 laps to go. 3:16.817 when he went through that point. Get the bell next time round. Let's bring Henry Uran home the end of this ride with some good applause to cheer him on. Just 1 lap to go. Here he goes. Still running in third fastest time at the moment, slower than the pace of Graham and Hetherington. Half a lap away from the finish line. Hetherington's time has ticked by now, so it looks like heading for another good third place finish. 3:55.639, just going faster than Jacob Smith. Smith's time 3:56.595, will be 4th fastest. So Henry Uran in 3:56.639. So we continue with our paracycling pursuiting. We move up in category to the MC4, MC5 riders. These are the riders with the least severe disability in this particular category. And there'll be one heat in the MC4 featuring Martin Hailstone in the home straight and Nicholas Fairfield in the back straight. And two heats in the MC5 category. Solo effort in the first heat for Mark Valentine, who'll start in the home straight. And then heat 2 will be Will Bergfeldt against Archie Atkinson. Will Bergfeldt, the defending champion from the Paracycling National Championships last March.
And the difference here is that it is over a distance of 4 kilometers and not 3, so 16 laps will be on the board. Rider on the home straight, Martin Hailstone from Ad Form Vive La Velo. And the rider on the back straight will be Nicholas Fairfield from the City RC in Hull.
So Nicholas Fairfield just getting himself clipped into the pedals in the back straight. His opponent Martin Hailstone waiting patiently for the start of this 16 laps of the track individual pursuit for the C4, C5 category. So this is a repeat of the C4 race from last year's Paracycling Nationals, in which Martin Hailstone came out on top, clocking a time of 5:18.263, and Nicholas Fairfield 5:23.384. So we'll see what difference 10.5 months has made to the form of these two riders. Martin Hailstone took third place in the mixed paracycling scratch race, which we had at the Nationals last year as well. Second overall, the silver medal in the time trial, gold in the individual pursuit.
Martin Hailstone already has Nicholas Fairfield in his sights as he comes into the back straight. That's always a little bit easier having that almost like a carrot on a stick to chase.
So it's certainly a faster start from Hailstone. I hesitate to say he's storming around the track, but I won't, obviously. That's a terrible pun. It's a completion of the opening kilometre, and it's the upper hand, certainly, for Martin Hailstone. But his opponent, Nicholas Fairfield, from the City Road Club up there in Hull. Officials be keeping a careful eye to ensure that no drafting is provided here, as these two riders have drawn level. Hailstone over the top now of his opponent Fairfield. Both riders employing those very distinctive helmets for maximum aerodynamic efficiency through the air here at the Newport Velodrome. So Hailstone as the rider is ahead. He has caught and passed Furfield for a lap. 8 to go. Well, despite being caught by Martin Hailstone, Nicholas Furfield hasn't fallen any further behind. So, again, further reinforcement of my conclusion that Hailstone had made a fast start, but now settled to a more steady rhythm. Just 5 seconds separated them in competition here last March, as I mentioned earlier, in favour of Hailstone. 1.5 kilometres remaining. Final kilometre for these two. First heat, in fact only heat of this C4. So this is the battle for the gold and silver medal realistically in this category. Martin Hailstone, man from Adform Vive La Velo, still on the front, having caught and passed his opponent.
Both riders still keeping on top of that pace. Legs starting to burn now as they come into the home straight. I'm sure they can do with all the encouragement for the last lap here for Martin Hailstone.
And indeed Nicholas Furfield, because he's done a good ride. Despite being caught, he's not lost any ground following that catch. Hailstone coming towards the finish line in 5:10.630. That's considerably faster than his ride here last March. And Furfield will cross the line in a time of 5:20.566. Again, an improvement on his performance from almost 12 months ago. So from the C4 category, which will move to the C5s, we've got 2 heats here. The first is a single heat featuring Mark Valentine of the Pool Wheeler Cycling Club, who'll take the start in the home straight.
No, you can tell me where mine is.
And that'll be followed in heat 2 by Will Bergfeldt and Archie Atkinson. Will Bergfeldt, the MC5 winner last year over the 4,000 metre distance. So just great care being taken to ensure that Mark Valentine's bike is successfully secured into the starting gate. So Mark Valentine comes out onto the track. Pat on the shoulder from his trackside assistant, who retreats into the track centre. 4,000 metres, 16 laps of the track, lie ahead for this first ride in the MC5 category. So getting that gear turning, the toughest part of the start. That's Mark Valentine smoothly away. Gradually start to build his momentum now. Once he's settled, he'll adopt the more aerodynamic tuck position, familiar in the world of individual pursuiting. Comes round to complete the opening lap, 27.283 for the first 200 metres. Was a bit more difficult when you're on the track on your own. Nothing to compare your pace to other than the unrelenting tick of the clock on the scoreboard. Coach at trackside, also relaying the information to the rider. The schedule, of course, will have been calculated to deliver maximum efficiency and the strength required to ride all the way to the conclusion of this 4 kilometre individual pursuit. Holding a good line out of the corner is Mark Valentine. 1 kilometre gone, 3 to go. As I mentioned, the C5 category was taken by Will Bergfeldt last year, riding for St Piran. Blaine Hunt came home in second spot and David Murphy third. And Bergfeldt goes in the next heat, taking on Archie Atkinson, who didn't contest the championships last year.
Well, I'll tell you what, Mark Valentine is really hugging that black line. He's looking smooth on the pedals. He's looking strong on top of his selected gear, and he's not manoeuvring from side to side, moving on that saddle. He's looking really solid. Off to a good start, it looks like.
Yeah, well into the second half of his ride now as we reach the halfway point.
And he's currently second overall. It's always interesting in the pursuit to see whether the riders will be speeding up towards the end and saving a little bit for those final 4 laps, or if they expend that in the start of the ride and they try to hold on to that pace. He looks like he's speeding up a little bit.
Yeah, certainly a very smooth and rhythmic pedalling style here being employed by Mark Valentine from the Pool Wheelers. They're in Dorset. Shout of encouragement from the coach, who is monitoring the proceedings on his mini tablet, otherwise known as a phone. Moving a little closer to the line here as well. Shouting out the information to Mark each time he goes past. Final kilometre when he comes to his home straight starting station this time. At that point, his running time 3:52.586. So this is the point in the ride where pain really does begin to become a factor.
It's not something I miss very much from racing.
Is it not? I can imagine. I can only imagine, never having attempted such a feat myself.
Only 2 laps to go now. The fire is going to be burning in those legs.
The question is it going to be Valentine's Day? He's looking at a good time at the moment as he is coming around for one lap and the bell this time.
He's currently in the top spot. Can he hold on to that lead?
Half a lap to go for the rider here from the Pool Wheelers, Mark Valentine. And as he crosses the line for the final time, it's 5:07.507. Lots of 5s and 7s in that. 5:07.507, finishing time for Mark Valentine of the Pool Wheelers Cycling Club. Heat 2 will be the next one to take to the track. So taking the start in the home straight. Rider equally accomplished on both road and track, and equally accomplished actually in both paracycling and able-bodied cycling. He's a winner of the individual pursuit last year, scratch race silver medal. He's also the paracycling individual pursuit champion from 2019 and a world silver medalist in the scratch race in 2019 as well. On the road, well, rider rides really strongly. He's finished as high as 5th in the really tough cycle classic race over there in Rutland and Melton back in 2013. It's Will Bergfeldt coming to the start in the home straight, and his opponent in the back straight, riding for the Para T team. This will be Archie Atkinson. So heat 2 of the C5 category individual pursuit gets underway. Will Bergfeldt's time on the way to his win last year was 4:35.528. Just see Mark Valentine clock a 5:07.507. So on that form, Bergfeldt will start as the favourite here. Archie Atkinson, though, bit of an unknown quantity to us at the moment. We'll see how well he goes. He's been picked up by the Para T squad, of course, featuring such riders as Jodie Cundy and Finlay Graham as well. So Archie Atkinson certain to put up a good performance here, and he's started very rapidly indeed. He's in the same straight as Will Bergfeldt, just entering the back straight as Bergfeldt exited at the other end. So a rapid start indeed for Archie Atkinson of Para T, the rider in the red with the black shorts. And he has got very much last year's champion in this category in his sights at the moment.
Archie Atkinson, a new rider to structured training, so one of Helen Scott's new riders on the development squad, and he's only 18 years old, so looks like there'll be a lot of promise for him in the future. He's looking very strong today, though. He's looking smooth on that bike, isn't he, Carl?
He certainly is. A very accomplished style indeed, and well, Will Bergfeldt knows he's got a battle on his hands here, as Archie Atkinson is absolutely blasting around the boards of the Geraint Thomas National Velodrome of Wales. Rock steady, top half of his body. That's exactly what you need stretched out over those aerodynamic handlebar extensions. Deep dish front wheel, disc in the back, and it's proving very effective indeed.
It'll all be about practicing pacing today for him, though, with not much competition practice under his belt, and with competition in the heart and soul, you can expect to go off with a fast start. Whether he finishes with a fast finish, we'll soon find out.
Well, he continues to gain ground, although not as rapidly as at the start of this ride on Will Bergfeldt. So he's steadied his pace a little bit. Will Bergfeldt has been riding very consistent laps all through, but well, has Atkinson gone away too quickly? Bergfeldt's got a big task to try and come back at him. He's almost 3/4 of a lap behind Archie Atkinson. We're inside the second half of this ride. Be a kilometre and a half to go when the riders reach their starting stations next time around. Well, a good judge here is whether riders are relative to each other in that back straight. The gap is a little smaller, but it's not growing significantly now, so Will Bergfeldt has steadied the ship. Can he hit back, though, against that rapid start from Archie Atkinson? Plenty of support all around the velodrome here to cheer these riders on. Seeing a great battle being fought out in this C5 category for the men's individual pursuit in the paracycling.
And as they come round now, they'll have 1 kilometre to go.
So Will Bergfeldt, defending champion, is under pressure here from Archie Atkinson.
It's all about how you finish. And we'll soon find out whether Archie Atkinson can hold on to that pace, because Will Bergfeldt is really increasing his speed now.
Yeah, Atkinson has fallen a little bit further back now, although he's still ahead, of course, but his gap is not as big as it was as we get down to the closing stages here, so Bergfeldt really building towards a rapid finish. But as long as Archie Atkinson can keep the momentum going for the final 250 metres when he gets to Bell next time round, it's going to be a real nail-biter, this one. So Bergfeldt half a lap away from getting the bell. Atkinson gets there now, so he's still about a quarter of a lap ahead of Will Bergfeldt. That'll translate into the finishing times, of course. Remember Bergfeldt's time last year, 4:35.528. And he's coming around now, a little bit slower than that when he completes this ride. Here comes Will Bergfeldt towards the line in 4:41.936, but Archie Atkinson 4:38.815 is the fastest rider in the C5 category. Archie Atkinson displaces Will Bergfeldt. So we're bringing you the various medal ceremonies for those events a little bit later. We're moving on now to our next disciplines on the track, which were the men's sprint quarterfinals.
So for the men's sprint quarterfinals on the track, we already have Oliver Alul for ESV Manchester. And then being pushed up the track by Jason Kenny, we have Jack Carlin for Team Inspired. So these rides will be best of 3. So riders will be looking to get that advantage and get themselves off to a win.
So Colin, of course, the defending champion, having taken this title last March here at the Newport Velodrome. Bronze medal at the Tokyo Olympics in the sprint discipline. holder of the national record. So Oliver Alul knows that there is a significant figure looming large over his right shoulder, and that is Jack Collin. He's starting to wind up the pace. Alul occupying the lower position on the track. Collin hasn't struck yet, but it's 1 lap to go. Alul starts to unwind his sprint as well. Here comes Collin over the top, using the height of the track to his advantage. Collin now swoops down into the lower part of the track and sets his sight on going past Oliver Alul, and he's doing so with relative ease as they come off the final corner. Little glance behind for the defending champion. Jack Collin goes 1 match to the good against Oliver Alul.
And that was an example of just using the track to your benefit. Jack stayed really, really high up on the track and used the banking as he swooped down, using the momentum to then time his sprint to perfection to come over Alul.
Yep, a consummate display of sprinting there from the defending champion, Jack Collin. Got to be the favourite for this competition, but some strong riders in the remaining heats. Of course, best of 3 to take riders through into the semi-finals. So heat number 2 will feature, from Team Inspired, Harry Ledingham-Horn, already a gold medalist in the team sprint yesterday. And his opponent, who did a great ride in the preceding round, for Team Terminator, Daniel Cooper. So riders for heat 2 will be next out on the track. Looks like Harry Ledingham-Horn will be wheeled to the line first. He's clearly drawn the outside position for this first match. Riders do draw for the start positions at the beginning of a best of 3. The advantage generally considered to be on the side of the rider on the outside, which is why they sometimes try and force a standstill to swap positions around. As the inside rider forced to lead for that first half lap. Of course, has to ride forwards whilst looking backwards. So Harry Ledingham-Horn keeping a very close watch on the back wheel of Daniel Cooper.
And really trying to stay as close as he can to Daniel Cooper's wheel there to maybe spring the element of surprise. The closer you are to the wheel in front of you, the harder it is for the rider in front to see where you are. It's almost like they've got a blind spot. But both riders winding up the pace now.
Well, Daniel Cooper overcame Team Inspired's Marcus Hiley in the preceding round to make progress here into the quarterfinals. And can he dispatch another Inspired rider? Certainly in the first of potential 3 matches. Well, the rider fighting back here is Harry Ledingham-Horn. He draws level. The Cooper coming off the final corner. Can he get past him on the straight? Yes, he can. That was close, though. Well-judged ride from Daniel Cooper, but the greater pace of Harry Ledingham-Horn in the final run to the line gives him victory in the first match.
Well, yes, that was a very well-timed effort from Daniel Cooper to try and hold off his opponent, Harry Ledingham-Horn. However, just maybe not enough speed to hold him off. We're seeing some good tactics here to try and outsprint their opponents. We've got heat number 3 next. Hayden Norris of Team Inspired and Lyle Craig from the Glasgow Track Racing Club.
Well, Team Inspired, of course, dominated the women's sprint competition yesterday. Looking to do the same here in the men's sprint, but some strong opponents, particularly from the Glasgow Track Racing Club, with Niall Craig in this heat and Nick Arthur in the final heat of these quarterfinals. So coming out onto the track here, we have Hayden Norris, number 132 of Team Inspired. He starts on the inside. His opponent, Lyle Craig, from the Glasgow Track RC. He is on the outside. Starter's whistle gets them underway.
So that's Hayden Norris at the front. And riders must keep walking speed as they ride round the first half of the lap.
Hayden Norris took 4th place in the sprint last year, just losing out in a medal position. He's a European under-23 team sprint champion from last year. So he's looking very carefully behind him to see what Lyle Craig might be considering doing. Both riders measured pace at the moment. Just fast enough to avoid disaster on the banking, but not fast enough to dislodge your opponent yet. He'll be first to start to unwind. It looks like Craig is starting to pick up the pace. And Norris tries to keep him as high on the track as he can. Craig draws level. Both riders above the sprinters line at the moment. So the first to dip down inside that red line will force the opponent to go around the outside. 1 lap to go. They've started the sprint early. They've got a full lap and a half of sprinting here. Who's got the endurance to stay on the front? Going down the back straight is Hayden Norris of Team Inspired, holding off the charge from Lyle Craig. Norris is going to come through here and has the better sprint endurance. Long sprint, and it worked well for Hayden Norris of Team Inspired.
Well, Lyle Craig really started his sprint early there, and it was caught on the hip of Hayden Norris for quite a long time. It's going to be hard to come round your opponent when you're taking the long way round for that long. We'll have to go back to the drawing board for the next round, but that was Hayden Norris who came away with that win. We've got heat number 4.
I'll just bring our live stream viewers up to speed, just to take you back to the preceding heat. Heat number 2, where Harry Ledingham-Horn got the better of Daniel Cooper. Daniel Cooper not only didn't win that match, he's also taken a warning as well from the commissaires for an irregular movement to prevent his opponent from passing, which in the world of cycling regulations is an A4. So meanwhile, we're back with the final heat. And match A, Matt Rotherham and Lewis Arthur are the riders on the track here. Lewis from the Glasgow Track Racing team, and of course Matt Rotherham from the Manchester team of ESV. Matt Rotherham, a real turn of speed, as we saw in the qualification round.
You can see Matt Rotherham really trying to wind up the gear there. Get on top of his speed.
Rotherham
1 lap to go.
Rotherham winner of the time trial here last year, taking the gold medal in that one, but he's got ground to close up here on Lewis Arthur as to go down the back straight. Those big leg muscles of Matt Rotherham, can they get over the top? Ooh, that was close, but I think Rotherham just had it on the line by about a quarter of a bike length, maybe just the width of the front wheel in favour of Matt Rotherham of ESV Manchester, but well fought from Lewis Arthur from Glasgow Track RC. But he'll go away, reconsider his tactics for match B, see if he can overcome Matt Rotherham and force a decider.
And there is an optimum timing where you launch your sprint and you come around that final banking, because you get a slingshot out of the 4th banking. And if you time it to perfection, you can really be pushed along that home straight. And that's exactly what Matt Rotherham did.
So we're going to stay with the sprint-based disciplines for our next event on track, which will be the men's kilometer time trial final. No qualifications involved in this one. It's a straight final. The fastest rider will be the gold medal winner, 2nd for silver and 3rd for bronze. There are 9 heats in total.
Sprint-based discipline, however, you can have some endurance riders riding this one.
Yep, you're absolutely right. It's one that's generally won by a sprinter, but certainly, yes, it's sometimes we see endurance riders reducing their distance down to 4 laps and having a go at this one as well. We've certainly seen Joe Holt in amongst them, who is a great road rider and criterium rider as well. And first away will be Archie Fletcher of Innovation Racing. All of these heats will be one-ups from start in the home straight. So Archie Fletcher will be first to come out onto track for Innovation Racing. Been doing some great riding at the local track league in Manchester, leading that competition at the moment.
That's where you started your commentary journey, wasn't it, Carl?
It kind of was, yes, a long, long time ago. Not wishing to remember quite back that far. I was very young and innocent back in those days. But yes, it's nice to see that major refurbishments are completed at the National Cycling Centre. It's due to reopen fully in the beginning of March, but lots of nice new features in Britain's longest established indoor 250-metre velodrome. Of course, we love coming here to Newport as well, and we always get a great atmosphere, people cheering the riders on here inside the Geraint Thomas National Velodrome of Wales. Look at our shot there, you can see the man himself in those distinctive, now ex-white framed spectacles. Geraint Thomas has moved on to a different spectacle sponsor this year with his team of the Ineos Grenadiers. But it's nice that this velodrome was renamed in honour of our Welsh Tour de France winner, and all-round nice guy, Geraint Thomas. So, we are waiting for the arrival of our first rider, Archie Fletcher, just getting the track set up, ready for this kilometre time trial. 4 laps of the track. This is a discipline that's no longer part of the Olympics. Of course, when it was, Chris Hoy and indeed Jason Kenny were expert exponents of it. And, it's always the one where you have to leave absolutely every possible ounce of energy you possess on the track. Don't keep anything back. It's an all-out effort right from the start to get that gear turning as quickly as possible and delivering right through to the completion of the 4 laps of the track.
I would have loved to have given this event a go, Carl.
I would love you to have given it a go as well.
only 500 metres for the women.
Yeah, this is true. This is true. Yeah.
Yeah.
Same principle though. Again, you can't leave anything to spare. It's all about maximum effort.
Definitely.
Or do you mean you'd like to have had a go at the kilometre? You would? Yeah, okay.
Here we go.
Well, Archie Fletcher's going to, from Innovation Racing. Here he is. Race number 55. Climbs aboard. So we're underway with our first rider of the 9 contesting this men's kilometre final. Matthew Rotherham was the defending champion. Of course, he's riding the sprint. So even with the power of Matt Rotherham, you can't go from riding a sprint in the midst of that to riding the kilometre. So it'll be a new champion this year. Archie Fletcher is heading round to reach the halfway point. Settle into his rhythm. And powering around to go through the line with 2 laps to go. Rider from Innovation Racing will set the benchmark time for the others to aim at. Again, riders will be seeded on the basis of their potential finishing times. But we've seen great riding from Archie over longer distances and shorter ones too. So let's see how he's going to do with what, less than half a lap to go now for Innovation Racing's Archie Fletcher. Turns for home and crosses the line in a time of... Oh, the clock didn't quite stop there, I don't think. We shall look for confirmation of that for you in a moment. It was shorter than 58 seconds, I think.
He certainly looked like he was finishing strong there, and that is what endurance riders are best at. Maybe didn't get the best start out of the gate, however, really got on top of his selected gear and managed to finish strong.
Well, the time has been corrected to 1:05.354 for Archie Fletcher, which seems a little more accurate than the initial time that came up on the board. So a little glitch with our timing system, but that's corrected. 1:05.354 for Archie Fletcher of Innovation Racing. Next up, heat number 2 will feature Will Salter of the Enexo Group Racing Team. Will Salter just about to climb aboard his bike, and I can tell you he's one of the stars of the under-16 racing scene last year. Took a bronze medal in the under-16 Scratch and Madison titles in 2022, and finished just outside the medals in 4th place in the under-16 individual pursuit and time trial. So a rider who can ride the longer and shorter time distances with equal efficiency and success.
And I always say the secret is to have a look at the start. Is it as explosive as the sprinter starts? Or are they going to build up a little bit more, as endurance riders tend to? 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, there's not a single element of the time trial that's not vitally important to getting the best time. Getting cleanly out of that gate, of course, is the first of them. Into the final 15 seconds before the start. Off we go. Will Salter, 105.354, his immediate target to beat. Remember, this is a straight final, fastest rider with a gold medal winner. Still out of the saddle before he settles down, takes the seat, stretches the arms out onto those handlebar extensions, and concentrates his mind on the next 3.5 laps. Half distance beckons for Will Salter. Unfortunately, we don't have the time due to that little glitch of Archie Fletcher, the equivalent distance, to compare how well Salter is going by comparison. But of course, the end result was 105.354 for Fletcher. Salter, rider moving up from the junior level to the senior national championships, and he's into his final bell lap this time. Clock ticks around 59 seconds, so it looks like it might be slightly slower than Archie Fletcher, which would be a testament to how well Fletcher rode. 107.346, yeah, second fastest time for Will Salter. So Fletcher retains the lead after the completion of the second heat. So heat number 3 will feature another rider who has had success in the junior category. In fact, he rides for the Zappi Junior race team. His name is Callum Moore. He was second in the junior time trial and a point race at the junior national championships last year. Third in the scratch race as well, and just outside the medals, 4th in the junior Madison. So another rider who is very talented indeed. Flag raised to indicate the bike is inserted in the gate, so he's got 50 seconds to get on board, get himself settled and get ready to ride. Heat 3, Zappi Junior race team rider Callum Moore is underway. Time to beat 105.354, established by Archie Fletcher in the opening heat. Again, a pretty good start away from the line. Settles into his more aerodynamic position just about now. Moving from the outer bars to the inner stretched out section. Twin disc wheels. Hypnotic rhythm of those yellow graphics as the wheels spin around here. Halfway for Callum Moore, 33.600. That's the fastest first half distance we have seen so far in this kilometre. If you can keep this pace going, we could be looking at a new leader potentially. 1 lap to go, bell-less time for Callum Moore. 48.317 with 250 metres to go. I think he might just sneak in under the time of Archie Fletcher into the finishing straight. It's going to be close, but it is a new fastest time in 1:03.713. Callum Moore of the Zappi Junior Race Team goes to the top of the leaderboard.
Next up on the track, Heat 4, we have Atiba Quildan riding for Twickenham CC. Bike just being prepared in the start gate. Now we can see Atiba Quildan just making his way onto the track. And settling into his bike. We have 30 seconds to go. And this rider primarily the sprint events, so we might expect to see an explosive start. 20 seconds to go. And there we have it. That is a sprinter start if we've not seen one in this competition yet. Really explosive to try and get over the top of the bike. You can see he's got a big gear on there and he's trying to get up to speed as he is coming into that home straight. What a first lap there, in second position currently with a 19.82 first lap. In that tucked position now, that aerodynamic position as he comes into the home straight. That's going to be 2 laps to go. And this is where the lactic acid really starts to burn. Head down and pushing through the pedals. You can see shuffling around the bike, it's beginning to get difficult. Only 1 lap to go though. It's everything he's going to leave out on that track. Coming into the back straight now. On his final lap. Legs still going, you can see the hurt in his face. What time is he going to clock? And that's a 1:05.993. Sprinters versus endurance today, Carl, isn't it?
Indeed. It is indeed. Thank you for pressing my correct button there. I knew I could depend on you, surely. Yes, indeed. Great start from Atiba Quildan, but just a little bit outpaced by Callum Moore in the previous heat. 1:03.713 still sits at the top of the classification. And Atiba Quildan will slot into 3rd place at the moment behind Archie Fletcher. Five more heats to go. Heat number 5 will feature Harrison Hunter. Been a very busy rider in the first couple of days of these championships. Try his hand at the time trial now. Bike being inserted into the starting gate and the watchful eye of our truckside commissaires. Once it's safely secured, flag is raised and the countdown begins. The rider now has inside 50 seconds to come out, get on board, get clipped in, get settled and get ready to race. Into the 30-second countdown now for Harrison Hunter. So leaning back, leaning forward just the right moment to give some forward momentum to the departure from the starting gate for Harrison Hunter. Can he disrupt the top of the leaderboard? He's aiming for 1:03.713 or better. Incidentally, the current national record for this has stood since, would you believe, 2007. And the reason it stood for that long is it was taken by Sir Chris Hoy, and it was also taken at altitude at La Paz in Bolivia, a time of 58.880. Is the current kilometer record from well, one of the foremost exponents of this particular discipline. And here at sea level in beautiful but not quite as high Wales. Be difficult to come close to that time, but we are seeing Harrison Hunter making a good effort here. 3 laps gone, 1 lap to go for the British Cycling private member. Clock just about to tick round past the minute marker. It's 56.8 at the half lap to go point. This can be a good time. Just slightly slower than Callum Moore, but not by very much. 1:04.350 will slot Harrison Hunter into 2nd place in the classification.
You can always tell that the riders have had a tough race after the kilometre, some barely managing to get off their bikes, and this is proof that the kilometre is a very, very tough race to ride.
Well, to quote the words of our national record holder, Sir Chris Hoy, it might be slightly paraphrasing what he said, but it was along the lines of, if when you completed the kilometre you can either stand up or speak, then you've not tried hard enough. It's an indication of the effort you have to make.
Agreed.
Yeah.
So next up, heats number 6, we've got Aaron Pope from the University of Exeter Cycling Club. You can see him just making his way onto the track and onto his bike. And the shoes there, you can see he's clipping his shoes on, and then he's going to be placing the oversocks over the straps. So maximal aerodynamic gains there for his kilometre effort.
And of course to secure the pedal shoe interface as well, with the amount of force that's put through those cranks to get that gear turning at the start. Can't rely just on the clips alone to hold your feet securely in the pedals. So inside the final 20-second countdown for Aaron Pope at the University of Exeter.
Definitely a sprinter start there as he heads over the bars, trying to get in terms of this gear, trying to get on top of the gear as he is in the back straight, now looking more smooth. And as he comes into the home straight, he will be looking to get into that aerodynamic position and trying to hug that black lane. That black line at these speeds is very difficult. You can see he's swerving up to the red line sometimes in the bankings, and this is going to have a detrimental factor to his time. Really struggling to hold the line there with these disc wheels is very difficult. But you can see he is still flying around the track with 1 lap to go. Coming down the back straight now. All the effort out through the bike. Coming into the home straight to finish off his kilometre.
And the time, 1:04.665 for Aaron Pope. Fresh, of course, from riding in the sprint a little bit earlier. So 1:04.665, 3rd fastest time in the classification so far, with still 3 riders yet to go.
Would have been intrigued to see the time that he would have got if he'd stayed under the red line as well.
I suppose the comparison is that had he not applied so much force to pedals, he might have been able to hold his line a little better, but gone a little slower. So, do you not think you're not convinced, are you? No, I can tell. Okay, well, I shall not postulate any more theories in that direction. I shall instead tell you that our next rider coming out onto the track will be Joe Holt from the Techers CC. This very colourful jersey sported by Joe Holt. Another rider who combines sprint and endurance disciplines to equally good effect. He was part of the Team Pursuit winning squad last year. Has ridden for the Wales Racing Academy on the road. Ridden well in crit racing in the Tour Series as well. Joe Holt settles himself, ready for his tilt at the kilometer. So Joe Holt departs from the start line. Current standings, Callum Moore is our leader in 103.713. Harrison Hunter second, 104.350. Aaron Pope third, 104.665. And Archie Fletcher in fourth place, 105.354. Holt, the last but two competitors to go. Through the line he goes, completion result now, 20.007, the third fastest opening lap of this competition. Improved to second fastest. Holt absolutely flying around the track here. This could be deceptively fast, in fact. Keep your eye very much on the board as he moves into the lead position. So we could well see a disruption to the top of that aforementioned leaderboard if Joe Holt continues his momentum right to the finish line. He's into the back straight now with half a lap to go. Joe Holt round the final corner, heads for the line. This is going to be a new fastest time. Yes, 102.402. The first rider to go under 103 here in this men's kilometre time trial. 102.402 for Joe Holt of Techers CC. Oh, Joe Holt breathing hard as well he might. There was no fighting with the bike there. It was a very smooth ride from Holt, as I said, deceptively fast. And he has taken the top slot with two riders yet to go, so that means he is guaranteed at least a bronze medal. So our next rider due on track, sponsored by his very own wheel manufacturing concern. This will be Tom Ward from Ward Wheels. Capital Z on the end, Wheels. Little acknowledgement from coach as he walked past the rider there, having ensured that the bike was correctly positioned in the gate to his satisfaction. And Tom Ward is on board. Silver medalist in the Team Pursuit last year. Part of that team for Tom Ward. Now here he is on his own against the clock for the kilometre. So again, slight wavering of the line as he came out of corner 3 there, trying to keep that bike well down on the track. Head down, staring at that front wheel, staring at the track underneath, watching the boards whiz underneath. absolutely giving everything he's got here to produce the very best 4-lap time that he can. 102.402 is the target. Can Ward go faster? 1 lap to go. 49.252 ahead of the final 250 metres. He was only 4th fastest at that point. He really does need to raise his game now in the final run to the line. Under the scoreboard he comes from Ward Wheels, riding his very own wheels. Tom Ward in a time of 1:04.006, 3rd fastest time, but 1 rider still to go. So that could be a bronze medal if Harvey McNaughton doesn't go faster.
And we can see the pain on the face of Tom Ward there. Really, really great effort. He increased his speed as the ride went on, and we tend to see that from our endurance riders. So next up, we have Harvey McNaughton riding for Wales Racing Academy.
I'm sure there'll be plenty of support here inside the Geraint Thomas National Velodrome of Wales for Harvey McNaughton as he attempts to take the gold medal in the kilometre time trial. The time he has to beat, 1:02.402, posted by his fellow countryman Joe Holt in heat number 7.
And also shout out to the coach there, placing the bike in the start gate, Rachel James, also an ex-rider in her own right. And doing a great job with these Welsh riders over the last few years.
Let me tell you, Harvey McNaughton was the bronze medalist here 12 months ago. On that occasion, he clocked a time of 1:01.919. So if he managed to do that again today, he will be the gold medal winner. That will be the fastest time we have seen. No one has beaten 1:02 yet. Joe Holt the best at 1:02.402. So final riders to go. Heat number 9 of the men's kilometre final. Oh, well, that was not a good start, slipping the back wheel. So much pressure he applied there. He managed to skid the back wheel of the bike, and that won't play into his favour, will it, Charlene?
Just a little bit before the gate released him, he went there, and, you know, that can cost him a second, but we'll soon find out.
Well, it needs a very, very rapid ride indeed here for Harvey McNaughton to recover from that slightly poor start he made there. Just trying to preempt the release of the gate and not quite managing that. Halfway marker this time. Let's see what the split is for McNaughton. He's fastest, 33.424. Despite that, well, how fast would he have gone had he got cleanly away? We'll find out. We may never know. But if he gets the gold medal, he won't mind a single bit whatever happened at the start. Here he comes now with 1 lap to go. Time split. He's dropped to second fastest, 48.128. This is going to come down to the wire. McNaughton down the back straight he goes, giving absolutely everything. 1:02.402, the time to beat. I think he's just going to miss this one. Yes, he is. 1:04.130 outside the medals for Harvey McNaughton. His time 1:04.130.
You know, and such a shame there. We saw that he just went a little bit early in the start gate, but maybe cost him those few seconds in the end.
Well, of course, when you get to competition, particularly at national level, all the training, all the practice can sometimes, in the red haze of a championship final, can be a undoing. But let me just confirm that result for you. The gold medal winner and a great ride from Joe Holt of Techers CC in a time of 1:02.402. Silver medal, that will go to Callum Moore, and the bronze medal winner has, of course, disappeared off my screen before I said it. Fortunately, it's still on our screen here in the velodrome. So Tom Ward takes the silver in 1:04.006. Harvey McNaughton finishing in 4th in 1:04.130.
Next up, we have the male sprint quarterfinals match 2. So on the track now, we have Jack Carlin, team inspired, on the inside of the track, and Oliver Alul ESV Manchester on the outside, closest to the barrier. So it was Jack Carlin who took the first race. We'll see who takes this one.
Well, I don't think you'd envy Oliver Alul in this position at the moment. He's got the Olympic bronze medalist for the sprint, the defending champion, the man who was comprehensively fastest in qualification this morning. Already lost out in the first match. What can he do in the second? He was outpaced to the line by Jack Carlin. Even though Carlin held back to the very last moment, he had sufficient power to go by his opponent with relative ease in the back straight. So Oliver Alul will hope that maybe some tactics can be brought to play here to throw Jack Carlin off the scent. He has the fortune of being in second place, obliging Carlin to lead this one out. Just about as slow as they can go around that banking. Jack Carlin trying whatever he can to persuade Oliver Alul into that leading position. Will they come to a halt? Once they completed the first half lap, they can. On up to 2 occasions for no more than 30 seconds. But no, they've not decided that they're going to go that slow. But Jack Carlin just putting a little bit more speed on here. Alul moving up and down the banking, trying to throw Jack Carlin by moving one way than the other. But Carlin seems unfazed, continuing to look over his shoulder at Oliver Alul. Now they begin to think about the final lap. Be the bell this time. Carlin still looking over his shoulder at Alul, now also looking at his position on the track as he heads for that sprinter's line. Jack Carlin, the defending champion, is in the lane, but here comes Alul. Can he get on terms with Carlin? Well, Carlin's got a phenomenal turn of pace, and I don't think Oliver Alul will be able to match it once again. Jack Carlin speeds across the line ahead of his opponent, and in 2 straight rides, Jack Carlin is into the men's sprint semi-finals.
Well, heat number 2 on the track. From Team Inspired, we have Harry Ledingham-Horn, just being pushed onto the track there. And we also have Daniel Cooper from Team Terminator. Daniel Cooper's done some really great tactical races.
Indeed, Daniel Cooper will need to be mindful, of course, as we mentioned after his first ride. Even though he didn't actually win it, he was issued a warning by the commissaires for an irregular riding pattern during the course of that one. So 2 hits and you're out, so he'll need to be mindful of that as well. So to pile a bit more pressure on himself, he's of course got to try and beat Harry Ledingham-Horn this time to force a decider. Ledingham-Horn is on the inside here, and his opponent Daniel Cooper on the outside. He's held back a little bit to determine that he's going to stay in second spot there for Cooper. Having said that, he's immediately gone past. Well, that was interesting. Not quite sure what all that was about. Maybe he's decided to take this one on from the front. He's not hanging about, and he's caught Harry Ledingham-Horn a little bit by surprise here. It's a long way to go, 2.5 laps of the track on the front at full speed. Here comes Harry Ledingham-Horn. If you're going to go that fast, he says, I'm going to have to try and match you. Bell this time. Can Cooper keep this up? Ledingham-Horn is almost on terms. Cooper's legs must be burning after going away at such a ferocious rate. He took his opponent by surprise, and he's still hanging on to the lead. I don't think that Harry Ledingham-Horn is leaving it very much to the last moment, but here he comes around the outside. Shake of the head from Daniel Cooper. Well, it was a good tactic, and it almost paid off, Charlene.
That was absolutely brilliant from Daniel Cooper. We like to see all these riders try different things to out-sprint. The riders that they know have maybe posted a faster qualifying time for them. They've got to try everything they can to outsmart their opponents. So really great to see some different tactics there.
Well, some real psychology at work there. Daniel Cooper held back on the start, and then when Harry Ledingham-Horn rolled down around the bottom of the track, Daniel Cooper thought, right, I'm off, and went round the outside and sped away, but just ran out of energy just before the finish line was reached, and at the end it was Harry Ledingham-Horn in 2 straight rides who takes his place in the semi-finals to join Jack Carlin. 2 more heats to go. The next one, heat number 3, will feature another team-inspired rider, this time Hayden Norris will be the man in green and gold, and his opponent from the Glasgow Track RC is Lyle Craig. So a swap round in the start order from the first match. This time Lyle Craig will start on the inside. Well, no surprise tactics here. In fact, you just see Hayden Norris bouncing the back wheel of his bike there to make sure he doesn't go faster than his opponent and overtake him. That's the other way of slowing down, Charlie, I guess, is to not apply forward motion, but up and down motion. So this is suggesting it's going to be a tactical battle as they roll down the back straight, just about bettering walking pace as required. Team inspired already with 2 riders through to the semi-finals in Jack Carlin and Harry Ledingham-Horn. Can Hayden Norris join them as well?
Well, Hayden Norris now out of the saddle, using the height of the track to try and gain momentum as they come in for 1 lap to go.
Well, Craig is hanging onto that sprinter's line, forcing his opponent to go around the outside if he wants to. And that needs more speed applied just yet for Hayden Norris. He's not safe because they come around the corner and the inside line for Craig proves to be effective, and that will go to a decider. So Lyle Craig hits back at Hayden Norris, and they will need to contest a 3rd and deciding match to decide which of those 2 progresses further in this sprint competition.
Well, that was exciting. It's all about how you time that sprint. Using the height of the track can be beneficial, but it's got to be in the right time. Next up is going to be heat number 4. And we have Lewis Arthur from the Glasgow Track Racing Club and Matt Rotherham from ESV Manchester. So Matt Rotherham took the first race. Lewis Arthur will be looking to have a comeback to make it even.
Yeah, it was well fought. So Matt Rotherham certainly didn't have it all his own way. Lewis Arthur proved to be a very worthy opponent and sped around the track. Rotherham just coming over the top at the last moment. So he'll want to try and ease his nerves a little bit by perhaps taking it from a little bit farther out this time. But I'm sure that Lewis Arthur will be hoping that he can secure this one and force this one to a decider as well. So Rotherham, 2nd position as they depart from the line. Lewis Arthur already craning his neck to see the substantial figure of Matt Rotherham in his virtual rear view mirror.
Matt Rotherham seeming to select big gears for these sprints, so again we'll be expecting him to be winding up that gear to try and get on top of it. It's hard to be explosive when you're trying to get up to speed.
Well, you can see the power in those thighs of Matt Rotherham as he rolls down the home straight here, still keeping a bike length or so behind his opponents as they go down the back straight. Lewis Arthur keeps an eye on Rotherham. Rotherham dips down now into the slipstream of Arthur. Now he begins to accelerate with 1 lap to go. Rotherham coming around the outside is past his opponent. Now he dips down inside the sprinter's line, and it looks as though Lewis Arthur has been left behind at this time by Matt Rotherham. As I suspected, Rotherham won't want to be as close as it was last time, and that's exactly what he's done. Went earlier, went faster, and in 2 straight rides, Matt Rotherham is through into the sprint semis as well. So just 1 match C from that one, which will be the battle between Hayden Norris and Lyle Craig.
Just the commitment of Matt Rotherham there to come over the top. It's great to see a rider with such confidence. You've got to have that to make a move, and it all paid off. Great timing by Matt Rotherham. So next up we have the female 4K team pursuit final. So we're going to be racing for 5th and 6th position in this first heat, and that is going to be the team of Brother UK Orientation Marketing versus Loughborough Lightning in the back straight. Gates now being positioned on the track as the riders wait to be ushered onto the track and into position. In the home straight, we have Brother UK Orientation Marketing team. In the gate, we've got Millie Jenkins. Then second position, we have Lottie Dawson. Third, Lily Brindle. And fourth, Georgia Lancaster. In the back straight for Loughborough Lightning, we have Lucy Hart, Eva Callanan, Francesca Hall, and Madeline Gammons. Let's see if Loughborough Lightning can stick as a team this time. We've got 30 seconds to go on the clock.
So away we go for this 5th and 6th place ride-off in the women's 4-kilometre team pursuit. Neither team necessarily distinguished themselves in the first round of competition. Loughborough Lightning in particular ended up in a great deal of disarray. And of course, Brother UK Orientation Marketing to come back after a false start. But the principal point of the team pursuit is to keep your riders together. Time taken on the 3rd rider across the line, of course. If there's a potential of a catch being made here in the final, of course, the starter will fire the gun and bring the match to a conclusion. And that will be given if the team are just about to make contact, not physically, but distance-wise, with the team they are catching. So let's look at the times and the opening couple of laps, and the better start has been made by Brother UK Orientation Marketing. Lily Brindle, Lottie Dawson, Millie Jenkins and Georgia Lancaster.
And that's Eva Callanan on the front for the Loughborough Lightning team, just peeling up and going back down, trying to get onto the wheel, and she is on the wheel of the 3rd rider there, so everyone's still in their 4 formation.
Some of the changes a little bit on the edge for Loughborough Lightning, just looking at them over there on the track, but that's what comes when you don't have the opportunity to spend many hours practicing what is a high precision event in terms of your positioning in relation to your teammates. But, just erring on the side of caution here by leaving a slightly bigger gap than is ideal, but it at least means you can make the changes a little bit more effectively. We're approaching the 10 lap to go mark now. Brother Orientation Marketing the faster of the two still by just about a second.
Lily Brindle just peeling up on the Brother UK Orientation Marketing team, slotting back perfectly at the back of that formation. All teams still together. There's a slight gap starting to form in the Loughborough Lightning team, but she's pulling it back in slowly.
Problem, of course, is they need the third rider, so a gap to the fourth rider is not the end of the world, but if you get a split in the middle of the team, that can be more of a problem. We saw this happen to Loughborough Lightning in the first round of the competition, the qualifications, and they ended up in somewhat disarray, so they need to try and marshal their forces in the back straight. No good the lead rider going away and leaving the others. A time taken on the third rider across the line. Both teams still keeping all four riders going as we're into the second half of this one. Little gap, though, between the lead rider and the other three for Loughborough Lightning. So the coach at trackside will be indicating that to the riders, that you need to make sure you're all together.
And Millie Jenkins on the front of the Brother UK Orientation Marketing team at the moment, still there doing a long turn, keeping the team together as a whole, doing a good job there. Peeling off and slotting back perfectly into the back of the formation. Still
So,
2 groups of 4.
Yeah, had the half lap point. Just looking at the lead of Brother Orientation Marketing. I think it's increased a little bit. Yeah, it has. Just more than 3 seconds now in favour of the Brother UK Orientation Marketing team, and Loughborough Lightning are the first team to lose a rider, but deliberately this time, I think. She's done her work and dropped off the back. The remaining 3 are charged with completing the distance here with 1 kilometre to go. And the rider they've dropped there is Lucy Hart from Loughborough Lightning, so that leaves Maddie Gammons, Frankie Hall and Ava Callanan on the track. Well, now Brother Orientation Marketing also have jettisoned their 4th rider with 2 laps to go.
And Brother UK Orientation Marketing team have Loughborough Lightning in their sights now when they come into the same straight.
I think they're going to avoid the catch here, Loughborough, although the danger sign for them is that the 3rd rider has been gapped by the other 2. So it might be a slightly untidy finish in prospect for Loughborough, but certainly a much better ride than they had in their first outing here today. But it looks like Brother Orientation Marketing are going to come across the line in 1st place and take 5th overall in the women's team pursuit. 4:57.586 the time for Brother Orientation Marketing.
Well, that was a lot better to see Loughborough Lightning sticking together as a team there.
Time for Loughborough Lightning 5:08.729. So 11 seconds the difference in favour of Brother UK. So they certainly pulled it out in those closing stages, certainly inside the last kilometre. Look back at the start for those of us watching our live stream, the action midway through. And then towards the end, of course, Brother turning up the pace a little bit and delivering that 5th place finish in 4:57.586. So we're going to turn our attention to the medal rides now. First of which will be the final for the bronze medal. Tafoti, everyone active, will take on Jaden Vivlavello. So the team of Tafoti, everyone active, will start in the home straight in the green colours. They clocked a time of 4:52.25 in the opening match. So line up in the home straight. It's Lucy Glover in the gate. Mary Porton, Larry Richards and Esther Wong. And the start order in the back straight for Jaden Vive Lavello. It's Miriam Jessett in the gate. Rider 2 is Lola Ellis. Rider 3, Louise Scupham. And Rider 4, Laura Davis. So the countdown has commenced. We are just moments away from the start of the bronze medal final. So the bronze medal final in the women's team pursuit here at the British Cycling National Track Championships. Newport in South Wales gets underway. Tofoti, everyone active in the home straight. Jaden Vive Lavello in the back straight. Well, Tofoti were 5 seconds faster than Jaden in the qualification round earlier in the day. So work to do for the team in the back straight. Laura Davis, Miriam Jessett, Lola Ellis and Louise Scupham. Only 2 teams competed in this competition last year, so there was no bronze medal ride, in fact. But this year, good to see a bigger entry for the women's team pursuit. Early stages, but a faster start by Tofoti, everyone active, the team in the green who started in the home straight. Lucy Glover, Mary Porton, Larry Richards and Esther Wong. Heading towards the opening kilometre. Still advantage Tofoti, but it's not a big one. Just about half a second or so in favour of the riders in green here. It's actually 0.53 of a second to be absolutely accurate. Both teams riding well, good formation, good changes, keeping the pack nice and tight. Having said that, the last rider on the string that time through for Jaden Vive Lavello, just struggling to get back on the wheel slightly. They have reformed into a more cohesive group now. Still early days, we've yet to reach the halfway point.
And there's not a lot in between these 2 teams. 0.007 of a second.
Again, just a little fight for Laura Davis to get back on the wheel in the Jaden Vive Lavello team. Just not quite able to make that change effectively and retain the wheel of the rider in front. That does take a little bit of extra effort, and of course all that can play into the time your team records overall. Still all 4 riders on both teams going at the halfway marker, and it's still advantage for Tofoti, everyone active by 0.5 of a second. So situation pretty much unchanged for the last couple of laps.
The Tofoti, everyone active team looks a lot more efficient. Not big gaps between the wheels.
But despite that, the time's still relatively close. Lead rider for Jaden Vive Lavello now opening a little bit of a gap as well. So not quite as tidy, certainly, as Tofoti, everyone active, but certainly effective in the speed department at the moment, but still 1.5 kilometres to go. The closer we get to the finish line, the harder this gets. I'm surprised to see both teams drop their 4th rider with a couple of laps to go. After putting in a big turn usually, and then swing off, but we are approaching that final kilometre very shortly. can see the distance beginning to grow now in favour of Tofoti Everyone Active. They've been ahead right from the start here, but the gap has never been more than half a second. Now it's 1.8 in favour of the Tofoti Everyone Active team. I think we've lost our first rider from Jaden Vive La Velo, so there are 3 riders remain to complete the distance for that team. Still all 4 going for Tofoti Everyone Active. Well, they really are starting to turn the screw now. Bronze medal looking more and more a reality for Tofoti Everyone Active. The rider who's been dropped there off the Jaden Vive La Velo team is Lola Ellis. She swings off the track, and a gap now to the 3rd rider in Jaden Vive La Velo. Well, they're behind already, but that's not going to do them any favours at all. Remember, it's the 3rd rider who records the time. No good the other 2 going away and leaving her behind. Much more steady and measured in the Tofoti Everyone Active team. And that's reflected in the time now, more than 3.5 seconds ahead of the team of Jaden Vive La Velo. Well, they're riding towards a bronze medal here. Jaden in disarray, the lead rider, now several metres ahead. And all the riders split across the track, but here we come, lining up for the bronze medal win. The team of Tofoti Everyone Active will take the bronze in the women's team pursuit in a time of 4:44.826. And the time for Jaden Vive La Velo, whose challenge faded towards the end of that one, 4:50.434. So high fives amongst the Tofoti team with their coach at trackside. Pleased, no doubt, with that bronze medal. And we will turn our attention now to the ride for the gold and silver medals. This will be contested between Team Inspired in the home straight. Ella Barnwell, Maddie Leach, Grace Lister and Jess Roberts. And their opponents in the back straight were the team of Alba Development, Sophie Langford, Beth McIver, Elida Shaw and Evie White. So the gold medal final underway. Team Inspired led away by Ella Barnwell. Rider 2 is Jess Roberts. Rider 3, Grace Lister. And number 4, Maddie Leach, the order in which they started. Beth McIver started in the gate in the back straight for Alba Development Team, followed by Evie White, Sophie Langford and Elida Shaw bringing up the rear. So that was the start order for Alba Development Racing Team. Let's see how this one plays out over the next 16 laps. Well, I think Team Inspired very notably have made the fast start here. They were considerably faster in qualification. 4:28.313 was their time versus 4:44.697 for the Albert Development Racing Team. So at that rate, I think we could possibly see a catch here. Already they're in the same straight as we complete the opening kilometre.
And Team Alba Development Racing Team have lost a rider. They're down to 3 riders now, and that is with Sophie Langford in the team.
Well,
and
early
they have
days,
lost
yeah, to lose that rider.
Rider Evie White.
Yep, and the catch getting ever closer here. This one could be over very quickly indeed as Team Inspired speed towards the back wheel of the Albert Development Racing Team. Gilmore fires the catch is about to be made to bring this final to a rather premature halt, but a tribute to the speed of Team Inspired in those opening laps. And there you go, gold medal for Team Inspired. Ella Barnwell, Maddie Leach, Grace Lister and Jess Roberts get the better of the Albert Development Racing Team. Looks like they're going to continue to record a time, which they're entirely at liberty to do, although they're down to 3 riders. But no doubt about your gold medal winners. That is the team of Team Inspired.
So 3 riders still on the track aiming for a time here. So I guess all the encouragement from the crowd they can get. And that is rider Beth McIver at the front doing her turn.
So Langford, McIver and Shaw, the 3 riders who have elected to continue here. See what time they can record, see if they can go faster than their qualification time of 4:44.697. They are, of course, the silver medal winners anyway, regardless of that. Little gap, though. Sorry, Charlene, little gap to the 3rd rider.
It's got to take it out of your legs if you're not right up on the back of that wheel. And that is Beth McIver, who is just maybe a few inches off where she should be to get the aerodynamic benefit to the maximal. And that's Sophie Langford at the front there, putting down a mammoth effort.
So they're keeping this one going to see what kind of time they can do here. They'll have 2 laps to go when they pass the lap board in the back straight. It'll be the bell next time. Time just ticking over 4:15. Aiming, I suspect, to better their qualification time, as I mentioned a few moments ago, 4:44.697. The gaps have closed a little bit more comfortably now as they line up for the finish this time round. Fanning out across the width of the track and stopping the clock in 4:41.6. So that was a faster ride than their qualification time. So silver medal and a faster time later in the day, all good for the team of Albert Development Racing Team. But let's take nothing away from the winners of our gold medal. That was Team Inspired, Ella Barnwell, Maddie Leach, Grace Lister and Jess Roberts. And just to round that one off, the bronze taken by Tafoti Everyone Active, Lucy Glover, Mary Porden, Larry Richards and Esther Wong. So we have got one more piece of action, the men's sprint quarterfinals to be decided It is match C in the battle between Hayden Norris and Lyle Craig. Hayden Norris, Team Inspired, won the opening exchange. Lyle Craig hit back by taking match 2. So this will be the third and deciding match. Already through into the semi-finals, Jack Carlin, Harry Leddingham-Horn and Matt Rotherham. This will decide whether it's Hayden Norris or Lyle Craig who joins them. So here come our riders out onto trackside for this decider in the men's sprint quarterfinals match C. They'll have redrawn for their starting positions, and on the basis of their position they're delivered on the start line, I would say that Hayden Norris got the short straw there. He's on the inside, and Lyle Craig of Glasgow Track RC, he's on the outside. 3 laps to decide the final semi-final place in the men's sprint.
We've got Hayden Norris at the front, and Lyle Craig is really staying as close as he can to the wheel of Hayden Norris. A little gap forming now.
Lyle Craig really did sneak an advantage over Hayden Norris in the previous encounter. So Hayden Norris, I'm sure he'll be pretty determined not to allow that to happen again. Keeping a regular pace on the fronts, keeping a watchful eye on his Scottish opponent. Starting inexorably to increase the pace a little bit. Keeping the race high on the track. Now he swoops down a little and comes back up again, trying to narrow the angles for Lyle Craig to work with. Norris now dips below that sprinter's line. We've got 1 lap to go. Here comes Lyle Craig, though, putting in his move shoulder to shoulder with the Team Inspired riders to go down the back straight. Hayden Norris on the inside here, and Craig has just got his wheel in front. It's going to be really close on the line. Craig on the outside, and I think he got that. Well, Lyle Craig chased Hayden Norris down, got his wheel in front of the back straight, kept that advantage despite the longer run to the line, and confirmed on the board, I think. Yes, indeed, Lyle Craig was the winner. So in 2 matches to 1, Lyle Craig spoils the party for Team Inspired and denies Hayden Norris a place in the sprint semi-finals.
Well, that was some impressive riding by Lyle Craig there. To just be pinned on the outside, going the long way around the track, and still managed to come up on top. Finished strong.
So we shall return to paracycling for our next events on track. It'll be the individual pursuit for the men and women in the B category, so on board the tandems. Distance is 3 kilometres or 12 laps for the women and 4 kilometres, 16 laps for the men. So 2 heats in the paracycling women's 3-kilometer pursuit. Heat 1 will feature Elizabeth Jordan and Amy Cole. Elizabeth Jordan, the soaker, and Amy Cole, the pilot. So all of these tandem pursuits being ridden as a single ride in the home straight. No factoring or anything like that involved here. It's just the finish time is your time. So last we had just 1 tandem in the women's pursuit last year, and they are here to defend their title. They'll go in heat number 2, Sophie Unwin piloted by Jenny Holt, but this new combination of Elizabeth Jordan piloted by Amy Cole.
And Elizabeth Jordan, world silver medalist with the pairing of Corinne Hall in October 2022. She was found actually on the Talent ID program in 2020. So a few years under her belt now, and with a new partner, a new pilot, Amy Cole. She's Welsh, as you can see from her attire.
So they'll be coming around to complete the opening kilometre next time. Give us an indication of the split time and the pace at which they're taking off the laps here around the boards of the Geraint Thomas National Velodrome of Wales. They go through there in 1:14.378. So as we mentioned earlier in the competition, in fact it was on day 1, or day 0 as it actually was, when we had the closed session, the qualifications, that's riding the tandem on the track. Very difficult to keep it down close to that black line, particularly coming out of the corners. A much longer wheelbase, of course, than on a single bicycle. And not quite as sharp a handler, the old tandem, as the individual bike. But these riders are occupying a very good position, I think, just below the red line, not too far away from the black line, and keeping it a nice, steady progress around that part of the track as well. So it's a smooth ride from these two. The evidence, of course, will be in the final time. But their moment, of course, as the first heat, they are fastest, 2:09. And they went through the line that time. Final kilometre beckons for Elizabeth Jordan, piloted by Amy Cole.
And I imagine that for training for this event, you must have to do a lot of work in the gym to be strong to hold down that tandem. So it won't just be cycling training, it will be a lot in the gym, I reckon, to control that tandem.
Yeah, upper body strength as well as lower body strength to fight that machine around the corners. But these two are doing it very effectively at the moment. It's the closing kilometre. Incidentally, the time for Sophie Unwin and Jenny Holl on the way to the win last year was 3:28.828, uncontested, of course. Going to be a little bit short of that, I suspect, with a couple of laps to go. But certainly lots of positives here in the way that these two have ridden. Just getting a little more difficult to control as they come towards the end here, and the fatigue begins to build. The sound of the bell, I'm sure, will be a welcome one for Elizabeth Jordan and Amy Cole. Half a lap to go. They round the final corner, and they'll go across the line in 3:45.764. So our live stream viewers benefiting from a nice slow motion shot of that tandem making its way around the track. Meanwhile, we prepare ourselves to bring our next tandem out. This is heat number 2, and it is Sophie Unwin, who is the current World Paracycling Champion for the individual pursuit discipline. Taking that title in San Quentin and Yvelines last year at the World Titles. Also took a Commonwealth Games silver in the time trial of the Birmingham Commonwealth Games this last year. And of course, they are the defending champions for this B tandem pursuit here at the national titles. Pilot Jenny Holt, vastly experienced Jenny Holt. Great rider individually on road and track herself, but also a very good pilot indeed, pointing Sophie Unwin in the right direction on very many occasions. And she'll be looking to add yet another title to her list as well. Individually, she's a points race silver medalist on the track here last year. So it's a bit of a team effort to get that tandem in the gate. A couple of the British Paracycling team coaches aiding our volunteers and indeed our commissaire down there to make sure that all is well. The front wheel is placed just about a finger's width behind the line. That's what triggers the start of the timing. And of course, the actual gate itself is positioned further back on the track than it would be for a solo bike due to the greater length of the tandem. So here come our two riders, clad in black. Jenny Holt on the front, normally a member of the Techers CC, and her stoker behind, riding as a British Cycling Private member, is Sophie Unwin. World champions looking to retain the national title.
Pairing off to a brilliant start there as they wind up the back straight, coming into the home straight now, and I'm sure we'll see them get into their aerodynamic position.
Current national record in this discipline is held by Laura Turnham. She took that time in the Paralympics in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil back in September 2016, 3 minutes 27.260. And the time for Unwin and Holl here last year wasn't a million miles away from that record, 3:28.828. So if they've been able to increase their pace a little bit, 12 months later, they could be looking at challenging that national record that stood since back in 2016.
Well, they started off slightly slower of the two teams, but now they have increased their speed and they are currently in the first position place. They'll be looking at their coach in turn 1 there, who is reeling information from the tablet.
So through that opening kilometre and the kilometre and a half to go, they are faster than Jordan and Cole in the previous heat. I commented how smooth and steady the pedalling style of Elizabeth Jordan and Amy Cole was, but if you want an object lesson in how to pilot the tandem around the track, that's being given to you here by Sophie Unwin, Jenny Holt, and the controls at the front. Absolutely hugging that black line as close as you can possibly get, taking every possible advantage they can in a pursuit of another gold medal, retention of the title, and maybe a tilt at that national record.
They're into their final kilometre now. The legs are going to be starting to burn.
2:31.118 at the half lap mark. final 500 metres when they come around this time. So it'll be bell next time for Sophie Unwin and Jenny Hull. Just 250 metres away now to knowing whether they have retained the national championship title. 3:45.764 is the target. They are going to be inside that. Not quite on the pace for a national record, but good enough for another gold medal. Across the line they go in 3:32.129. So they are our national champions and gold medal winners in the women's para 3K pursuit. Taken by Sophie Unwin, piloted by Jenny Hull. And second place to Elizabeth Jordan, piloted by Amy Cole.
If we look into the track centre, we can see what it takes to have a team behind each rider. There are mechanics, there's coaches, there's sports scientists, all the volunteers that are helping, the judges, the commissars. Lots of people, important people in that track centre.
Of course, the most important are our riders challenging for these national titles. And we're about to move the competition on with the men's paracycling tandem 4 kilometer pursuit over 16 laps of the track. So first to come to the track will be the tandem of Henry Latimer, piloted by Christopher Wilkins.
And this is a relatively new pairing, only the last 8 months. And apparently every time they step on the track, they get faster. So should be expecting some good things here from these two.
So just getting the feet secured into the pedals. If you think about the force required to get a solo bike underway out of the gates, just imagine what it takes to get a tandem started. At least you've got 2 riders though. So heat 1 underway. There are 5 heats in total in this men's B 4 kilometre pursuit. And Henry Latimer, who does his riding for the TAP Cervelo team, being piloted by Christopher Wilkins of FTP Fulfill the Potential Racing. Well, let's see if they can fulfill the potential at the end of these 16 laps of the track.
And just looking at that tandem, they've got gold chain rings. That's what I like to see.
Would that be classified as tandem bling, do you think?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Look good, feel good.
Fair enough. If it works for Elio Viviani with his gold shoes, then who's to argue?
Exactly.
Well, Henry Latimer and Christopher Wilkins well into the rhythm now. Just a lap away from completing the opening kilometre. That gives us our first significant split time of this ride.
And that's 11 laps to go now. Pairing still looking good. Still looking solid on that tandem. You can see coach Helen Scott on turn 1 there, just relaying information onto the pairing.
We're approaching the halfway mark this time round. Incidentally, the current national record for the 4K distance on board the Tandem is held by Stephen Bate. Again, it was posted in the Paralympic Games in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil back in 2016. 4 minutes 8.146 is the current national record.
Looks like they are doing very well here. Still looking smooth. They've got 6 laps to go as they come round into the home straight now.
Yep, 1.5 kilometres to go, which is when it starts to get really hard.
Yes, now is the time where you have to tell your legs to shut up and just go. It's all about telling them to push past that pain. It's all about pain tolerance, and this is what the pursuit is all about, just being on that fine line between just the legs blowing up and carrying on. So any encouragement from the crowd for all of these pursuits would be much appreciated by the riders, I'm sure.
Yeah, they can hear you as the wind rushes past those aerodynamic helmets. It definitely makes a difference, and especially when you get into the closing stages here with 2 laps to go next time for the combo of Latimer and Wilkins.
And that seemed to work. They are increasing their pace again.
Heading for the bell this time. Just 250 metres left when they reach their starting station in the home straight. This will establish time for the others to take aim at. Last year's champions who go off last at a time of 4:23.873 last year on the way to the gold medal. And the first heat lining up for the finish, and we'll stop the clock in a time of 4:37.073.
So they've set the benchmark for the remaining 4 heats. Clocking a time 4:37.073. Big smiles there from both the riders. First national championships for Henry Latimer.
Yep, very creditable performance indeed. Our next tandem on track, well, they had a great day yesterday when they took the sprint title. Thomas Wing, piloted by Joshua Dunham. Somewhat longer distance here of the 16 laps of the track, but they proved to be a very effective combination in the sprint competition we saw yesterday for the paracyclists.
Yes, but it is the pursuit now and not 1 kilometre of the sprint, so we want to be seeing them pacing that effort, especially if they are sprinters at heart. So it'll be all about getting that even pace. And Thomas Wing, also a rower, so we know he's got the heart and lungs here.
So it takes a little bit longer, of course, for the tandem to wind down. So the gate will be brought out now as the first riders have dismounted. The steed will be wheeled away. They'll reflect on what was a good first outing for them in this National Pursuit Championship. Here comes our next machine being brought to the line. This will be piloted, as I mentioned, by Joshua Dunham. And the stoker will be Thomas Wing. Well, eschewing any sort of aerodynamic wheels on this tandem, as would befit some sprinters, I suspect. Conventional spoked wheels, you don't see that terribly much on track bikes, either tandems or single bikes these days, but nice to see actually a bit of tradition. So from the bling of the former tandem, we've got some nice traditional retro wheels here on board this one. Coach is making up for it with some very colourful trousers there. So they're just getting themselves comfortably secured to their machine. Just testing that stretched out position on the bars for pilot on the front, Joshua Dunham. Clerk of the course checks they're ready, holds up the flag, and the starter will press the appropriate button, and the countdown is on. So the sprint champions increase the distance to 16 laps of the track to take their chance at the title of Pursuit Champions. 3 more heats to follow this one, including, of course, the defending champion. In fact, 2nd and 3rd place from last year also due to go.
Okay, so these were the sprinters from yesterday, and let's see if they can pace their effort. They'll have to watch their coach closely in the first turn.
So 4 times the distance of the sprint qualification ride, which you can test over 4 laps for Joshua Dunham and Thomas Wing. And a slightly different technique as well required. Make sure that that schedule is adhered to. 4:37.073 is the target to aim for. That was the time recorded by Henry Latimer and Christopher Wilkins in the opening heat.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to look.
As expected, this pairing is ahead at the moment, but can they hold on to it till the end of the race?
They need to turn a sprint into a marathon here for the tandem pursuit.
Yes, but when doing out still.
Again, keeping a good line towards the bottom part of the track. Joshua Dunham on the front in the colours of the VC San Rafael, very well-known cycling club, of course, particularly in the track scene. 9 laps to go. So halfway next time.
Yeah.
2:20.578 was the halfway mark for the pairing of Henry Latimer and Christopher Wilkins. They're going to be just about slightly slow at the same point, actually. So they'll be picking their pace up towards the end of this one, if they can. Or maybe the fact that they've ridden now almost 8 laps, as opposed to the normal 4, or 3, in fact, in the match sprinting. But things are beginning to tie up a little. We shall find out over the next couple of minutes. 1.5 kilometres to go. No shortage of encouragement from the coach down at trackside. I'm sure if you put your hands together and raise your voices, you could also encourage these riders through the closing stages of this ride. This is where the legs really begin to burn, so any help you can give them, I'm sure will be very much appreciated. 5 laps to go.
Well, as they come round the banking, they have 4 laps to go. This is where they really want to be using their sprint finish. So everything they've got is going to be left out on that track. It's now a case of just pushing as hard as they can to the finish. As they come round, they are going to be only 3 laps to go. But at the end of a pursuit, that can seem really, really far away. So if you are in the velodrome, we want to be cheering these riders on, as you will also want to be cheering the riders on in future heats.
2 to go this time for Wing and Dunham, the sprint champions. 4:37.073 is the target. The bell is prepared. 1 lap to go. See what reserves they've got left to cover that final 250 metres. Under the scoreboard for the final time, out of corner 4. Finish line in sight. And they will stop the clock in a time of 4:48.320 for Thomas Wing, piloted by Joshua Dunham. So 3 more heats to go, all of which feature medalists from last year's Paracycling National Championships here at Newport last March. And in medal winning order as well. So the bronze medalist from 12 months ago will be next to go. That'll be Nadim Mughal, piloted by Alex Cook. Silver medalists go in heat number 4. That's Brad Gauntlet, piloted by Tim May. And the defending champions, winners of last year, well, half the combination are here. Chris McDonald was that national champion, but he's swapped his pilot this year for a man with very great experience on the front of a tandem bike. Adam Duggleby will be the pilot for Chris McDonald this time around. That will be the last heat, and will feature the defending champion. So Nadim Mughal and Alex Cook next out onto the track. They clocked a time of 5:44.693 on the way to that bronze medal 12 months ago.
And heat number 3 just making their way onto the track. getting themselves strapped into the tandem bike.
Final word of encouragement from the coach. If they indicate to the clerk of the course down there that they are ready to go, so she will raise the flag and the timing will start. Pressing down on those pedals to propel themselves away from the start line. Heat number 3, Nadim Mughal, piloted by Alex Cook. Both riders sporting the colours of Bourne's bike racing team. Well, the fastest opening kilometre so far has been by Thomas Wing and Josh Dunham. That was in 1:11.828. As you would expect from a couple of riders who'd taken the sprint title yesterday. Latimer and Wilkins accomplished the first kilometre in 1:13.392, so it'll be interesting to compare the progress of last year's bronze medalists.
And this pairing will be looking to improve their time from last year.
Well, they'll certainly need to do that because we've got 4:37.073 at the top of the leaderboard at the moment. And that was faster than both silver and bronze medal tandems last year.
Well, there's a lot that a year can do, so let's hope for a PB from these two and a medal.
You never know, and of course it's not actually a year, it's only 10 months, so who knows what could have happened in that relatively short period of time. Yes, of course, the National Championships delayed slightly last year from January through to March. Here we're now back in our conventional date here in late January. And we're once again here inside the Newport Velodrome, the Geraint Thomas National Velodrome of Wales, and a great location for these national titles. We are watching the third heat of 5 in the Paracycling men's 4K pursuit. Don't forget, if you've tuned in to our live stream and you're enjoying the action, we are with you all day today, right through this afternoon and evening session, and all day tomorrow as well, so you won't miss a moment of the action via the live stream, even if you can't be here with us in Newport. We're also all over the social media as well, so if you want to include yourself in the conversation, include the hashtag #TrackChamps in your social media posts, and we will have a look at that. We're all over Facebook and Twitter and Instagram as well, and of course live on YouTube with our coverage from the start right through to the finish of racing.
And this pairing managing to hold that black line to get the quickest way around the track. Really good to see. The most efficient way around that track is to try and hug that black line, and they're doing that perfectly for the moment. Going down the back straight now. When they come into the home straight this time, they'll only have 6 laps to go.
Kilometre and a half. Can seem an awfully long way though when you're giving everything you've got here. Trying to ride to a calculated schedule to make sure that you can deliver right through to the completion of the ride. Again, in fact, of all our tandems so far, have been keeping a very good line around the track, hugging that black gauge line, sometimes even dipping underneath it.
And now, when they come round to the home straight this time, there'll only be 5 laps to go. And when they get into that final kilometre, if you are in the crowd, make sure you do give them a big cheer, as you have done the past 2 tandem pairings. It's that last kilometre that the legs really start to burn. You feel the fire building up.
Just looking at the times of the previous 2 tandems for the closing kilometre split, and in fact Thomas Wing and Joshua Dunham were still fastest at that point before they faded somewhat towards the end of their ride, and this pairing here are somewhat off the required pace at the moment, so they'll need to lift their game for the final 750 metres of the track.
3 laps to go now.
Fastest time held by Latimer and Wilkins, 4:37.073. That's the gold medal standard at the moment. So last year's bronze medalists have a real battle on their hands here. They're already slower than Latimer and Wilkins, and they're now slower than Wing and Dunham as well. And still 2 more heats to go, including last year's silver and gold medalists.
I definitely think they'll be going for a personal best or to improve their time on last year. And looking at their time from last year, it looks like they will be doing that.
Well, all these things, of course, count as milestones in your racing career. So they can look back with a degree of pride, even if they don't manage to take a medal on this occasion. They've improved their performance year on year. It was 5:44.693 here last March, and as they stop the clock now, it's 5:30.095. So 14-second improvement over the time from just over 10 months ago for Nadim Mughal, piloted by Alex Cook.
Well, that is, you know, almost a second a lap, Carl, so that is excellent from the pairing. They will be very happy to be clocking that time compared to their time last year. You can see from the grimaces on the face, that was a big effort. Only 2 heats to go now to determine the medals.
Yes, the penultimate heat will feature Brad Gauntlet, also from the Born to Bike racing team. As I mentioned, he was part of the silver medal pairing last year. He keeps his same pilot as well, Tim May. These two recorded a time of 5:17.128 on the way to the silver 12 months ago. He also took the silver medal in the time trial last year as well. But again, they too will have to lift the game. We still have the first tandem who went, Henry Latimer and Christopher Wilkins, that new pairing with the very impressive time of 4:37.073. So the machine is secured in the starting gate. Riders coming out onto trackside now. So they're on board. Starter presses the button, and the countdown commences. Brad Gauntlet is steered away from the starting gate by his pilot, Tim May. This is the penultimate heat in the male tandem 4-kilometer pursuit.
It does take a fair few laps to wind up the speed on the tandems.
They settle into their seated position at the 3/4 lap mark, continuing to apply the pressure. Now they'll tuck as aerodynamically as they can for the next 14 laps.
With all the help they can get from those POC helmets.
Yep, absolutely. They may not look the most stylish of headgear, but they certainly do prove effective in the timed events. The objective, of course, is to make the airflow over the back of the tandem, the extended length, of course, of 2 riders as opposed to 1, as smooth as possible. Nice orange tandem, these 2 riders on board.
Had an orange bike once, an orange Cougar bike. That was my first ever track bike, Carl.
There you go. I like orange bikes. They look
Beautiful
they
colour.
always look faster, don't they, than
They do.
darker colours for some reason.
Yes.
Let's hope that proves to be the case here for Brad Gauntlet and Tim May. Early days yet. We've still got 10 laps to go. We'll have a look at their progress at the halfway mark. Fastest riders through that point so far remain the current leaders, Henry Latimer and Christopher Wilkins, 2:20.578. This pairing are 1 lap away from the 8 laps to go point. So again, a little bit off the pace to try and upset Latimer and Wilkins from the top of the leaderboard. And in fact, at the 2 kilometre point, they are 2:33.227. Slower than both Latimer and Wilkins and Wing and Dunham, but faster than Mughal and Cook at the equivalent distance.
As they come round the banking now, they are going to see 6 laps to go. So they are in the home stretch of this pursuit, but you can see from the look on the faces, the grimaces, they are really, really feeling the pain. It's okay to feel the pain, but can you push through it as well?
5 laps remain. Last year's silver medalists. When there were only 3 tandems involved in the Pursuit Championship last year. This year, the additional 2 have proven to be worthy opponents, both having gone faster than any of the medal winners last year, with the exception of the gold medal winners, Chris McDonald. He'll be last to go, along with his new pilot, Adam Duggleby.
Now they can see the board, only 3 laps to go. They'll be wanting to hug that black line as long as possible, as much as possible, quickest way around the track. But when you get tired, this proves to be very difficult. And any encouragement from the crowd, I'm sure, would be greatly appreciated.
Well, the coach certainly giving them a big roar as they went down the home straight that time. Clock ticks through 4 minutes 38. They'll get the bell this time. The time last year was 5:17.128. Saw that considerable improvement in form from Mughal and Cook in the previous heat. Can that be reflected here by Gauntlet and May as well? They're going to be just ticking over the 5-minute marker as they come under the scoreboard. So 5:17 was their time last March. And when they cross the line now, 5:07 save, not 10 seconds of the time. Clearly, it's far better to ride your tandem here in Newport in January than it is in March.
They've definitely improved over the last year, and this was great to see. Always amazing to get a PB, and that was 10 seconds off their time from last year. Brilliant, brilliant time there.
Yeah, not just fractions of a second, that's a whole hunk of time they've managed to claw back in this year's championship. But now the final heat, heat number 5, will feature the defending champions, the duo who took the title here last March. It is the stoker Chris McDonald, piloted by Adam Duggleby. As I mentioned earlier, Chris McDonald rode to success last year with Chris Latham on the front of the tandem. Now he's swapped in Adam Duggleby to take up that role. Adam Duggleby, multiple medalist on the Tandem, as well as being a very accomplished solo rider as well. And as with quite a few riders we have mentioned over the last 2 days, he's a rider who regularly rides the boards of the National Cycling Centre in Manchester as part of the Tuesday Night Track League, and he's a multiple winner of that event as well. So that individual pursuit title for Chris McDonald last year. Can he emulate that feat? Well, on the basis of the preceding 2 tandems have gone considerably faster than they did last March. I wonder if these can as well. 4:23.873 was the medal-winning time last year. If they were to repeat that here, they would retain the title. Next best time is currently Henry Latimer and Christopher Wilkins in 4:37.073.
And we're off. Again, it's going to take a little while to get on top of speed here, but once they are on top of speed, we will be seeing great things, I'm sure, from this pairing. And now both into that aerodynamic tucked position. You can see Adam Duggleby on the front there. The helmet perfectly in line with his back.
It's interesting to note that Chris McDonald is actually wearing a slightly less flared out helmet on the back, and that I suspect might contribute to the aerodynamic effect with the air being scooped over the top of Adam Duggleby's headgear. But what I know about aerodynamics, you could write on the side of an extremely small peanut, so let's not put any credence behind what I'm saying. But it might be the case, you never know. Anyway, they're riding well. We're in the approach to completion of that opening kilometre, and they're well on the way to defending that title they took here last March. 11 laps to go when they come to the line this time. Looking very smooth. As I mentioned in the introduction of this heat, Adam Duggleby, extremely accomplished tandem pilot. It's a new pairing here with Chris McDonald. Both Adam Duggleby and Chris Latham have been riding on the boards of the National Cycling Centre and the Track League, so maybe we've been comparing notes about the best way to go about this in recent Tuesday evenings, you never know. We shall keep our eye on the half-distance split when it comes around. They'll be at the line at halfway this time. 2:25.78 was the time at that point by Latimer. They are considerably above that, so they are on course at the moment to record the fastest time and defend that medal for Christopher McDonald. But still the second half to go. So they have to keep the momentum going, they have to keep the speed going, they have to try and fight off the lactic acid build-up in the legs. Spurred on, of course, by the prospect of another national title. Little glance sideways from Adam Duggleby at the lap board, see how much further they've got to go. The answer to that is 5 laps this time.
Well, that's not long to go at all, and as everyone did in the stands for the previous heats, important to get behind all of our riders, and that is 1 kilometre to go now. The legs will be burning.
Well, they're much faster than Latimer at the equivalent distance, 3:16.990. The time for Latimer was 3:28.635. So with just the final 3 laps, 750 metres of the track to go, it's looking as though Chris McDonald has once again struck a winning formula, this time with Adam Duggleby at the helm. as they ride towards a gold medal in the paracycling men's 4-kilometer pursuit.
Definitely looks like they're increasing in speed now, doesn't it, with 1.5 laps to go.
Well, they've clearly worked out the schedule and have applied it to perfection here. See if they can beat their time from last year. That was 4:23.873. They got 1 lap to go. They went through there in 4:04.04. So the final half lap. Put your hands together for the gold medal winning tandem. Here they come. Yes, they've beaten their time from last year as well. 4:20.179. So Chris McDonald, piloted by Adam Duggleby, are your national champions for the men's 4K pursuit in the B category. Second place, great debut for Henry Latimer and Christopher Wilkins in 4:37.073. And third place for the sprinters, Thomas Wing and Joshua Dunham, to supplement their sprint gold medal. They take the bronze in the tandem pursuit. So our brief morning session here at day 2 of the National Track Cycling Championships continues. The clock ticks around to 4 o'clock this afternoon, and we have got a number of medal ceremonies incoming for you now, for the men's kilometre, for the various paracycling pursuits, and for the women's team pursuit. And then we will have 2 qualification heats for the women's scratch race to bring this session to a conclusion.
The medal ceremony for the British Cycling National Track Championships 2023 Men's Kilometre Time Trial. The medals will be presented by Mayor of Newport, Councillor Martin Kellaway. The winner of the bronze medal, representing Ward Wheels, Tom Ward. Winner of the silver medal, representing Zappi Junior Racing Team, Callum Moyer. Winner of the gold medal and national champion, representing Techers Cycling Club, Joe Holt. The flowers will now be presented by Mayor of Newport Councillor Martin Kellaway. Please congratulate all our National Championship medalists.
The medal ceremony for the British Cycling National Track Championships 2023. Paracycling Women's C1 to C5 pursuit. The medals and flowers will be presented by Vice Chair, British Cycling, Richard Lodge. Winner of the silver medal, representing Loughborough Lightning, Morgan Newbury. Winner of the gold medal and national champion, representing Dimasio, Daphne Schrager. The flowers will now be presented by Vice Chair, British Cycling, Richard Lodge. The flowers will now be presented by Vice Chair, British Cycling, Richard Lodge.
Just want to check, so C1 to 3 mixed, C1 to 3 pursuit mixed, and it's Mayor doing it again, and go back and
Please congratulate all our national championship medalists.
The medal ceremony for the British Cycling National Track Championships 2023 Paracycling Men's C1 to 3 Pursuit. The medals will be presented by Mayor of Newport, Councillor Martin Kellaway. The winner of the bronze medal, representing Watshop, Ben Hetherington. The winner of the silver medal, representing Ilkeston Cycling Club, Ryan Taylor. Winner of the gold medal and national champion, representing Paraty, Finlay Graham. The flowers will now be presented by Mayor of Newport, Martin Kellaway.
Freddie, while you're waiting, can I just check next ceremony? C45 men. So we've got Richard Lodge doing both again.
Please congratulate all our national championship medalists.
The medal ceremony for the British Cycling National Track Championships 2023. Paracycling men's C4, C5 pursuit. The medals will be presented by Vice Chair, British Cycling, Richard Lodge. Winner of the bronze medal, representing Adform Vive la Velo, Martin Hailstone. Winner of the silver medal, representing 0503, Will Bergfeldt. Winner of the gold medal and national champion, representing Paraty, Archie Atkinson. The flowers will now be presented by Vice Chair, British Cycling, Richard Lodge. Please congratulate all our national championship medalists.
The medal ceremony for the British Cycling National Track Championships 2023 Paracycling Women's B Pursuit. The gold medal will be presented by Mayor of Newport, Councillor Martin Kellaway. The winner of the gold medal and the national champion representing BC private member Sophie Unwin, piloted by Jenny Hall.
I think it's because there's only, I don't really know the ins and outs of it, but there's only two of them which obviously must insert categories something, yeah. But I don't really understand it, because this is the only ceremony that is happening. Okay, so Charlene, the next one will be, flowers will now be presented to second place for the silver medal, not second medal, no medal, just second place.
The flowers will now be presented to second place, representing BC private member Elizabeth Jordan, piloted by Amy Cole.
Nathan to Freddie. Freddie, waves of re-announce it, Charlene.
The flowers will now be presented to second place, representing BC member Elizabeth Jordan, piloted by Amy Cole.
Right, we need to have a word with the VIP, and when they hear the flowers being announced, they need to go. Yeah. And flowers. Hang on. Right. And flowers also.
And flowers will also be presented to our gold medalists.
And then back announce is congratulate our riders, not national champions, medalists, or anything like that. Just please congratulate. So I just think it's typical. Yeah, no.
Please congratulate our riders.
The medal ceremony for the British Cycling National Track Championships 2023. Paracycling Men's B Pursuit. The medals and flowers will be presented by Head of Talent Development, British Cycling, Joe Malik. Winner of the bronze medal, riding as a British Cycling private member, Thomas Wing, piloted by Joshua Dunham. Winners of the silver medals, representing Fulfill the Potential Racing, Christopher Wilkins, piloted by Henry Latimer. Winners of the gold medals and national champions, representing PDQ Cycle Coaching, Chris McDonnell, piloted by Adam Duggleby. The flowers will now be presented by Head of Talent Development, British Cycling, Joe Malik. The flowers will now be presented by Head of Talent Development, British Cycling, Joe Malik. Please congratulate all our national championship medalists.
The medal ceremony for the British Cycling National Track Championships 2023 Women's Team Pursuit.
Copy that. We'll do a quick announcement. Head over that way. No worries. Carl, after this, after the ceremony, quick announcement says scratch riders. And go.
The medals will be presented by Mayor of Newport, Councillor Martin Kellaway. The winners of the bronze medal, Tofati Everyone Active, represented by Lucy Glover, Mary Porton, Laurie Richards and Esther Wong.
Freddie, we need the VIP and the Freddie, the VIP and the tray bearer are supposed to ideally move on the team name on this one. They seem to be waiting for the names. Yes, okay. Alright, understood. We'll just have to. Okay. So take a slight pause. So go big on the name. Ever so slight pause because they're waiting for you to say the names. They're not doing it right, basically. So take an ever so slight pause and then represent. And go silver.
The winners of the silver medal, Alba Development Racing Team. Represented by Sophie Lankford, Beth McIver, Ailey Shaw and Evie White. Winners of the gold medal and national champions, Team Inspired. Represented by Ella Barnwell, Madeline Leach, Grace Lister and Jess Roberts. The flowers will now be presented by Mayor of Newport, Councillor Martin Kellaway. Please congratulate all our National Championship medalists.
So after that raft of victory ceremonies, we have got two more pieces of competitive action to conclude this first session of racing here on day 2 of the British Cycling National Track Championships here in Newport, and they are the qualification heats for the women's scratch race final, which will take place this evening, but we need to filter the field down to 24 riders. So heat number 1, we'll have 17 riders taking the start, and heat number 2 will have 16 riders from each heat. Will take 12 through into the final to give us a 24-up women's scratch race final later this evening. And the qualifiers will be contested over a distance of 5 kilometres or 20 laps of the track. So the riders just being briefed over at corner 3 before being brought out onto the track. They have a rolling first lap. So the first heat will feature the defending champion Ella Barnwell riding this time for the St Piran Women's Racing Team, a team she joined beginning of the season. Also the bronze medalist from 12 months ago, World Point Race champion and winner of the women's individual pursuit here yesterday. Nia Evans takes a start for Team Hub. Some of the riders who've been in action already today here. Esther Wong will be making quickly her way from the podium to the start line for this one, for Tavoti Everyone Active. And Izzy Sharp, great prospect to look out for as well, one of the younger riders in the field. So total of 17 riders taking the start. We need to lose 5 of them so that 12 can progress into the final draw later. So those of you who may be unfamiliar with the disciplines of track cycling, let me explain the scratch race. It's pretty straightforward. Unlike the point race, where they sprint for points every 10 laps, this is just a straight race for the riders across the finish line, unless riders gain a lap, in which case it gets just a little bit more complicated because the winner might actually be in the midst of the field when they cross the finish line, but they're still a lap ahead. So we'll flag that up for you if it occurs. So quick fire race this, just 20 laps of the track. And of course, you don't want to be in the last 5 across the line, otherwise you won't make the final. So the riders on the rolling lap here, when they come round this time, assuming they're all together and the starter is happy, he will fire the gun on the first qualification heat for the women's scratch race will be underway.
It is the track race that is most like a road race, so it emulates the road race in terms of Whoever's first across the line wins, generally, unless, as you said, they've taken a lap. But I imagine that the riders here will want to be conserving energy for their scratch final tonight.
Of course, the final conducted over a greater distance, twice the distance of the qualifiers, later on this evening. Already flagged up a couple of riders to keep your eyes open for as you go through. Maddie Gammons is the rider on the front for the Loughborough Lightning in the predominantly purple colours. Opening a couple of laps, just sorting themselves out. Nia Evans, the world points race champion from Paris last year, and already a gold medalist here, successfully defending her pursuit title yesterday. As I mentioned, Ella Barnwell is our defending scratch race champion. Last year she rode for Cams Basso, signed up for the St Piran women's racing team for 2023. And on the front, in the colours of Team Inspired, that's Maddie Leach. Maddie Leach is listed as riding for the new DAS Handsling bike team, but in the colours of Team Inspired on the track at the moment. 4 kilometres to go.
It is a packed programme for these riders, having done the team pursuit for some of them today, and now back up on the track in their scratch qualifying.
Plenty of green jerseys amongst the mix here. Some Tofoti Everyone Active jerseys towards the fore. And of course that's a couple of riders for Team Inspired as well. And Evans for the first time appears at the front of the line.
And you can tell the pace of the race by if the riders are all strung out, as you can see in a long line, then this indicates that the pace is a little bit higher. If you see them bunching up and the width of the track, then that indicates the race is slowing down. So right now, not too fast. No one's, as they peel off the front, they're not in a hurry to get back into that line.
Of course, over such a relatively short distance as this qualifier, if you want to put your head ahead and try and gain a lap, you've got to be pretty confident that you're going to do so, because you could lose a lot of energy trying to go clear, only to be consumed in the final run to the line. And if you're in the last 5, as I mentioned, you will be going no further in the scratch race competition. So those riders hovering towards the back will need to be mindful as the laps tick away. Maisie Vajik is there for the Rosendale RC, club based up in Lancashire. Almost at the halfway point here. 11 laps remain as Katie Ann Carlton of JRC Interflon Racing Team swings off the front. Everyone having a little turn on the front before dropping back further down the line. Again, a signal no one wants to commit at this stage. It's like a very long team pursuit at the moment.
If you are at the front of the bunch, you're going to be expending a little bit more energy. We just see Nia Evans peeling up there in the back straight.
Esther Wong there as well for Tofoti Everyone Active, rider who's just been on the podium, collecting her medal in that team pursuit. But now it's all about the speed of the scratch race. 9 laps to go. Team Inspired once again on the head of the race.
I imagine when we get closer to that 5 laps to go, we'll start to see riders manoeuvring their way up towards the front of the bunch, but it's still only 9 laps to go.
So of course, when the race is in a relatively slow pace like this, you have to work your way around the outside to try and get towards the front. As the speed picks up, the riders will line out, but of course the speed will also increase, so it's more difficult to go past then. So positioning becomes more and more critical as the laps tick away. 2 kilometres to go. Be 7 laps next time round. Still, no one's shown any signs of making an attacking move. Riders towards the back, just keeping a very careful eye on that lap board, making sure they're not trapped at the back when the race really does unfold in the closing stages. Last across the line there is Lily Brindle for the Brother UK Orientation Marketing Team. Once again, Team Inspired pick up the head of the race with 6 laps to go, 1.5 kilometres. Again, swinging quickly off the front for Ella Barnwell, the defending champion. Well, she's now riding for the St Piran Women's Racing Team, but also riding the Team Inspired jersey on the track. A slight mismatch between jerseys being ridden and the information on our start list, but she certainly is a rider who is in the frame for St Piran on the road this coming year. So 4 laps to go. Final kilometre. Let's see who is starting to look over the top here. Nia Evans is here just about 2/3 of the way down the pack with that white helmet, making sure she doesn't get trapped at the bottom of the track. It's very hard to extricate yourself if you're down at the bottom. Easier if you can make a smooth passage over the top of the bunch. Another rider looking to do that in the colours of Tofoti, everyone active, sneaking right round the outside here, dropping down into the well of the track with 2 laps to go. This looks like an audacious move and well-timed as well, speeding away from the rest of the field and looking to try and grab the win here is Lucy Glover from the Shibden Hope Tech Apex team. Well, no immediate response to try and close her down. It's the riders at the back who are in trouble here with 5 of them going out in a lap's time. Here comes Nia Evans. She wants to make sure she is nice and safe as they come round towards the line as well. But on the front, speeding towards a potential victory is Lucy Glover. Mainfield chasing her down, but as we come towards the line, split towards the back, and it's split off exactly 5 riders. So those last 5 riders across the line are those who will not qualify into the final. The rest of the bunch who are ahead of them, they will. So that was rather convenient, wasn't it? A split of 5 riders off the back, making that one nice and easy for the judges. So those other 12 riders will go forward into the scratch race final this evening, and will be joined by 12 riders from the next heat as well. So riders for heat number 2, please make sure you are now over at corner 3, ready for the start of your event in a few moments' time. I'll confirm that final result across the line in a moment. But it was a good move from Lucy Glover of Shibden Hope Tech Apex, who went away and hung on, I think, across the line to take the victory, despite the charge going on behind. And Nia Evans was well placed as well, so she should be safe into that final also. So whilst you do wait for confirmation of that result, the next heat just gathering at the side of the track, ready to come out for the scratch race qualification heat. Again, 12 riders will go through. 1 rider fewer in the field. 16 riders scheduled to take the start here, so 4 of them won't make the cut. There is the confirmed result for you on the scoreboard here in the venue, and let me tell you that it was Lucy Glover indeed who took the win ahead of Nia Evans second. Ella Barnwell, the defending champion, she secured her place in the final in 3rd place. Sophie Lewis was 4th, Caris Lloyd in 5th, Grace Lister was 6th, Maddie Leach 7th, Esther Wong in 8th place, 9th for Ewan Roberts, 10th for Izzy Sharp, 11th for Katie Ann Carlton, and the final qualifier, 12th place for Lowry Richards. So going out of the mix, Lily Brindle, Maisie Vajic, Yuanda Adesida, Maddie Gammons and Evie White. So our live stream pictures showing you the riders gathered just at the edge of the track here before they come out to contest the qualification heat, having watched that one unfold. You can see Frankie Hall down there, the rider in the purple for the Loughborough Lightning. Brisk sprinter is Frankie Hall. She'll like this prospect of a 20-lap scratch race. Certainly be one of the favourites from the lineup here. Sophie Langford as well for Alba Development Racing Team, as the riders are invited out onto the track. And don't forget to look out also for Jess Roberts, former National Road Race champion. She was race number 153. And as well as that success on the road, of course, Jess Roberts, an accomplished track rider, and in fact is a silver medalist at the European Scratch Race Championships and a bronze medalist in the World Scratch Race final in Paris last year. So Jess Roberts certainly will start as a strong favourite in the second qualification heat. So the field all together, completion of the rolling lap, the gun will fire and they'll be on their way. Jess Roberts in the colours of Team Inspired, whom she's been riding this week. She rides on the trade team of Co-op High-Tech Products on the road. Well, some very notable handlebars on the front of the group here. Some nice pink handlebar tape being sported by Sophie Langford of Albert Development Racing Team. So, Charlene, do we think this will follow a similar pattern to the previous heat? Sort of watchful first 18 laps and then the field splitting a little bit towards the end, and maybe 4 riders off the back of this one will be good to make that qualification easy as well.
The last heat certainly conserved their energy until the end. I think that it's the right thing to do, because actually the final's only in 3 hours. That's not that long to recover the legs, but they also want to make sure that they're going to be qualifying. So the pace is increasing, and I don't think we'll see anyone go off the front, but if they know that they're not a strong sprinter, that might be the only chance that they've really got. And if they want to stay out of trouble and not put themselves into gambling that sprint position at the end, maybe we will see a little effort off the front.
Well, certainly keep your eye on Frankie Hall. It's number 68, Francesca Hall for Loughborough Lightning. She's front part of the field at the moment, just before drifting further backwards. Strong sprinter, taking a great second place finish in the Tour Series round in Sunderland last year, and was well placed in the National Criterium Championships up in Dumfries and Galloway until she suffered a misfortune of a crash in a very tight circuit. But she is a strong road sprinter, and certainly another of the favourites here. Also noticing that Danny Kahn is amongst the field. She's a new signing for the St Piran Women's Racing Team as well. Started her racing career as a sprinter on the track, and then graduated into more of an endurance rider, and another rider who regularly features in the fields of road races around the UK. So good signing for St Piran Women's Racing Team for Danny Kahn. 13 laps to go. Well, this is the final competitive action on the track for this morning session. I suppose we should officially still call it, even though it is actually approaching 5 o'clock on this Saturday afternoon. A 2-hour break before we return to action at 7. Of course, we'll have the final of this women's scratch race, the men's point race final as well. Some keirin racing to come also, and of course the sprint finals will continue to develop towards the eventual gold and silver medal rides. So all of that to look forward to this evening. If you've not got tickets, then hop onto your smart device and grab some now. You can go to the British Cycling website and buy your tickets there. And don't forget, if you're elsewhere in the world, to stay tuned to our British Cycling YouTube channel for continued live stream coverage of these national championships. Approaching the halfway point. When we come round next time, it'll be 10 laps to go. Head of the field currently is Niamh Campbell, JRC Interflon Racing Team. Just as in the previous heat, no one wanting to commit here. Too short a distance really to try and gain a lap, but again, it's all about positioning and making sure you don't get yourself caught at the back. Jess Roberts making sure that she doesn't do that. 2018, she was the British National Road Race Champion for both under 23 and the senior category.
You can see the speed of the riders at the moment isn't too fast, because the group is bunched up on the track, so it's not difficult to hold a wheel at this pace so far. As they come round, they will get 7 laps to go, so we can start to expect to see them jostling for positions towards the front of the bunch. positioning themselves for that sprint. Well, they certainly won't want to be at the back.
Emily Chilton in the black colours, riding as a British Cycling private member, was the rider who headed the field through the line with 6 laps to go. Well, it certainly will be 6 laps to go this time. Slight sign of an injection of more pace beginning to develop now as the race gets closer and closer to its finale. Ella Jameson of Live CC Halo Films, the purple and white colours there, just sticking her nose ahead as they came across the line. Once again, I remind you, 4 riders from this field will not progress into the final, so you do not want to get yourself trapped at the back. Brother orientation marketing rider Millie Jenkins is the rider towards the front that time. Full width of the track, so not full pace at all, and making it very difficult for riders at the back to get through. Well, this could develop into a very interesting finale over the final 4 laps. Jess Roberts looks over her shoulder, sees Kate Richardson alongside her.
And actually, Frankie Hall finding herself at the back of the group there, so making her effort to come around the top.
Looks like a perfect launch pad for Frankie Hall with 3 laps to go, 750 metres. Needs to work her way over the top of that bunch. Inspired with those 2 riders on the front, along with Jaden Lavello as well. That's Miriam Jessert. 2 to go. How's Frankie Hall's progress? Well, she's not made a great deal of ground, actually. The main field has sped up as she was trying to get herself over the top. She's poorly positioned here. Be the bell this time as Inspired begin to pull riders away at the front. It's Team Inspired on the front for the penultimate passage of the line with Kay Richardson down the back straight for the final time. Richardson about to be overhauled. 1 rider being dropped off the back, but still everyone else is pretty much together. Little look behind. The eventual winner will take that one. That was a great ride from Danny Kahn of St Piran Women's Racing Team. So she will take the win in that heat. And we certainly had 1 rider off the back who won't make the cut. 3 more also to be removed from that field before we'll know the lineup for this evening's women's scratch race final. So we'll just wait for confirmation of the final result for you before we bid you a brief farewell, both here in the venue and on our live stream. Remember, racing resumes at 7 o'clock this evening, and we resume with action in the semi-finals of the men's sprint. Women's Keirin first round also coming up at the top of tonight's programme. Action replay for our live stream viewers of the final run to the line, and Danny Kahn getting there first. Just waiting for our screen to update here with the finish order, and then we'll be able to tell you the 12 riders who need to prepare themselves for the women's scratch race final this evening, to go with the previous 12 from the first heat. Well, we have got the results in good time to tell you that Danny Kahn is indeed confirmed as the winner. Kate Richardson 2nd place, Jess Roberts 3rd. Holly Ramsey picked up 4th spot ahead of Mary Porton. Lucy Nelson was 6th, Emily Chilton 7th. Ellie Shaw was 8th, and Millie Jenkins in 9th, Miriam Jessett 10th, Neve Campbell in 11th, and Sophie Langford in 12th place. So the riders who missed the cut are Jenny Hall, Francesca Hall, Ella Jameson and Sasha Halsey. So Charlene looking a little shocked there that 1 or 2 of the riders who might have been in contention, Jenny Hall and Francesca Hall in particular, didn't quite make the cut there in that qualification ride. So those are the riders who will join the other 12 in the scratch race final this evening. That's going to wrap up our racing for this first session on day 2. Thank you indeed for your company on our live stream on the British Cycling YouTube channel, and to everyone here inside the Geraint Thomas National Velodrome of Wales. If you've got tickets for this evening, we look forward to welcoming you back shortly. And don't forget, we resume our racing at 7 o'clock. See you soon.